Deadly Reunion, a Christian romantic suspense. Grayson's Guardians Book 2. Written by Laura Scott. Narrated by Jason Kirkover. Chapter 1. Bryn Sinclair unlocked the back door to her house and stepped across the threshold. Exhaustion from the long day of dealing with law enforcement over her missing boss weighed heavily on her shoulders. She frowned when she caught a whiff of a strange scent. Someone was inside her house. She froze, straining to listen. With her heart thudding painfully against her sternum, she took a silent step back. The door had been locked, so she wasn't sure how the intruder had gotten in. Holding her breath, she took another step back, hoping and praying whoever was inside didn't know she'd come home. A crack of gunfire split the night air. Bryn whirled and ran, ducking her head to make herself a smaller target. Her purse thudded against her side. She gathered it close and continued to run. More gunfire rang out, but she didn't slow her pace. Fearing she'd be shot at any second, she ran with all the strength she could muster, heading toward the wooded area behind her house. Her car was in the detached garage, and she didn't think there was time to use her vehicle to escape. Instead, she hoped the gunman wouldn't be familiar with the area the way she was. After everything that had happened earlier that day, she numbly realized she should have anticipated this. But she hadn't. And now that lapse in judgment might get her killed. With a frantic burst of speed, she reached the wooded section of Chicory Park. Due to the April time change, it was still too light for her peace of mind. Dusk had fallen, but she was afraid the gunman would be able to see her red quilted jacket through the trees. Who was shooting at her? This had to be related to Damien Rochester's disappearance. Her life was normally boring, routine, as exciting as sliced bread, until today when the police had come looking for her absent boss. Bryn made her way deeper into the park preserve, avoiding the marshlands. She didn't hear anything that indicated the gunman had followed her. She stopped beside a tree, leaning weakly against the trunk as she caught her breath. She lived in a small residential area north of Madison, Wisconsin. She'd moved here from St. Louis when she'd gotten the job offer to work for Damien Rochester as his personal assistant. Now, she wished she'd stayed in Missouri. What was left of the evening light faded away, cloaking her in darkness. Grateful for the coverage, she pushed away from the tree and made her way through to the opposite side of the park. Bryn stepped carefully, feeling the spongy marshland give beneath her feet, her low-heeled flats getting damp from the water. She turned to seek higher ground. The last thing she wanted was to be stuck out there. She knew the Yahara River snaked through the park toward Lake Mendota. Madison was not only the Wisconsin state capital, but it was flanked by 2 large lakes, making it a great place to live and work. If your boss wasn't Damien Rochester, she thought darkly, where was he anyway? She couldn't imagine he was the one who'd been in her house, shooting at her. It wasn't as if he'd have a reason to silence her. Her left foot sank into the muck. With a grimace, she yanked free and changed her course. Again, after what seemed like an eon, she caught a glimpse of light. Winding through the trees, she used the light as a beacon. When she broke free of the woods, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the sign was for O'Brien's Pub. "Thank you, Lord," she whispered, quickening her pace to reach the building. Bryn needed help, fast, and not just from her divine savior. Her friends were all co-workers. Calling Gwen, Sam, Tabitha, or one of the others wasn't an option. Not after everything that had gone down earlier today. No. There was only one person here on Earth she could trust. Micah Newton, her older brother's best friend. Tommy was gone. Killed during the Army troops' withdrawal from Afghanistan. She hadn't seen Micah since Tommy's funeral 5 years ago. Yet she knew that if she called, Micah would answer, out of a sense of duty toward her brother, if for no other reason. Bryn swiftly walked into the pub, taking a moment to look around before heading toward an empty table in the corner. By some miracle, she hadn't lost her purse, so she quickly rummaged inside for her phone. Ignoring her trembling fingers, she scrolled through her contact list until she found Micah. The server approached with a menu. "Thanks." Bryn took the menu. I'll need a little time before I order." Bryn wasn't sure staying in the pub was smart. If the gunman was still out there looking for her, this place might be too obvious. What if he walked in through the front door? The thought made her shiver. "Would you like anything to drink?" the server asked. "Not yet." Bryn pressed Micah's name on the screen and held the phone to her ear. The pub was loud, so she stuck her finger in her other ear to hear better. Micah, bless him, answered on the first ring. "Bryn, are you okay?" Micah's voice held concern, no doubt because she hadn't called him despite his offer to get together after Tommy's funeral. "Not really. Something's going on. My boss disappeared, and the police questioned me at length. Then there was someone waiting for me at my house when I got home. He fired shots at me, so I ran." "Fired shots?" Micah's voice rose in alarm. "Where are you now?" "At O'Brien's pub north of Madison." She swallowed hard. "Micah, I'm scared. The pub isn't far from my place. What if the gunman comes after me?" "Call the police." Micah's voice was firm. "Let them know what happened. I'll make my way to Madison. But I'm in Chicago. It's going to take a while." Her heart sank. Chicago was a good 2-hour drive or more from where she was. Yet, she belatedly realized she should have thought of calling the police. That's what a normal person would do. The problem was that she'd just spent hours being grilled by the police, who seemed to think she knew more than she did about Damien's disappearance. By the time she was 2 hours into the interview, she'd realized the police considered her a suspect. They believed she knew exactly where Damien was hiding. Her denial had fallen on deaf ears. Tears pricked her eyes. Would calling the police about the shooting at her home help her case, or make her situation worse? Bryn wasn't sure. Either way, staying put wasn't an option. She slid off the bar stool and hurried back outside. She turned away from the parking lot and walked toward the side of the building that was farthest from the road. "Micah, there's something going on. I can't explain now. It's too complicated. But I don't want to call the police. I need to get out of here. But my car is back at my house." "Don't go home." Micah's blunt statement sounded like an order. "Can you get to the airport in Madison? I can arrange for a rental car to be waiting there for you." Glancing around, she tried to ignore the feeling she was being watched. She went around the back of the building, wrinkling her nose at the awful stench coming from the dumpster. Was the gunman still out there? Or was she just being paranoid? Gathering her scattered thoughts, she forced herself to answer. "Yes, I can get a rideshare to the airport." There was a brief pause. "Is it too far for you to walk?" "I ran into Chicory Park and headed in the opposite direction from the airport." She had no idea how far she'd gone. "I'm wearing stupid shoes, which makes it difficult to walk long distances. Besides, I feel exposed out here." "Okay, then take the rideshare," Micah said. "I'll make sure a car is waiting. I want you to head south toward me. We'll meet someplace halfway, okay?" "I understand." She hunched her shoulders against the cold. Her feet were wet and sore from running. Her flat-soled office shoes were not meant for hiking. "But Micah, please, hurry. I'm scared." "I'll be there as quick as possible. And don't be scared." His voice gentled. "If you need to talk, call me back." "Okay, thanks." She felt slightly better when she lowered the phone and pulled up a rideshare app. She arranged for a ride that was only 5 minutes away. Watching the progress of the driver approach the pub on her phone screen, she waited until the car appeared to be pulling into the parking lot before leaving the safety of the building. The rideshare driver was behind the wheel of a silver sedan. Sprinting across the parking lot, she wrenched the back door open and slid inside. "Horatio?" she asked as she eyed the driver, matching his face with the one on her screen. "Yeah. Are you Bryn Sinclair?" The Hispanic driver's brown eyes met hers in the rearview mirror. "Going to the airport?" "Yes, please. Thanks." She wanted to scream at him to hurry as he slowly turned around in the parking lot and headed back out onto the road. After clicking her seatbelt into place, she turned to look behind them, half expecting more gunfire. But there was nothing but silence. She tried to relax as Horatio drove toward the airport. She'd only been to the airport a handful of times, but that was only to pick up Damien after his trips. She'd always stayed out in the car, never going inside. She had no idea where the rental car counters were located. Damien. Just thinking of him made her blood boil. If her boss was guilty of embezzling money from the company, she hoped and prayed that he'd be found and arrested very soon. Micah Newton pushed the speed limit as much as he dared as he headed north toward Wisconsin. He didn't want to get pulled over and knew the cops monitored speeders via the tollway, but every nerve in his body screamed at him to reach Bryn as soon as possible. What was going on? Who had fired shots at her? As much as he wanted answers, his first call was to his boss, Rex Grayson of Grayson's Guardians. "Yeah?" Rex's voice was wary. "I've got a problem." Micah got straight to the point. "I'm going to need resources to help Bryn Sinclair out of a jam." "Tommy's younger sister? That Bryn Sinclair?" Rex sounded concerned. "What happened?" "I'm not sure why, but someone fired shots at her. She took off running, and when she was safe, she called me for help." Micah moved over to get around a semi-truck. "I arranged for a rental car using our corporate account. She's on her way to the Madison airport now." Micah wasn't too concerned about the money, but he didn't want to hide anything from his boss either. Rex knew Bryn's older brother Tommy had been killed during the exfiltration that had gone sideways. "That's fine. But who's after her, and why?" "That's what I intend to find out." Micah hated knowing he was so far away. "I just wanted you to know I'm basically hiring us on her behalf." "That goes without saying." Rex shrugged that off the way Micah knew he would. "We take care of our own. Protecting Bryn is the least we can do." "Yeah." Micah bit back a curse as taillights flared with a traffic jam up ahead. He smacked his palm against the steering wheel. He did not need a construction delay. "I've asked her to head south so we can meet halfway." "What do you need from me?" Rex asked. "I can see if the other guys are available to help." "Don't worry about that now. I'm the closest, right?" When Rex didn't argue, he added, "I'll let you know when I have Bryn." "Okay, but if you need anything, I'm just a phone call away," Rex said. "Thanks." Micah ended the call. He knew everyone from the team would gladly help if needed. Only 12 men and women had survived the horrific exfil that day. 12 out of 30. It was the loss that haunted all of them. But as their captain, Rex had taken it harder than most. The 12 who remained were Rex, Grady, Micah, Stone, Regan, Cameron, Nolan, Houston, Dinah, Theo, Tegan, and Xander. Micah mourned the loss of their team too. They shouldn't have been ambushed that day. If things had been done properly. But they hadn't. And good people had been killed as a result of idiots sitting behind a desk who didn't have a clue. He swallowed hard and thrust the thought aside. He couldn't change the past. All he could do was push forward. Yet there was no denying his guilt was centered on the fact that he'd made it out alive when Bryn's brother, Tommy, hadn't. He and Tommy had joined the army together. They'd been best friends. If anyone should have died that day, it should have been him, not Tommy. Micah didn't have family who would grieve over his passing. His mother had dumped him in foster care after his alcoholic father had died. Last he'd heard, his mother had passed away too. Not that losing either parent had mattered much to him. Tommy did. He and Tommy had been very close. So much so that Micah had expected Bryn to hate him for being the one to come home. But she'd surprised him. Her faith in God, her acceptance that Tommy was in a better place now, had humbled him. Even if Micah didn't share her steadfast belief, traffic around him moved at a crawl. If he had paid closer attention, he'd have noticed the lane closure ahead. When his phone rang, Bryn's name flashed on the screen. He quickly answered. "Bryn, are you okay?" "I'm in the rental car, yes. Thanks for making the arrangements." Her voice still sounded strained. "I'm currently driving south on Highway 51. "Good. That's perfect. Do you know the city of Beloit? It's on the Illinois-Wisconsin border. It's not a huge city like Madison, but it's not that small either. Let's meet there." He breathed a sigh of relief that the congested traffic eased up once he made it through the bottleneck. "If I'm late, find a public place like a restaurant." "Beloit?" Her tone was hesitant. "I've never been there." "Me either." He tried to sound reassuring. "Don't worry, we'll be together very soon." "I appreciate your help on this, Micah. Thank you." "Hey, what are friends for?" He hoped his casual tone didn't sound forced. She sniffled, and he hoped she wasn't crying. "Thanks. I'll see you soon." "Bryn, try not to worry. I promise to keep you safe." "I know. I just hope you don't regret it." Her comment had him frowning in confusion, but then she added, "I'll explain everything once I see you." He would have preferred to keep her on the line, but he didn't want either of them to drive distracted, especially as he navigated the construction zone. "I'm looking forward to it. Just relax and keep heading south." "I will." With that, she ended the call. Micah frowned at the blank screen on his console, but squelched the urge to call her back. She was in a rental car and would soon be out of the city. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he felt good about the fact that she'd called him for help. This was the least he could do for Tommy's little sister. As Micah drove, Tommy's last words echoed in his mind. The ambush had caught all of them off guard. When Tommy went down, Mike had spun to return fire, then bent down to hoist his buddy to his feet. Blood oozed from Tommy's belly, and the guy had leaned heavily on him as Micah half dragged, half carried him toward the waiting plane. Rex was standing just inside the plane, grabbing soldiers and pulling them inside between firing rounds over their heads to keep the insurgents at bay. Then another bullet had struck Tommy, and all of Micah's strength couldn't keep him from falling to the ground. Micah knelt beside Tommy, screaming at his buddy to hang on as he hauled Tommy up and over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. The sound of gunfire continued to echo around them. Micah still wasn't sure how he'd found the strength and endurance to carry Tommy all the way up the plank and into the plane. He dropped Tommy on the ground, shouting for Doc, a.k.a. Regan Harmon, for help. Tommy's eyes had fluttered open when Doc put pressure on his bleeding wound. For a moment, his buddy looked confused, but then his gaze had focused on Micah. "Take care of Bryn." Tommy's eyes had closed, and within minutes, his buddy was gone. Take care of Bryn. Take care of Bryn. Take care of Bryn. The plea echoed in his mind like some sort of mantra. But it was worse now because someone had tried to kill Bryn, and he had no idea who or why. Beloit was still 45 miles away. Thankfully, He was moving at a faster pace now. Micah hoped he would reach Beloit at the same time Bryn did. She'd had to backtrack to get to the airport, but from there, the ride down shouldn't have taken more than an hour. An hour that would feel like an eternity. By the time Micah was 15 minutes out of Beloit, his nerves were stretched thin. He was reaching over to call Bryn when his phone rang. Seeing her name on the screen, he was struck by a wave of relief. "Bryn, are you in Beloit?"
"Yes, I'm at the Turtle Creek Grill. It's a restaurant in the center of town."
Her voice sounded stronger now.
"Do you think you can find it?"
"Absolutely. I'm about 15 minutes away, maybe less. Go ahead and eat if you're hungry."
"I'll wait for you."
The edge was back in her tone.
"I'm at a booth in the back corner."
"I'll be there soon." Now that he wasn't on the tollway, Micah stomped his foot down on the accelerator. The urge to reach Bryn's side was strong. He could tell she felt vulnerable after everything that had happened.
"Thanks, Micah."
Once again, she ended the connection before he was ready. Traffic had lightened up the closer he got to the border. He glanced at the signs, hoping to see one for Turtle Creek Grill. Thankfully, the restaurant was on the main road going through town. He pulled over and pushed out of the car. Hurrying inside, he swept his gaze over the patrons until he saw Bryn's shoulder-length red hair. She rose to her feet as he approached. Then, suddenly, she was in his arms, holding him tightly. He cradled her close, hoping she wasn't crying again. "Hey, it's okay. I'm here." He patted her back reassuringly. "You're safe now." "Oh, Micah." Her voice hitched, and she sniffled again before lifting her head to look up at him. "I think this is partially my fault." "I doubt that." He tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. "Let's get something to eat, okay? Then you can tell me all about it." With a nod, she stepped back and swiped at her eyes. Then she slid back into the booth. Micah didn't take the seat across from her, mostly because he wanted to keep an eye on the front door. Also, because he wanted them to be able to speak without anyone overhearing. They'd barely gotten settled when their server hurried over. She was young and had a purple streak in her hair. "What can I get you to drink?" "Just water for now." He glanced at Bryn, who had the menu open on the table before her. "We'll order food in a few minutes." The server left, returning a moment later with the water. Ignoring the menu, he turned toward Bryn. "What would you like to eat?" "I'm not hungry." He scowled and arched a brow. She sighed. "Okay, I'll have a club sandwich." "Great." He looked at the purple streak and said, "We'll have 2 club sandwiches with fries." "Anything else?" "Nope." He waited for her to leave, then turned to Bryn. "Please, start at the beginning." She nodded and reached for her water. Then she drew in a deep breath. "I work for a PR and marketing firm by the name of Digital Creative Express. It's co-owned by 2 men, Richard Freeman and Damian Rochester." "Go on," he encouraged when she fell silent. "I'm Damian's personal assistant. I've been with him for the past 4 years. She stared down at her hands. We were involved briefly. I ended it a few months ago." Involved? He battled the wave of jealousy. Bryn's personal life was none of his business. "We dated. I know, it was stupid." She blew out a breath and finally met his gaze. "I don't know what I was thinking. Anyway, Damian didn't seem to mind that I ended it. I thought everything was going fine. Then he didn't show up for work yesterday." He searched her gaze. "And that's unusual." "Very. Damian never misses work. I keep his calendar. I knew he didn't have any meetings or trips planned." She dropped her gaze to her hands. "I called his cell phone, but it went to his voicemail. He doesn't have a landline, so I kept trying his cell phone without ever getting an answer." "Okay." He frowned. Maybe the guy was just homesick. Everyone gets sick at some point. I drove past his condo on my way home. His car wasn't in the garage, and nobody answered the door. Her voice dropped. I wasn't sure what to think. Damien and Richard have owned this company for 7 years. I didn't tell Richard or his assistant Gwen about Damien being gone. I thought I'd just wait another day. Okay. So then what happened? Micah asked. Today, the police showed up at the office around lunchtime. There was still no sign of Damien, and my calls still went to his voicemail. Why were the police there? Had someone reported him missing? Yes. Apparently Richard called them. She met his gaze, tears brimming in her eyes. Richard accused me of helping Damien embezzle funds from the company. He demanded to know where Damien was hiding out. I tried to tell him I didn't know where he was or anything about missing funds. But nobody believed me. Even Gwen eyed me with suspicion. She used her napkin to wipe her eyes. The police questioned me for hours. Then, when I got home, I smelled something funny. And I knew someone had been inside my house. I didn't go all the way in. I stepped back just as the gunman fired. He missed me, and that's when I ran. Micah stared at her in shock. This was far more convoluted than he'd anticipated. Are you sure Damien didn't take the money? I don't know. If he did, I wasn't involved. I'm innocent, Micah, of everything except being foolish enough to date my boss. Her eyes filled with tears again. I'm sorry, but I didn't know who else to call. We'll figure this out. Micah injected confidence into his tone, but the truth was, he had no idea how they'd manage that. The first item on the agenda would be to try to find Damien. But deep down, he feared Damien had purposely set up Bryn to take the fall for his illegal actions. Chapter 2. After explaining everything to Micah, Bryn felt as if a massive weight had been lifted off her shoulders. He'd believed her, yet the grim expression on his face indicated he was concerned about her situation. She was too. She wished for the 100th time that she'd never succumbed to the temptation of dating Damien. She knew it was their relationship that made Richard suspect she was involved. The fact that Damien hadn't been too upset after she'd broken things off had lulled her into a false sense of security. She'd been glad Damien wasn't angry, creating a hostile work environment. She'd worried she would have to find a new job, but she hadn't. Now she couldn't help but wonder if part of the reason Damien hadn't seemed to care about their relationship was because he was too preoccupied with embezzling money from the company. Do you have any idea where Damien Rochester is hiding out? Micah's question pierced her thoughts. No. I checked his condo, and so did the police. There was no sign of him, she sighed. I handle his correspondence, email, and other communications. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary over the past few months. She grimaced. Not that the police seemed to believe me. Bryn, you need to think about this. Micah took her hand in his. There must be someplace Damien liked to go. Maybe a favorite vacation spot? Or a place he went to get away from the stress of the job? He didn't take many vacations. She stared into Micah's blue eyes. He went to Jamaica once, but hadn't enjoyed it. He skied in Colorado a year ago, but it's not ski season anymore. I can't think of a single place he went more than once. Okay. Did he make any strange purchases, something that provides a clue as to where he might have gone? Nothing that I know of. She battled a wave of annoyance. If he wanted to hide something, he'd have sent his mysterious purchase to his home, not to the office. Yeah, that makes sense. Micah offered a crooked smile. Sorry. I know, I'm grasping at straws.
2 club sandwiches?
Bryn glanced up as their server set 2 plates in front of them.
Here's the ketchup for your fries. Do you need anything else?
No, thank you, Micah said.
Looks good,
She added weakly. Thanks. Once the server left them alone, she turned toward Micah.
I'd like to say grace.
He looked surprised but nodded. Sure. She lowered her head. Dear Lord Jesus, thank you for this food we're about to eat. Please keep us all safe in your care. Amen. Amen, Micah murmured, and he glanced at her again. They were sitting so close she could see the dark pupils in his blue eyes. I don't recall Tommy praying before meals. She flushed and shrugged. I started attending church after his funeral. Found some comfort in learning about Jesus and how he died on the cross to give us eternal life. We were raised attending church, so I believe Tommy is in heaven. Micah searched her gaze for a moment, then turned his attention to his sandwich. Took a bite and said, We need to find a place to lay low until we can figure out where to look for your boss. She nibbled on a fry. Despite having no appetite, she forced herself to eat. Why not leave that up to the police? I would rather find him first, Micah admitted. I don't like how he left you in the lurch. Thinking back to how the Madison police had grilled her for hours, she grimaced. As much as I'd love to talk to Damien too, the police have the investigation resources to find him more than we do. Maybe. But I think you might know more than you realize. Micah's elbow bumped into hers as he took another bite of his sandwich. Sitting so close to him was a bit unnerving. She knew he'd only chosen to sit beside her so they could talk privately, not because he wanted to be close. She'd always admired Micah. In high school, she'd harbored a secret crush on him. When Micah had convinced Tommy to join the army with him, she'd written letters to both of them. Hearing they were going to be coming home had been a relief. Only Tommy had been killed before he could make it back. The army had paid for Tommy's funeral, and Micah had stood grimly beside her throughout that day. Several times he apologized for what had happened. It was as if he felt guilty. She assured Micah it wasn't his fault. Looking at him again now, she found herself wondering about Micah's personal life. He didn't wear a wedding ring, but that didn't mean much. Micah could have a steady girlfriend or even be engaged. And now, she dragged him into her mess. Her stomach knotted again. I'm sorry. Micah arched a brow. For what? This isn't your fault, Bryn. My poor decision to date my boss didn't help. She toyed with a French fry. I'm sure you have better things to do with your personal time than sit here with me. A crooked smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. If you're asking if I'm seeing someone, I'm not. I'm here because I want to help. The flash of relief at knowing he wasn't involved wasn't warranted. It wasn't as if Micah had ever expressed an ounce of interest in her. He'd always treated her as a friend, nothing more. I appreciate that. But what about your job? She frowned. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know what you do for a living now that you've left the military. I work private security. He waved a hand. Don't worry. My boss knows where I am. Great. She was glad his boss had granted him some vacation time, which brought her back to the fact that she didn't have a job anymore. Maybe if Damien was found and was innocent of embezzling money, she had a chance of returning to her position. But after spending hours with the police, Richard Freeman had made it perfectly clear her services were no longer needed. She hadn't even had time to consider the impact of losing her job. She had enough vacation time to cover her for 2 weeks, but after that, she didn't think unemployment would cover her mortgage payments. And despite having been with the company for the past 4 years, Bryn knew Richard would fight her unemployment claim, the way they always did when employees were let go. Bryn swallowed hard at the realization that she'd have to sell her house. It wasn't the end of the world, but without a decent reference, she wasn't sure she'd be able to find another position. Pushing her half-eaten food away, she lowered her head and blinked back tears of despair. This wasn't the time to be thinking about her future, or lack thereof. Damien was still missing, and she was growing worried that something bad had happened to him. She abruptly realized the gunman who targeted her was likely looking for Damien. Whoever that person was might assume, the way the police had because they dated, that she knew where he was. Too bad she was clueless. Bryn, you need to eat. Micah's brow furrowed. Stressing over your boss isn't going to help. I know that. Again, she squelched a flash of annoyance. But I can't just stuff my feelings in a box. Someone fired a gun at me. I understand. His tone softened and he added, but you're safe now. She ate another French fry, forcing herself to think through the past few weeks. Was it possible Damien had a gambling problem? Maybe he owed someone money, and that's why the gunman was sitting inside her house waiting for her to arrive. Although the way the gunman had fired at her rather than trying to force her to talk didn't support that theory. She'd never witnessed Damien gambling, but it suddenly occurred to her that someone else might know more about her boss. Do you think the police have already spoken to Damien's former girlfriend? Micah turned to stare at her. He had another girlfriend? Yes, a woman named Lori Eastman. She sighed, realizing she should have thought of Lori earlier. They broke up last year, several months before Damien and I began seeing each other. I was just thinking she might know more about his personal life than I do. I take it she lives in Madison? Micah wiped his mouth with his napkin. Do you have an address? She frowned, thinking back to the days she'd sent flowers and other gifts to the woman. I believe she lives downtown, not far from the medical center. The address is 112 West Lang Drive. Okay, we'll head back to Madison. He gestured to her unfinished food. Please, try to eat more. You need your strength. Swallowing a sigh, she ate another couple of French fries. Then she gently nudged him. I'm ready, but I need to use the restroom before we leave. Okay. He slid out of the seat and stood. The server rushed over with the bill. A few minutes later, they were back outside. Micah gestured to his car. We'll use my vehicle. I can arrange for someone to take yours back to the rental agency. That seemed like a waste of money, but she didn't argue. If she were honest, she preferred riding with him than driving herself. The incident of gunfire was still too fresh in her mind. As she settled into the passenger seat beside Micah, she was grateful for his reassuring presence. Maybe they'd find Damien at Lori's house, or maybe the police would find him. Either way, she desperately wanted to believe the danger would be over very soon. Micah drove back toward Madison, keeping a wary eye on the rearview mirror. He didn't believe Bryn was involved in anything illegal. Yet he didn't trust her missing boss one iota. He hadn't mentioned his theory that Damien might have implicated Bryn in his embezzlement scheme. Although, if her boss had done that, he couldn't figure out why there had been a gunman waiting for her at home. Unless Damien was the one who'd taken the shots? Eliminating Bryn would be the perfect way to make her the bad guy. He glanced at her, wondering if she still had feelings for Damien. She'd mentioned being the one to end things between them. But that didn't mean she hadn't cared for the guy. Maybe even loved him. The thought left a sour taste in his mouth. He tried to ignore it. Bryn's personal life was none of his business. She could date whomever she wanted. Besides, he didn't understand why she didn't blame him for Tommy's death. It should have been him that day. Tommy had gone back to assist one of their teammates who'd lagged behind. Instead of paying attention and going with Tommy, Micah had been distracted by the chants from the citizens around them who were all screaming at them to leave. It was not the way their time in Afghanistan should have ended, but leaving the insurgents to run wild in their absence wasn't his decision either. By the time Micah had realized Tommy was gone, bullets had begun to fly. What should have been a quick and painless withdrawal from Afghanistan was anything but. And Tommy had paid the ultimate price.
Maybe I'm wrong about Lori.
Bryn's voice broke into his thoughts.
Damien isn't the kind of guy to share his personal problems. We could be driving all this way for nothing.
It can't hurt to talk to her. Eyeing the clock, he realized it would be late when they arrived. Hopefully, Lori would answer the door. Besides, she and Damien could have been closer than you realized.
Maybe.
She didn't look convinced. What about Damien's closest friends?
His closest friend was Richard.
She grimaced.
They were college roommates and built the business after they graduated. According to Damien, it went from being a small 2-man operation to the 20 employees they have now.
And what do? PR and marketing?
Yes, public relations campaigns and marketing branding. They managed to snag a few big accounts early on, and that helped grow their business.
She sighed.
They do very well. So much so that I don't understand why Damien would need to embezzle funds. It doesn't fit with his personality at all.
Micah hated the guy without ever meeting him, but he knew it was important to keep an open mind. We don't know for sure he took the money. Hopefully, the police will get to the bottom of this very soon.
I should have called them about the gunfire.
She bit her lower lip.
When we get to Madison, we should stop in at the station so I can give a statement.
Sure. Logically, he knew there was no reason to avoid the police, other than the fact that they treated her like a suspect. That wasn't unusual. Everyone was pretty much considered a suspect until they were cleared. Reporting the gunfire should help Bryn in that regard, unless there was other evidence stacked against her. Do you have a lawyer?
What? No. Do I need one?
She stared at him in horror.
You don't think I'm involved in this?
No, of course not. But it doesn't hurt to make sure you have legal representation just in case.
Do you really think they'll arrest me?
Fear underscored her voice.
I didn't do anything, Micah. I don't know about the missing money, and I have no idea where Damien is hiding out.
Try not to panic. You're not in police custody, and I doubt they have probable cause for an arrest. At least he hoped not. Yet the more he thought about it, the less he liked the idea of stopping in at the precinct. It was his turn to be paranoid about what Bryn had inadvertently gotten involved in. They rode for a while in silence. He didn't notice anyone following them. Traffic was busy enough, though, that it wasn't easy to identify a tail. The warmer spring temperatures along with the time change sent more people out and about. After one of the snowiest winters on record, the warmer temps had pretty much melted most of the snow. As they got closer to Madison, tension radiated off of Bryn. He reached for her hand. We don't have to do this. We can find a place to stay for the night and wait until tomorrow. Maybe the police will have found Damien by then.
No. I think we should talk to Lori.
Her smile didn't reach her eyes.
I need to understand why a gunman was waiting for me at home. There's no reason for Damien to shoot me. So, It had to be someone else. Micah wanted to know that as well. I can go and see Lori on my own, he offered. No reason for you to ride along. She won't talk to you. Bryn sighed. Not even sure she'll talk to me. We only met once when she showed up to see Damien without having an appointment. He was in a meeting, so I had to send her away. She wasn't happy. It was shortly after that when Damien broke things off. Okay, we'll go together. He figured the conversation wouldn't take long. He hadn't planned on staying in the Madison area, but maybe that was for the best. The local news would have most likely mentioned Damien's disappearance, providing updates on the case.
With no sign of foul play,
he wasn't convinced there would be national news coverage. Adults could go missing any time they wanted. It wasn't a crime to leave town without telling anyone. They found Lori Eastman's house without too much difficulty. He drove past without stopping so he could eyeball the place. Encouraged by seeing a light on inside, he went around the block and searched for a place to park. His gut told him to park out of sight, just in case things didn't go well. He pulled over to the curb and parked on the street that was behind Lori Eastman's home. I'll let you take the lead. He killed the engine. I think you're probably right about her opening up to you more than me. I hope so. She drew her red quilted jacket closer. Are we walking around the block? No. Follow me. Bryn looked surprised when he led her to the narrow opening between the two homes. It was late enough, almost 9:15 at night, that it was easy to avoid being seen. Skirting the side of Lori's home, he headed up to the front door. The homes were situated close together, similar to the neighborhoods in the Chicago area. He stayed right behind Bryn as she pressed the doorbell. There wasn't a Ring doorbell or other security cameras from what he could see. The door opened, and a woman with red, wavy hair looked at them suspiciously. Micah thought it was interesting both women had red hair.
Go away. It's too late to be knocking on people's doors.
Lori, I'm Bryn Sinclair. You know, Damien's assistant? Bryn pasted a smile on her face. I'm sorry to bother you so late, but have you seen Damien recently?
No. Why would I see him? We haven't been together in 6 months.
Lori crossed her arms over her chest.
Last I heard, you were dating him.
We went our separate ways a few months ago, Bryn said. I'm only here because the police think something bad has happened to him.
Who's he?
Lori eyed him with a mixture of suspicion and interest.
Your new boyfriend?
Yes, I'm Micah Newton, he said before Bryn could correct her. Look, it's really important that we speak to you. I know it's late, but can we please come in and talk about this? Damien has been missing for more than 24 hours now. Anything you can tell us would be helpful.
Are you a cop?
Lori asked. Not exactly. I work as a private investigator. He could tell the news surprised Bryn, but he kept his gaze focused on Lori Eastman. Please, this won't take too long. Damien's former girlfriend hesitated for so long, he figured she was about to close the door in their face. But then she surprised him by taking a step back.
Fine, but I don't know anything about Damien going missing.
Bryn entered the house first. He quickly followed, closing the door behind him. Lori's home was neat and comfortable. She crossed into the living room and picked up the remote to silence the television. But she didn't sit or invite them to take a seat. When was the last time you saw Damien? Bryn asked.
When he told me he wasn't interested in seeing me anymore.
Lori shot Bryn a dark look.
He told me he was interested in someone else. I guess that was you.
Not me, Bryn protested. We didn't go out together until several weeks after your breakup.
Whatever.
Lori waved an impatient hand.
You asked when I saw him last, and that was September of last year. Is that all? Because I have work in the morning.
Do you know anything about Damien's financial status? Bryn asked. Any reason to believe he embezzled money from the company?
What? Why would he do that? He gets half the profits anyway.
Lori stared at Bryn.
You would know more about his personal finances than I do.
I don't. He doesn't share that with me. The company has an outside firm that does the payroll. I'm not privy to anyone's salaries. Bryn shrugged, glancing briefly at him before turning her attention to Lori. I always got the impression Damien was very well off. His condo is large and pricey from what I can tell. Lori nodded, her gaze bouncing between him and Bryn.
Who says he's embezzled money?
Richard, Bryn answered. Even worse, he accused me of helping Damien escape with the money. Lori abruptly looked away as if remembering something that might explain Damien's or Richard's actions. But then she shrugged and shook her head.
Sorry. I don't know anything about Damien or missing money. I must admit, I don't see a reason for Damien to do that. The company's been doing well from what I know.
That's what I thought too, Bryn said. Just doesn't make any sense. What about gambling or drugs? Micah asked when the two women fell silent. Maybe there was a reason Damien had to steal the money and then disappear to avoid being caught.
He never did drugs with me,
Lori said firmly.
I never saw him gamble either.
Maybe he hid his gambling or drug use, Micah pressed. The fact that you both think this is out of character for him means something happened that caused him to take the money and run.
I think I'd have noticed drug use during our time together,
Lori drawled.
He spent a lot of nights here.
Bryn's cheeks flushed pink. Our relationship didn't get to that point, but I still think I'd have noticed if Damien acted weird at the office. Lori looked a bit surprised, then glanced pointedly at the clock.
If that's all, I need to ask you to leave. Like I said, I have work early tomorrow.
You still work at the hospital, right? Bryn asked.
Yes, I'm a nurse, and it's my weekend.
Lori walked toward the front door.
I hope you find Damien.
Thanks for taking the time to meet with us. Lori turned to follow her. You may get a visit from the Madison police, Micah added. He wanted to ask more questions, but sensed Lori had run out of patience. Besides, if she really hadn't seen the guy since last September, he doubted she was helping him out. They're taking Richard's claim that Damien embezzled money very seriously.
I don't know anything,
Lori said with an exaggerated eye roll.
Talk about a waste of taxpayers' money.
Micah bit back a sarcastic reply. There was no reason to point out the importance of covering all bases during an investigation. Lori opened the front door and stood off to the side to give him and Bryn room to get out. Bryn was about to step forward, but turned back to Lori as if remembering one more question. A crack of gunfire sent them all to the floor. Get back! Micah reached out to drag Bryn out of harm's way. Then he reached for Lori. Hurry! Another sharp report of gunfire rang out, and the pretty redhead abruptly slumped to the floor. He stared down in horror as blood oozed from her chest. Hooking his arms beneath her armpits, he dragged her away from the door. Bryn shut and locked it. Call 911, he said, lowering Lori to the floor. Listening as Bryn made the call, he examined Lori's gunshot wound. The bullet had entered her chest, a half-inch to the right of her sternum, near her heart. The amount of blood pooling on the floor was far from reassuring. For a moment, Tommy's face flashed in his mind, but he thrust the image away. Pressing his fingertips to Lori's carotid artery, he searched for a pulse, and found nothing. He rocked back on his heels, glancing around the living room. The cops would swarm the place at any moment, and Micah had no intention of being there when they arrived.
Chapter 3.
Bryn stared at the blood pooling beneath Lori's body in stunned horror. How had the gunman found them here? She didn't understand what was going on. Her thoughts were a tangled mess as she pulled out her phone to call 911. Wait, let's get out of here first. Micah grabbed her arm and tugged her toward the back door. We can't just leave her. She tried to dig in her heels to stay put. Her flat work shoes slid across the floor as he pulled her forward. We have to stay. Nothing will change the fact that she's dead. His grim expression held regret. Please, Bryn. Numb, she gave up, allowing him to pull her toward the back door. The backyard was quiet, but she felt certain the police would be alerted to the gunfire soon if they hadn't been already. This was a nice neighborhood where gunfire was most likely an anomaly. What if we run into the shooter? She kept her voice as quiet as possible. Stay behind me. She belatedly realized Micah had a gun in his hand. And keep your eyes open for anything suspicious. She stumbled, reaching out to grab onto his jacket. He didn't slow his pace, continuing to move through Lori's backyard to the property next door. At first, she was confused they'd parked directly behind the house that bumped up against Lori's property. Then she realized he didn't want to take the most direct path to the location where they'd left the car. The shot had come through the front door, but what if the gunman had made his way back around the block to wait for them? Scanning their surroundings, she strained to see through the darkness. Her mouth was dry with fear as she expected the gunman to pop out from behind a house or tree at any moment. Micah slowed to a stop near the far corner of Lori's neighbor's house. She huddled beside him, trying to hear beyond the thundering beat of her own heart. For long seconds, Micah didn't move. Then the faint wail of police sirens drifted through the air. She was glad someone had called the authorities and hoped the sirens would chase off the gunman. Micah must have had the same thought too. He waited a beat, then straightened. Ready? Let's go. He darted away from the house toward the street where their car was waiting. She glanced over her shoulder to see if the owners of the home next to Lori's were watching. The edge of the curtain moved. She winced and ducked her head to hide her face, realizing her red quilted jacket was easily recognizable. It couldn't be helped, but she still wished she'd worn something more subdued and less noticeable. Wait. She stopped near the car. Maybe we should stay and talk to the police. Let them know what happened. No. I want you to be safe. Micah wrenched open the passenger side door for her. Get in, okay? She hesitated, but then did as he asked. The detective who'd grilled her for hours had given her his business card. Once they were far enough away from the gunman, she could call him. Obviously, Detective Hallbrook wouldn't be happy to learn she'd left the scene of Lori's murder. Their leaving would only make her look guilty, even though she was the victim here as much as Lori was. She swallowed against the lump of fear that had risen in the back of her throat. Micah slid in behind the wheel and pulled away from the curb. She glanced back at the house, but didn't see anyone peering out at them. She rubbed her temples, wondering if the owner of the property had already gotten their license plate number. If so, the police would pull them over at any time. Why was this happening? Who had shot and killed Lori? It had to be the same man who'd fired at her. But why? We need to talk to the police. She turned in her seat to look at Micah. I feel terrible that we left Lori lying on the floor. I understand your concern. Micah's gaze darted between the road before them and the rearview mirror. My primary goal is to keep you safe. It won't take long for the gunman to realize he killed the wrong woman. The wrong woman? The blood drained from her face as his comment sank deep. She pressed her palm to the center of her chest. You mean, he thought Lori was me? That's the only thing that makes sense. Micah glanced at her and shrugged. You both have red hair. Dear Lord Jesus, she whispered. That's terrible. It's my fault Lori's dead. Don't, Bryn. The gunman killed her, not you. He glanced at her, his blue eyes softening. I know how you feel. But he's the one who pulled the trigger. We shouldn't have gone there to talk to her. She pushed the words past the lump in her throat. We should have left the investigating to the police. Maybe, but there's no way we could have anticipated this outcome. Micah took her hand in his. Nobody knew we were going there. It was a last-minute decision for both of us to make the trip. That tells me the gunman was keeping an eye on the place. Why didn't he shoot me when he had the chance? She gripped Micah's hand tightly, needing his support. "You would have had a clear shot when we stood at the front door." "I'm not sure. But keep in mind, we came at the property from the street behind hers. Maybe he was caught off guard when we showed up, and I stood behind you the entire time. Could be that he wasn't ready to take the shot until Lori had invited us inside." "I don't believe this." She stared blindly out the passenger side window as Micah drove through the back streets of the subdivision. It occurred to her that he was avoiding the main streets they'd taken to get there, no doubt an attempt to avoid the police response. It was as if she were a fugitive from the law, only she hadn't done anything wrong. She hadn't hurt anyone or stolen any money. She was innocent. She'd never broken the law in her entire life. Yet somehow, that didn't seem to matter. All signs pointed at her being involved with Damien's embezzling scheme, to the point that he may have hired the gunman to take her out of the equation just so he could claim she was the guilty one. Micah's hand tightened around hers. "Don't stress. We'll figure this out." "I'm not sure about that." She drew in a long, shaky breath. "What if the gunman planted evidence in my house?" He grimaced and shrugged. "He may have, but don't worry about that now. I'm going to help figure out who is behind these attacks." It took a moment for her to remember how he told Lori he worked as a private investigator. "Are you really a PI?" "I am, yes." He flashed a lopsided smile. They were far enough away from the crime scene that he appeared more relaxed now. "But mostly I work for Grayson's Guardians." She frowned. "I've never heard of them." "Rex Grayson is our boss. He was the captain of our team when we were in the Army." His expression turned grim. "He was there when we lost Tommy and the other members of our team." "I see." Tommy had mentioned his captain, but she hadn't paid attention to the man's name. "Rex will support us through this," Micah continued. "The company does fairly well." Her brow furrowed. "You mean people normally pay you and your boss to provide security?" "In a nutshell, yeah. But you don't have to worry about paying anything. This one is on us. For Tommy." She wanted to protest at the idea of Micah working for free, but her financial situation was tenuous at best, so it wasn't like she had a choice but to accept Micah's help. "Thank you." Her voice was a hoarse whisper. "Hey, it's not a problem. This is the least we can do." He squeezed her hand reassuringly. "Tommy was like a brother to me. To all of us." She bowed her head, struggling with her emotions. If Tommy were still alive, she probably wouldn't even be sitting there. Her parents had died from cancer within a year of each other. Tommy was her only family. And after he'd been killed, she'd been desperate to start over someplace new. Madison, Wisconsin had seemed like the ideal place. When she'd been offered the position as Damien's assistant, she jumped at it. She used the life insurance money from Tommy's death to buy the house. Now she felt certain she'd have to put her home on the market sooner than later, before she got too far behind on the monthly mortgage payments. Tears pricked her eyes. It seemed so unfair to be forced to sell her home when she'd done nothing wrong. Well, nothing other than being foolish enough to date her boss. Although she couldn't be sure that would have mattered. If Damien wanted to frame her, he could have done that whether they had dated or not. She should have been smart enough to call the police right away, or she should have gone to Richard to let him know Damien was missing. Now, she was the one left looking guilty. Should she call Gwen? They'd grown close over the past several years of working together. Yet remembering Gwen's suspicious gaze made her think Gwen believed Richard's version of the story. Wave after wave of despair washed over her. Even though she knew it was fruitless, she couldn't stop from thinking about all the things she should have done differently. With an effort, she pushed those useless thoughts aside and tried to find solace in her faith. Prayer had always helped her before, so she needed to lean on God's grace and support now. Why God had put her on this path, she wasn't sure, but all she could do was trust in Him and in Micah's ability to keep her safe while uncovering the truth about where Damien was and what had happened to the missing money. Micah wanted to call Rex to update his boss on the recent shooting. He drove through Laurie's neighborhood until he was close to the medical center. From there, blending in with the other cars on the road was easier. Still, he kept a wary eye out for any indication they were being followed. He waited until they were on the outskirts of town before releasing Bryn's hand so he could make the call using the SUV's Bluetooth connection. Thankfully, Rex answered immediately, his voice alert.
Mick, what's going on?
Everyone on the team had a nickname. His wasn't that unusual, but he sensed Bryn's confusion. Hey, Captain. We're on the north side of Madison and need a safe place to stay. Can you find a rental?
Yep. Hang on.
Sound of fingers hitting a keyboard echoed through the speaker.
Everything okay?
Not exactly. He risked a quick glance at Bryn. It's kind of a long story, but the short version is that Bryn's boss, Damien Rochester, is missing along with funds that were embezzled from the company. The police interviewed Bryn at length, then let her go home. That's when someone fired at her, sending her running and calling me. We met in Beloit and decided to visit one of Damien's old girlfriends, Laurie Eastman. Unfortunately, the gunman showed up and shot Laurie.
Wait, what? She's dead?
Rex's voice rose incredulously. Yeah, unfortunately. She didn't tell us anything useful either. His boss let out a low whistle.
Not good. What do the police think?
We left without talking to them. Laurie's a redhead like Bryn. I'm sure the gunman killed her by mistake. When his boss remained silent for a long moment, he added, They're already treating Bryn like a suspect. I made the decision that her safety trumped making a police report. Rex exhaled loudly.
Yeah. I guess I can't blame you for that, but leaving the scene of a homicide isn't going to look good for either of you.
I know. He didn't bother to fill Rex in on the fact that the cops didn't know about the shooting at Bryn's house yet either. Or if they did, they hadn't heard the story directly from Bryn. We'll give our statements tomorrow, but for now, we need a safe house.
I'm working on that.
More keys clacking, then a period of silence.
Okay. I have a place secured for you. It's located a few miles northwest of Madison. Will that work?
Yes. Shoot me the address. Micah knew Rex had direct access to rental properties outside normal channels. This was the first time Micah had operated in Madison, but Rex had a large network that extended across many states, even the east and west coasts.
Coming through.
His phone pinged as Rex sent the text.
I've provided the access code too.
Thanks. He didn't doubt his boss was thorough. Do you know anyone within the Madison Police Department?
No, but I can make some calls.
Rex said. I was interviewed by Detective Hallbrook, Bryn said, speaking up for the first time. He wasn't very nice. Kept asking me the same question over and over again as if he didn't believe a word I was saying. I told him I didn't know where Damien was or anything about the missing money, but he kept pushing.
I'm sorry you had to go through that,
Rex said.
But grilling suspects like that is typical police behavior. Try not to take it personally.
I'm not a suspect. Bryn's voice rose in agitation. I didn't do anything wrong.
I know. And we trust you, Bryn.
Rex's soothing voice didn't seem to matter. Bryn still looked upset.
The police are just doing their job. They have to consider everyone a possible suspect until proven otherwise.
Micah should have mentioned that approach to Bryn earlier. She clearly had been ruminating over being treated like a suspect. He smiled reassuringly. The captain is right. I'm sure the detective talked to everyone at the office the same way. I don't know about that. She didn't look convinced. Richard fired me because he thinks I was involved. I'm sure he gave the detective an earful. And my friend Gwen, Richard's assistant, treated me coldly too. Micah hadn't known she was fired from her position and that her friend had believed she was involved. Talk about a double whammy. Once we clear your name, that won't matter. At least he hoped not. The truth was that Bryn's career at the PR and marketing firm was likely over for good. He wondered if Rex knew a good employment attorney, but refrained from asking. They had bigger issues to worry about, most importantly, staying out of sight from the gunman. Doubtful. She sniffed, swiped at her face, then turned to stare out the window. If he wasn't driving, he'd have pulled her into his arms.
Hang in there, Bryn. I'm sure we'll uncover the truth soon enough,
Rex said.
Mick, do you need anything else, other than a contact within the Madison Police Department? I can always go to the feds if needed. Not that they're necessarily friendly these days.
No, that's good enough for now. I'll touch base with you tomorrow about how to work with the local law enforcement officials moving forward.
Okay. Talk later.
Rex ended the call without saying anything more. A heavy silence hung between them. He tapped the screen on his dashboard to see the address and used the GPS to find the location. I should have called the police right away, Bryn said, breaking the silence, rather than running from the gunman. Hey, don't stress about this. He hated knowing she was beating herself up over her alleged mistakes. In his opinion, none of this was her fault. Dating a guy wasn't a crime. Once the police understand how you've been targeted by a gunman, they won't blame you for wanting to go someplace safe. Maybe. I still don't like how I was treated as if guilty until proven innocent. She sighed again. That's backwards. The investigation is different from going to trial. He didn't want to keep harping on how the detectives had questioned her, although it suddenly occurred to him that the detective had not yet visited Lori Eastman prior to her murder. Something he would have thought would have been top on their list. Former girlfriends were always questioned. He was secretly concerned that Bryn was right, that the police had zeroed in on her rather than exploring other suspects. And he had a bad feeling there was some other evidence that pointed to her, something she didn't know anything about. It just seemed odd that Richard would have immediately fired her without a good reason. Grimly, he silently admitted Bryn might need a good criminal defense lawyer rather than one who specialized in employment law before this was over. Looks like we're still 10 minutes away. Bryn tapped on the screen, where a blue line marked their path to the rental property. Any chance we could swing by my house to get a change of clothes? He hesitated. I don't know if that's a good idea. My feet are killing me. She gestured to her office shoes. These weren't meant for running. They're caked with mud from the marsh. The stores weren't open this late, so it was either wait until tomorrow or swing by her place now. He didn't think the gunman would expect them to head back to her place, not after a shooting took place at the house. The police might be there. If they are, we won't go. But if they're not, then it should be fine, right? Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Maybe we'll get a chance to see the bullet hole left by the gunman. Evidence of a crime would be helpful. Micah made a right-hand turn to deviate from their current course. We'll see if anyone is there. If there's crime scene tape or police cars nearby, we'll turn around and head to the rental property. Fine with me. She blew out a long breath. I would love to change into sneakers, jeans, and a sweater instead of these office clothes. He could understand her wanting to be comfortable, especially since he had no idea how long they'd have to stay at the rental house. One night for sure, likely more. He didn't want to mention this to Bryn, but the situation wasn't looking good. Laura Eastman's murder changed things, and not for the better. No matter how much he wanted to have faith in the cops, he didn't think the issue of finding Damien and the missing money would be resolved in a matter of hours. If the guy had money aside of the funds he'd likely embezzled, which was how Lori and Bryn had made it sound, he could easily go off the grid. For all they knew, Damien could be on an island sipping on an umbrella drink by now, laughing at how he'd left Bryn in the lurch with his absence. The jerk. Micah forced himself to stay focused on keeping Bryn safe. He'd figure out the rest of this mess later. Do you know the way from here? Or should I put your address into the map application? He arched a brow. Either way is fine with me. I know the way. Take this road for another mile or so, then turn left. He did so, then continued to follow her instructions as they headed back toward Madison. When she directed him to turn at the next intersection, he was glad to see they were heading away from the Capitol building. There's no direct route, Bryn said, reading his mind. The two lakes that flank the city make it harder to get from point A to B. The scenery is wonderful, but the design of the city makes the commute in and out of the downtown area a nightmare.
Traffic in Chicago is unbearable as well. He grinned wryly. Mac has the right idea, living mostly in Wyoming.
Mac? She frowned.
Grady McFarland. You may have noticed that the boss refers to us by our army nicknames. I'm Mick, for obvious reasons. Grady McFarland is Mac. He recently got married and now splits his time between his house in Wyoming and his wife's apartment in Chicago. From what I hear, they're spending most of their time in Cody.
Not as many job opportunities in Wyoming, she grimaced. I should probably work on updating my resume.
There will be time for that later. He reached over to touch her knee. Once we clear your name, you'll have an easier time hitting the job market. She stared at him for a moment, then nodded.
I guess you're right. Proving my innocence should be my primary goal.
Yup. He noticed a sign up ahead. Is that the Irish pub you called from?
O'Brien's. There's state-owned protected marshland over there.
She gestured out his side of the window.
That's where I hid from the gunman.
Smart move on your part. He was impressed with her quick thinking. Then he scowled as he caught the hint of smoke. Do they have a wood-burning stove?
No. She sniffed the air too. That's odd. Maybe someone's having a bonfire.
As he turned at the next street, the haze of smoke grew thicker. Those clouds of smoke aren't from a bonfire. Something else is burning.
Like what?
As soon as Bryn asked the question, he caught a glimpse of an orange glow on the horizon. A sick feeling of dread washed over him as he continued driving. There was no doubt in his mind a house was on fire. Bryn's house?
Oh, no. Please don't tell me.
Bryn's voice trailed off. Then she reached over to grab his arm.
It's my house, Micah. That's my house that's burning.
Are you sure? He didn't dare get too close in case they were stopped by the police. He slowed and pulled over to the side of the road. Could be your neighbor.
I'm sure.
Her voice filled with anguish.
Do you think the gunman did this? Do you think he set my house on fire?
I don't know. He would have had to do that after the shooting at Lori's house, so maybe not. He saw 2 fire trucks parked in the street along with several police vehicles. They looked to him as if they'd been there for a while, at least 10 minutes. Was that enough time for the gunman to have gotten here from Lori's house? Maybe, if he'd left the downtown area of Madison immediately after the shooting, and if he'd already had the accelerant and the other items needed to start the fire readily available in his vehicle. He felt certain the fire at Bryn's would be deemed arson.
Sure, it could be a faulty electrical system or something else, but based on the shooting that had taken place, he doubted those scenarios. Easing his foot off the gas, he made a wide turn in the road to retrace their path back to the rental property, heading far away from the burning home. As they fled the scene, Micah grimly realized that whatever evidence of the shooting that had been at Bryn's home would likely be lost forever. Chapter 4. Bryn sat in stunned silence, her stomach rolling with waves of nausea. She pressed a hand to her stomach, fighting against the urge to throw up. Someone had set her house on fire, on purpose. No way was this an accident, not after everything else that had transpired throughout the day. Earlier, she'd viewed Lori's murder as the worst thing that could have happened. But this fire was a close second. Not as tragic as losing a life, but still painful. Everything she owned in the world had been inside her home. After seeing how much of her house had been engulfed in flames, the fire likely raging for at least an hour or more, she doubted she'd be able to recover anything useful. The most important items didn't hold any monetary value. She grieved over losing her personal things. Cherished photos of her parents and her brother Tommy were likely gone forever. A fat tear slid down her cheek. She quickly brushed it away, feeling guilty. She was alive, unlike Lori. Things could be replaced, except for the pictures. Some of them she had on her phone. She tried to tell herself this wasn't the end of the world, yet a blanket of despair relentlessly engulfed her, much like the flames inside her house. Please don't cry. Micah's low voice broke into her thoughts. I'm sure your insurance will cover the repairs. Forcing a nod, she sniffed and wiped her eyes. I know. She dully realized there was no point in planning to sell the house now. She couldn't sell a burned-out husk of a structure. Even after the repairs were done, would anyone want to buy it? She found that difficult to imagine, and another wave of despair hit hard. Things had gone from bad to worse, and she wasn't out of danger yet. Bryn, please. It's gonna be okay. We'll be at the rental property soon. Micah rested his hand on her knee. We'll get you new clothes tomorrow morning, as soon as the store's open for the day. That's fine. She stared down at her work clothes, the only clothes she had left in the world. Too bad she didn't have a job to wear them to. Pushing that thought aside, she focused on the immediate issue. The gunman must have started the fire, but how did he get to my house so quickly after shooting Lori? That's a good question. Micah frowned, his gaze turning thoughtful. I'm wondering if he set the fire prior to heading to Lori's. Either that, or he left the moment he killed Lori and hightailed it to your place to start the blaze. If so, he must have planned the fire from the very start. Most people don't drive around with something flammable to use as an accelerant to start a house fire. The reality of the situation hit hard. She grasped his hand, suddenly needing a physical connection. I'm scared, Micah. I don't understand what the gunman wants. I mean, shooting at me is one thing. Killing Lori? Thinking it was me is even worse. But setting my house on fire when I'm not even home? What was the point of that? I'm not following the logic of these crimes. Other than the fact that someone wanted her dead. To destroy the evidence. Micah's blunt words stole her breath. She hadn't considered this as the reason for the fire. But keep in mind, we've been together this whole time, Bryn. There's no way the police can accuse you of setting the blaze. Accuse me of doing this? She stared at him in horror. Why would they? Why would anyone set fire to their own home? He winced. I didn't mean it to come out like that. I was thinking about the evidence of gunfire that might be gone now. If there were bullet holes in the house or shell casings, I doubt they'll be found. That along with the way we left the scene of Lori's murder without waiting for the police. You think that makes us look guilty? She didn't understand any of this. I guess it does. But I have no reason to harm Lori. And you were the one who pointed out the gunman likely killed her by mistake. Yeah, well, there's a lot of missing pieces to this puzzle. He gently squeezed her hand. I don't want you to worry about it, though. I'll work through this with Rex once we've reached the rental property. Do you think we'll be safe there? The question came out before she could stop it. She shivered, even though it wasn't cold in the car. It feels as if no matter what we do, the deck is stacked against us. We'll be safe. Nobody but Rex knows where we'll be. He glanced at the rearview mirror. We're in the clear. Damien must have taken the money. She glanced at Micah's handsome profile. And someone from the company must think I'm involved. Although, I don't know why killing me changes anything. It won't bring Damien or the missing money back. No. But I'm starting to think Damien is doing this to make you look guilty. To frame you for the crime. And if I'm dead, he can point the finger at me as the real culprit? She didn't want to admit it made sense. But how does burning my house factor in? I wouldn't think his goal would be to hide the evidence of both the embezzlement and his attempt to shoot you. He glanced at her. If he's the gunman, he added. For all we know, he hired someone to go after you. Why wait 24 hours to come after me? That was the part that didn't make any sense. He went missing on Thursday. Richard reported him officially missing today on Friday. It was only after I spent hours being questioned by the police that I headed home. And it didn't get there until much later than usual. I'm not sure. Could be Damien expected you to get home earlier. You mentioned that you smelled something that made you stop and back out of the house. Did the scent remind you of Damien? No. I smelled a hint of cigarettes mixed with body odor. She wrinkled her nose. It was not familiar. To be honest, if I'd recognized Damien's scent, I probably would have gone in to talk to him, to ask what was going on. That's interesting. Micah's gaze turned thoughtful. Damien hired someone to shoot you. He screwed up by letting you escape. Maybe that was part of the reason he set your house on fire. Maybe. It was a reasonable theory. She tried not to dwell on the loss of her photographs. Crying wouldn't change anything. After losing Tommy, she'd sought solace in attending church. She'd enjoyed the sense of community there, and the pastor's sermons had drawn her in. She had so much to be grateful for. Lost photographs wouldn't change the memories in her heart. Closing her eyes, she brought the images to mind. Her family's smiling faces as she graduated from high school and college. Tommy's arm thrown around her shoulders as he hugged her. Tommy in uniform, after joining the army. He wasn't supposed to smile, but his eyes had crinkled at the corners as if he were holding back a grin. She missed him. Missed her parents. She'd never felt so alone as she did now, even with Micah sitting beside her. Are you okay? Micah's question made her realize she'd been squeezing his hand during the onslaught of memories. Yes. Fine. She forced herself to relax her fingers. Micah was her tether in the storm. She was grateful to have his help. Yet she couldn't allow herself to get too attached. Once the danger was over, he'd go back to his life, while she attempted to rebuild the wreckage of hers. Micah felt awful about what Bryn was going through. First the shooting, then Lori's murder. And now this. She was clearly hanging on by a thread, and he was at a loss for words that would make her feel any better. She'd lost her home, her personal items. He found it hard to imagine how she was holding herself together. His heart ached for her, yet he knew he couldn't let his emotions get in the way of keeping her safe. Whoever was behind these attacks had come too far to go away quietly. This guy, likely Damien, would not stop until he'd killed her. Something Micah would not allow to happen. Not for the first time he considered buying fake passports and taking Bryn out of the country. If she disappeared, much like Damien, she couldn't be killed. And from what he could tell, there's nothing holding her back. Certainly nothing keeping her in Madison, Wisconsin. He'd give up his life to ensure her safety. Yet even as he considered contacting Di to see if she had any input as to where they could get fake passports, he sensed Bryn wouldn't agree to the plan. He couldn't do anything about that yet tonight, so he pushed the possibility aside to focus on driving. When he passed a grocery store that still had lights on inside, he slowed and made an abrupt turn. He hadn't anticipated any stores would be open this late. Most of them ended the late hours during the pandemic. But they needed food. And maybe they could even find some clothing for Bryn. Are we shopping? She looked at the store in confusion. Yep. We'll get the necessities like coffee and breakfast food. He pulled into the parking space and grinned, trying to lighten the mood. Maybe we'll find shoes and socks for you. I doubt it. Socks maybe, but not shoes. She stared down at her feet for a moment, then pushed her door open. I'll be fine. The way she walked indicated her feet still hurt. He would have offered to have her stay in the car, but he didn't know what she liked to eat. Store didn't accept credit cards, but that was okay. He'd stopped at a cash machine prior to heading out to meet Bryn. She was right in that they only had socks. He picked out the warmest pair and held them up. Will these work? Sure, she shrugged. They won't fit inside my shoes, but that's okay. It wasn't okay, but he couldn't fix that issue for her now. Tomorrow morning would have to be soon enough. After adding the socks to the cart, he loaded up on breakfast food, including coffee and creamer for Bryn, along with sandwich items and a couple of frozen pizzas for dinner. The total wasn't as bad as he'd expected, and soon they were back outside in the SUV. The rental house was only a few miles away. Upon reaching the property, he drove past, scanning the neighborhood homes for anything unusual. Despite being a Friday night in spring, the area appeared to be quiet. Granted, at 10:30 at night, he assumed couples with small children were tucked in for the night. Elderly people, too. If there were teenagers in the area, they weren't hanging around outside. After driving around the block, he pulled into the driveway. There was an attached two-car garage, so he left the motor running as he shifted into park and pushed open his driver's side door. Stay here. I'll be right back. Bryn nodded without saying a word. He headed up to the door and entered the key code to get inside. From there, he walked through the house, flicking lights on as he went, until he reached the door leading to the attached garage. He pressed the automatic opener, watching as the large garage door lumbered open. A few minutes later, he pulled the SUV inside the garage and killed the engine. Bryn moved slowly as she joined him. He grabbed their grocery items, then closed the garage door to hide the car from the street. After setting the groceries on the counter, he began putting things away, watching with concern as Bryn gingerly walked through the open concept kitchen and living room. I'll look at your feet in a moment. He set the package of bandages he'd purchased off to the side. Just sit and rest, okay? Yeah. She looked despondent as she sank into the plush living room chair. This is a nice place. He'd barely noticed, but now realized she was right. Rex had done good. He needed to call his boss, but wanted to examine Bryn's feet first. He put the last of the groceries away, then filled a bowl with warm water. He found a washcloth and towel in the bathroom and carried everything into the living room, setting him on the table beside her. Let's take a look. He knelt before her, carefully removing her shoes and socks. I can do this, she protested. Let me. He glanced up at her, searching her gaze for a moment. Then he winced when he saw the bloody blisters. Wow. These must hurt like crazy. They sting. Stupid shoes weren't made for running, she muttered. I'm sorry. He wished he could have done something different to avoid the injuries. Looks like you have 2 blisters on each foot, one on each big toe and another along the back of your heels. I see that, she sighed. I guess it could be worse. Remembering Lori's dead body, he had to admit that was true. Bloody blisters were better than being shot in the chest. Yet he still didn't like seeing her hurt, especially over something that wasn't her fault. After washing the blood away, he wrapped a towel around her feet to dry them. When that was done, he applied antibiotic ointment to her blisters before carefully bandaging them. He wished now that he'd have purchased 2 boxes of bandages, but he hadn't realized she had multiple blisters. Let me get the new socks. He rose and carried the blood-tinged water to the sink. He brought the socks back, knelt at her side, and carefully slipped them on over the bandages. Thank you. Her voice hitched. Alarmed, he looked up to see she was crying again. Bryn, don't. Please don't cry. I'm not. Her voice was a strangled whisper as more tears rolled down her cheeks. Micah couldn't stand it, so he leaned forward and pulled her into his arms. To his surprise, she buried her face in his chest. It's okay. He stroked his hand down her back as tears soaked his shirt. I promise. We'll find a way to get through this. Will we? Her voice was thick with emotion. I've been trying to have faith in God's plan, but it's not easy. He wasn't convinced her suffering was part of God's plan, but he didn't want to say anything to make her even more upset. He knew Grady McFarland and his new wife, Lauren, were believers. His own past, being knocked around by his old man when he was drunk, then being left by his mother, wasn't exactly conducive to attending church or believing in God. All we can do is pray that we'll uncover the truth very soon. He wondered if he should call Grady and get a quick tutorial in faith. Please, try to hang in there. The most important thing is that we're safe. Okay. Her voice hitched again, but then she sniffed loudly. I'll try. That's my girl. He held her for another long moment until she lifted her head and looked up at him. He stared into her brown eyes, noting there was a hint of gold that rimmed her pupils. The urge to lean in and kiss her was strong. Micah did his best to ignore it. Bryn didn't need him to make a move on her. Not in a time like this. I appreciate your help, she murmured. I would probably be dead by now if not for you. You're stronger than you think. He managed to smile. Let's find some tissues. Before he could stand, she brushed a chaste kiss against his cheek. He was humbled by her gesture, then reminded himself that she probably viewed him as her older brother. Tommy wasn't here, so Micah was stepping into his shoes, which meant kissing was off the table, now and forever. Clearing his throat, he pushed himself to his feet and carried the bandages, washcloth, and towel to the bathroom. Maybe it was his imagination, but he could swear the skin on his cheek still tingled from her kiss. Knock it off, he silently chided himself. Bryn needed a helping hand, a shoulder to cry on, a strong arm to lean on. That's all. The fact that he cared about her more than he should was his problem, not hers. He would rather cut off his fingers than make her feel uncomfortable. Time to focus on the case. He fished out his phone and called Rex. His boss didn't answer. So he left a quick message. "Hey, I know it's late, but call me if you can. There's new information you need to hear." Was that Rex? Bryn padded into the kitchen. She wasn't limping anymore, which was a relief. As long as they didn't have to go on the run again anytime soon, her blisters should heal in a few days. "Yeah, I left him a message." He pulled out a kitchen chair. "Please sit. Better yet, find the master suite. You should get some rest, Bryn." "Not sure I'll be able to sleep." She sank into the chair. "What are you going to do?" He hesitated, then gestured to the door leading to the garage. "I have a laptop in my car." Without waiting for her to respond, he headed out to grab the device. He returned, setting it on the kitchen table. "If you have a minute, I'd like you to show me pictures of Damien and Richard, the owners of the company." "Sure. But how does that help?" It might not, but I'd like to know who we're dealing with." He opened the laptop and logged in. Then he used a common search engine to type in the name Damien Rochester in Digital Creative Express. "That's him," Bryn said when a picture bloomed on the screen. The smiling face of a dark-haired man wearing an expensive suit stared back at him. The guy's dark hair was artfully styled, a far cry from Micah's military cut. Not that he cared if Bryn found this guy attractive. Okay, he did care, but that wasn't important right now. "If you go on the company website, you'll see Richard's photograph there too." Bryn's comment shook him from his thoughts. "Got it." He clicked on the link. Both men's photographs were on the same page. Freeman's was listed first, with Damien's underneath. Richard also had dark hair and wore glasses, giving him a more studious look. Why is he listed first? Did Richard own more of the company than Damien? "I don't think so," she shrugged. They didn't talk much about that. Richard handled more of the marketing and branding side of things. Damien used to work on those accounts too, but recently branched off into doing public relations stuff. He glanced at her. Do any of Damien's accounts seem suspicious? Maybe Damien got caught up in something he shouldn't have. "It's public relations, not government secrets." She waved a hand at the screen. "Most of the stuff they do is boring." "You need to think about the more recent accounts," he pressed. "Maybe what looks boring on the outside isn't routine at all." "I'll try." She looked thoughtful for a moment. Before she could say anything, his phone rang. "This is Rex." He picked up the device. "Thanks for calling me back."
Yeah, I've been on the phone with the feds and the Madison police.
Rex got straight to the point.
Are you with Bryn?
"Yes, she's sitting beside me." A niggle of concern snaked down his spine. "Is something wrong?"
Yeah, you could say that. I knew about the fire before I listened to your message. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
Rex asked.
Any other information you've stumbled across?
"No. Why? What's going on? Should I put this call on speaker so Bryn can hear?" Rex sighed.
Sure. It's not good, though. So, be prepared.
He wasn't sure how things could possibly get worse, but he trusted his boss. He'd have rather had this conversation in private, but that wasn't fair to Bryn. Not that any of this was fair to Bryn. "You're on speaker, Rex. Tell us what's going on."
Okay. The fire at Bryn's house wasn't an accident. It's officially been ruled as arson.
That much he'd already anticipated, so he relaxed. "Yeah, we expected that. Any idea when the fire was started?"
They estimate it burned for 30 to 40 minutes before the call came in,
Rex said.
They're still working on the exact timeline, but the biggest problem is that the house wasn't empty at the time of the blaze.
Color leached from Bryn's face, and Micah was glad she was sitting down. "What do you mean? Bryn lives alone."
Yeah, well, they found a deceased adult male, approximately 6 feet tall and 180 pounds, lying on the floor in the main bedroom.
Bryn gasped and put her hand over her mouth. He knew what she was thinking. Any idea on the victim?
No ID yet. The face is too badly burned, and there was no wallet found at the scene. The fire didn't kill him, though. He died of a gunshot wound to the back of his head.
Gunshot wound? He thought about the gunfire that sent Bryn running. Not self-inflicted?
Nope. The entry wound is low on the back of the skull. The death is being investigated as a homicide. There's no ID on the body yet. They'll send the DNA for testing. But they found a set of gold cufflinks at the scene engraved with the initials DR.
Bryn's stricken expression confirmed his fears. The cufflinks belonged to Damien Rochester. Chapter 5. Reeling from shock, Bryn tried to understand what Rex was saying. Damien was dead, murdered, and left in her house? Who killed him? And why? Because he stole the money? Okay, but then why had the same gunman come after her? Any idea how long it will take for the police to identify the victim? Micah asked. I know DNA takes time, but can they put a rush on the sample?
I don't know,
Rex said.
I asked, but the lieutenant I spoke to didn't have an answer. Sounds like they're operating under the assumption that the dead guy is Damien. And I can't lie to you. They want Bryn to come in for questioning ASAP.
She managed to find her voice. Do they plan to arrest me?
I don't know that they have probable cause for an arrest,
Rex said.
However, the police are aware of your relationship with Damien, and there's no denying he was found dead in your house.
I've been with Bryn for hours, Micah said. They can't pin Damien's murder on her. She wasn't anywhere near her home until the fire was well underway. There was a brief silence. Micah reached across the table to take her hand. She clung to the warmth of his fingers, still trying to assimilate what had happened.
I understand you're Bryn's alibi, but they still want to talk to her. It's important that they clear her so they can move on to other suspects. It's not good that Damien Rochester, or whoever the dead man is, was murdered in her home.
I'll talk to the police. Bryn pushed the words through her tight throat. I didn't hurt anyone. I don't even own a gun. Was there a weapon found at the scene? Micah asked.
Lieutenant Krogan wouldn't say. He only talked to me in hopes of interviewing you and Bryn,
Rex admitted.
Even though I dropped the name of the FBI agent we worked with on Mac's last case, he wouldn't say too much.
That figures, Micah muttered.
It's an active investigation.
Rex's tone was reasonable.
If I was the cop working the case, I wouldn't say much outside of those integral to the investigation either.
Bryn swallowed hard, trying not to panic. Had Damien been the one who fired at her initially? Or had the gunman gone to her house, found Damien waiting there, killed him, then fired at her? The scenario seemed surreal, but she wasn't sure how else to piece the events together. Who have you been working with? Micah asked. I want to be sure the police don't take the easy way out by trying to pin this on Bryn.
Lieutenant Krogan. Luke Krogan. He's working the case along with detectives Hallbrook and Anderson, who spoke with Bryn initially.
Rex paused, then added,
If you ask me, they believe Bryn knows more than what she's told them.
I don't. I was completely honest with them. Bryn held Micah's gaze, tightening her grip on his hand. Damien was my boss. I didn't have access to his personal bank accounts or anything like that. Dating him for a few weeks shouldn't be enough to accuse me of being part of the embezzlement scheme, much less murder. Micah's expression was grim as he looked toward the phone sitting on the table between them. Text me Lieutenant Krogan's number. We'll call him in the morning.
Will do. You made it to the rental property without difficulty?
Rex asked.
Yeah, I have my laptop and plan to do a little investigating on my own. Micah squeezed her hand, then released it. We'll be in touch.
Okay. Let me know how it goes in the morning.
We will. Later. Micah reached over to end the call. His blue eyes held hers. Are you okay? She shook her head. It's hard to imagine how this happened. Did the same man who took shots at me and killed Lori also murder Damien? And why do that at my house? He must know I've been with you. His attempt to pin this on me won't work. She frowned. Will it? I don't see how you can be held responsible. Micah's reassuring tone helped a little. I'm a former Army sergeant who was awarded a Bronze Star after our last tour in Afghanistan, and that makes me a credible witness. It took a moment for her to make the connection. If you weren't a credible witness, the police could believe you're lying for me? Or lying because I'm involved too? Micah shrugged. Don't worry. I don't think that will happen. Try not to dwell on the worst-case scenario, okay? Easier said than done. She'd never broken the law, other than being cited for speeding. And that was 4 years ago when she'd relocated to Madison from St. Louis. The idea that she'd not only conspired to embezzle money from the company, but also to kill Damien was ludicrous. She didn't live an extravagant lifestyle and didn't aspire to do so. Hey, we'll figure this out. He patted her hand. Why don't you try to get some sleep? Sleep? She shook her head, knowing there was no way in the world she'd be able to do that. The central issue here is the missing money, and if Damien didn't steal it, or if he had help, someone else from the company must be involved. Micah sighed, but then pulled his laptop closer. Okay, let's start with a list of the employees. I don't know all of them personally. There's some that I rarely interact with. I'll start with those I saw regularly. She drew in a deep breath to clear her mind. Gwen White is Richard's assistant. We were close friends until this happened. Then there's Sam Wong. He's the graphic designer. I scheduled a lot of meetings for Sam and Damien. As she spoke, Micah typed the names into the computer. She leaned forward and tapped the screen. Sam's last name is spelled W-O-N-G. He was born here, but his mother was from China. Got it. Micah made the change. Who else? Tabitha Reed works in human resources. She also handles the company's payroll and financial statements. We went out for dinner sometimes, as she was recently divorced and wanted to get out of the house. She frowned. Now that I think about it, Tabitha may have been the one to uncover the missing funds, unless that was Richard. He handled most of the financials, which makes it strange Damien would try to steal in the first place. Hard to know what the underlying motive is, Micah said. Maybe Damien thought Richard was taking more than his fair share. How many employees total? 20, but that includes Richard and Damien. There are additional writers and graphic designers who work only part-time from home. I didn't interact with them much, and I don't think they have access to any of the financials or banking accounts. She put a hand to her temple. Simone Gall, Dion Carter, Tina Warren, Cindy Ackerman, and Herb Dillon. They all work for Sam. Tabitha has an assistant, Emily Conrad. She mentally counted, realizing she was missing a few. Oh, I almost forgot Joe Talbert, Eric Stalin, and Jessica Albert. They're also part-time and work from home. The office must be rather small then, if there's only, 7 people who work on site? Micah arched a brow. I'm surprised Richard and Damien didn't just have everyone work from home. They did during the pandemic,
but afterward they brought some of the employees back into the office. I started after the pandemic, so I was always on site. She personally liked interacting with other people. Working from home and being alone all day hadn't sounded like fun. I prefer going in, despite the crazy traffic. Micah nodded, staring at the names he'd listed on the screen. Sounds like we should focus on the 7 of you who work out of the office. It seems most likely that the stolen money came from someone with inside access. Did the police question Tabitha? Yes, I think everyone was questioned. But they kept us separated, so I don't know if the other interviews went as long as mine did. She grimaced. And I'm the only one who was fired on the spot. Micah's gaze turned sympathetic. Maybe others were let go later. You don't know for sure you're the only one. I guess. She'd been so shocked to be told her services were no longer needed that she hadn't considered others were let go too. If Tabitha found the discrepancy, then I'm sure she's still employed, and Sam wouldn't have access to bank accounts either. He frowned. If you don't have access to Damien's bank accounts, then why were you let go? I have no idea, she sighed. Probably because Damien and I dated. If I hadn't gone out with him, I wouldn't be in this mess. You don't know that. Maybe Damien still would have tried to frame you, Micah said. Okay, but that doesn't make sense anymore now that we know he's dead. She stared at him. Maybe Richard did this. He took the money, framed me and Damien, then killed his partner, leaving him at my house to implicate me. Anything is possible. I'll start with Richard before digging into the background of the other employees. He gestured to the hallway leading to the bedrooms. You really need to try to get some sleep. She was about to protest when a wide yawn caught her off guard. Her mind still whirled, but her body craved rest. Maybe Micah was right. She could try praying to ease her mind enough to fall asleep. Okay. Thanks. She rose and hid a wince as the tender blisters on her feet protested the movement. It didn't hurt as badly now that she wore socks. But she wasn't anxious to put the stupid flat-soled dress shoes back on. Good night, Micah. Good night, Bryn. His low, rumbling voice followed her down the hall. Remembering how she'd kissed him made her flush with embarrassment. She shouldn't have done that. But the way he tenderly cared for her injured feet, it touched her deeply. She couldn't remember anyone doing something like that for her, except maybe her mother when she and Tommy were young. She shook off the image of Micah kneeling at her feet. She's being overly emotional about this. He was being kind, nothing more. Hadn't she learned her lesson about dating the wrong man? She hadn't given Damien her heart. She'd known after a few dates that they weren't meant to be together. But Micah was different. He was Damien's complete opposite, and she knew he had the power to break her heart if she was foolish enough to give it to him. No. It was better to keep Micah firmly planted in the friend category. He was here because of Tommy. And if she were honest, she needed friends right now. Work friends obviously couldn't be trusted in times of trouble. The way Gwen had stared at her with suspicion prior to Richard walking her out the door proved that. She washed up and crawled into bed, tugging the covers to her chin. Closing her eyes, she lifted her heart in prayer. Please, Lord Jesus, hear my prayer. Please help us uncover the truth while keeping us safe in your loving arms. Amen. Micah sat staring at the computer for a long moment. He glanced over his shoulder when Bryn finally disappeared into the bedroom. He squelched the urge to give her a good night hug and kiss. He wasn't there to date her. He was there to keep her safe. And right now, he needed to stay focused.
the best way to help Bryn was to figure out what was going on. He pulled the computer closer and started with Richard Freeman. When Micah had started his private investigator business, he'd purchased software access to databases that most people didn't even know existed. Bryn's comment about Richard being the one responsible for the embezzlement and framing her for Damien's death made sense. While he didn't like Damien on principle, it was possible that Damien had uncovered the truth behind Richard's embezzling the money. To throw suspicion off himself, Richard killed Damien and set Bryn up to take the fall. He wondered if Damien had been dead longer than 24 hours. The autopsy should reveal the timeline, if the corpse wasn't too badly burned. Maybe Richard assumed that setting the house on fire would muddy the water about when Damien had been shot and killed. Micah rose and made a pot of coffee. He'd pulled all-nighters before, but knew from experience that staring at the screen lulled him into a state of fatigue. Very different from being stationed in enemy territory overseas. Sipping his coffee, Micah worked on Richard Freeman for the next hour. The guy owned 2 houses, one in Florida, along with 2 cars, a Corvette that he likely kept at the Florida house, and a BMW SUV here in Wisconsin. He made a mental note to ask Bryn how often Richard went to Florida. Based on his initial investigation, Richard's financial situation was solid. The guy had $2 million tucked away in a retirement account, along with 2 properties and cars that were paid off. He also owned a boat that he also kept in Florida. Micah wondered if Richard had taken the money with the goal of retiring early. He could easily sell the property in Madison and move to Florida to live permanently. Yet, if that was the case, why steal from Damien? Why not just sell the company and split the proceeds? Did Richard think he was owed more than his partner? Either way, Micah didn't see any evidence of a large cash windfall. If Richard had taken the money, he'd likely hid the funds in an offshore account like Switzerland or the Cayman Islands. Offshore wire transfers were much harder to track, and frankly, Micah didn't have the resources to do that. But the feds did. He made another note to ask Rex to check in with the Wisconsin FBI office. Now that 2 people were dead, Lori Eastman and Damien Rochester, he felt sure the feds would be interested in what was going on. When he'd finished with Richard, he moved on to Damien. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything of interest there either, except maybe for the fact that Damien didn't have as much money socked away or 2 properties and 2 cars. That gave him pause. Why the discrepancy? Was it possible that Richard had gotten some of that money from an inheritance or some other source? Bryn had mentioned the 2 men were basically equal partners in the business. His list of things to follow up on was growing. He yawned and scrubbed his hands over his face. Fatigue was hitting hard, so he walked over to stretch out on the sofa. He'd learned in the Army that short combat naps were essential to staying alive. He didn't think they were in danger here. Rex was the only one who knew where they were, so he didn't set an alarm. 5 hours later, he awoke, going from groggy to fully alert in less than 3 seconds. He reached for his weapon and rolled to his feet, scanning for threats. It soon became apparent that the sound he'd heard was coming from Bryn's room. Bolting down the hall, he didn't hesitate to throw open the door, staying to the side and peering over the edge in case the gunman had somehow gotten inside. The room was empty, except for Bryn moving restlessly on the bed. She mumbled something he couldn't make out. Tension eased from his limbs as he realized she was having a bad dream. Tucking his weapon into the holster at his waist, he padded onto the room and rested a hand on Bryn's shoulder. Bryn, wake up. It's just a dream. He leaned back when she swung out at some unknown threat. Bryn, it's Micah. Wake up. She finally stopped struggling and peered up at him through the darkness. What's wrong? She abruptly sat up, pushing her red hair from her eyes.
Have the police come to arrest me? No. You were having a bad dream. He frowned. Did you dream you were being arrested? No. She blinked and looked around the room as if trying to remember where they were. I dreamed Damien was in the burning house, banging on the windows and begging me to let him out. She shivered and wrapped her arms around her torso. It was awful. I could see the fire raging behind him. I screamed, and suddenly you were there. He sat on the edge of her bed. That sounds terrifying. But remember, Rex said Damien died of a gunshot wound to the back of his head. He wasn't burned alive in the house. I know. She closed her eyes for a moment. I don't know why I dreamed he was screaming at me to let him out. Maybe because you're starting to believe Damien is innocent rather than guilty of embezzling funds. He smiled reassuringly. The subconscious mind can play tricks on us. I don't think you should dwell on that dream or try to understand the meaning behind it. Why don't you try to go back to sleep? I don't want to. She shivered. What time is it? He glanced at his watch. 5:45 in the morning. There's time to sleep for another hour or so. She shook her head and climbed out of bed. She'd slept in her business clothes, which were now badly wrinkled. I can't. I'm usually an early bird. I normally get up at 6 to get to work by 8. Once I'm up, I'm up. Okay then, I'll make breakfast. He rose, moving toward the door. The stores won't be open until 9, so we'll head out then to buy you something comfortable to wear. I can't wait, she smiled wryly. Sorry to have woken you. No problem. I have a few questions for you, but we can talk about that later. He gave her a nod, then left the room, closing the door behind him to give her some privacy. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't barge into a woman's bedroom, and nothing about this situation was normal. At least he hadn't lost his soldier instincts. He rubbed the back of his neck as he headed back into the kitchen to make a fresh pot of coffee. The few hours of sleep had helped him take the edge off. He hadn't gotten as far into the investigation as he'd hoped, and other than the discrepancy between Richard's and Damien's financial situations, he found nothing out of the ordinary. When Bryn padded into the kitchen, still wearing the socks over her blistered feet, he nodded at her. Coffee's almost ready. I'll put new bandages on your feet before making breakfast. I can do it. She accepted the coffee, taking a careful sip. I'm not helpless. He frowned. I never said you were. You mentioned having questions? She carried her coffee mug to the table. He found a pad of paper and a pen and had scribbled notes while he worked. I can barely read your handwriting. Yeah, well, I can read it. He filled a second mug, then joined her at the table. Did Richard inherit any money? He has way more in assets compared to Damien. How do you know that? I have ways. He waved a hand. Part of my PI business is having access to various databases. I haven't found much other than Richard owns property here in Madison as well as in Tampa, Florida. Not to mention 2 rather expensive cars and a $2 million retirement fund. Really? She looked surprised. I knew about the Florida house, obviously. He heads down for a week every month during the winter. He's gone at the end of March, but he was back in the office on Monday. How does Damien feel about that? He wondered if Damien resented his partner being gone so much. No idea. Damien never complained to me, if that's what you're asking. She tipped her head to the side. Her gaze was going sharp. You're saying Damien doesn't have similar money stashed away? Nope. That's why I was wondering if he might have resented Richard. That sort of resentment could be the motive behind embezzling from the company. But murder? That took things to a whole new level. Yet he also knew that criminals would go to great lengths to hide their crimes. How had Damien ended up dead? That was the puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. What's this about offshore accounts? Bryn glanced up at him. You think that's where the embezzled money is? Exactly. Did you ever hear if either Richard or Damien used accounts in Europe or maybe in the Cayman Islands? Those are popular places to hide money. Never. She stared down at her coffee for a moment. Richard has assets here. Seems less likely he's involved. Maybe the reason Damien doesn't have a lot of assets on file is because they're in those offshore accounts. Maybe. That was one possibility. He never indicated he was short on funds, though, right? Not while we dated. In fact, he was always extravagant, making reservations at the most expensive restaurants. That kind of thing. She grimaced. It was impressive at first, but I grew annoyed with it after a while. I didn't understand why he felt the need to flash his wealth around like that. He nodded, thinking that was interesting. He always imagined people were drawn to those who were obviously wealthy. He thought about how his buddy Mac had resisted falling for his wife, Lauren, because she came from money. As it turned out, they were perfect for each other. Lauren was one of the most down-to-earth women he'd ever met, and her daughter Lucy was adorable. Would you like me to make breakfast? Bryn asked. I have a feeling it'd be best to talk to the police after I have something in my stomach. I'll do it. He jumped up, anxious for something to do. We don't have to hurry in for the interview either. We'll shop for clothes and shoes first. She wrapped her fingers around the coffee mug as if seeking warmth. I guess that's fine. But I'd almost rather get the interview over with. They questioned me for so long, repeating the same questions over and over again. I started to feel sick to my stomach. I don't think I'll be able to relax until this is behind me. I'm sorry you had to go through that. He wondered if Lieutenant Krogan would treat her the same way this time around. It seemed likely he would, for no other reason than Damien's body was found inside her home. Did Damien have keys to your place? He asked, glancing at her as he pulled eggs from the fridge. No, we didn't. She waved a hand, her cheeks pink with embarrassment. You know, I told Lori we didn't get that far along in our relationship, and that was the truth. Okay, I had to ask. The police would ask that and more. Lots more. For some reason, he didn't want to go straight to the police station for the interview. Obviously, he was Bryn's alibi. She couldn't have killed Damien, or Lori for that matter, since she was with him. Yet he still didn't like the situation. Damien's dead body had been left inside her burning house as a dire message. And that was even without Lori's murder indicating Bryn was in danger. Would the gunman position himself near the police station, waiting for them to show? Logically, criminals should avoid getting too close to the police. But he refused to be lulled into a sense of complacency. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to keep Bryn far away from everyone associated with this case. And he once again considered buying fake identities so they could disappear forever. Chapter 6. Bryn stared down at her coffee, wondering how Damien, and the gunman for that matter, had gotten into her house. Could they have picked the lock? She'd never considered getting a security system, mostly because she didn't have anything worth stealing. A bad guy breaking in to kill her had never once entered her mind. Over easy or scrambled? Micah's question about breakfast interrupted her thoughts. Either way is fine. Whatever you prefer. Her previous appetite had faded. The dream was still too fresh in her mind. Seeing Damien standing there, pounding on the window and screaming at her to help as the fire raged behind him, had been so real. Damien hadn't really burned to death. He'd been shot and killed. So why had she dreamed about him? Maybe Micah was right about the subconscious playing tricks on her. If she were honest, She wanted to scream at Damien about why he'd done this to her. Why'd he stolen money, then disappeared only to get himself killed? She'd never know what Damien's intentions were now that he was gone. While she felt bad for what he must have suffered, she didn't grieve over the loss. More coffee? Micah crossed to the table to fill her cup. Thanks. She tried to shake off the odd despair that seemed to have surrounded her heart. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm not usually so down. Nightmares have a way of lingering. Besides, these are not normal circumstances. Micah rested a hand on her shoulder for a moment before moving away. Food will help. 2 pieces of toast? Yes. She sipped her coffee, then stood, grateful her blistered feet felt much better this morning. Enough sitting around and feeling sorry for herself. Maybe her problem was that she wasn't keeping busy. I'll make the toast. Okay. Micah moved back to the stove. Thanks. I think you're right that we need to focus on the employees at the company. She placed 2 pieces of bread in the toaster. I also think we should consider whether something went wrong with one of our more recent clients. Went wrong how? He arched a brow. Like they canceled their account and wanted their money back? Nothing like that happened as far as I know, she admitted. But I can't help but wonder if the money was taken after Damien landed the new account. What new account? Micah's blue eyes were intense. You didn't mention this earlier. Did the police ask you about it? No. They focused on Damien's being missing and the money itself, not our clients. Maybe she should have mentioned it earlier. When you mentioned looking at our clients, I should have thought of the most recent one we'd landed. I'll make sure the police know when we head in for the interview. To be honest, everything happened so fast. I didn't really think about the data center project. Data center? Micah let out a low whistle. Those tend to stir up controversy. Despite what everyone thinks of a new business going in, the environmental impact is far more damaging than the average person realizes. Exactly. That's why they hired us to provide public relations expertise. The toast popped, so she quickly buttered it and added 2 more slices of bread to the toaster. I don't think the data center is the real issue, though. I think Damien must have stolen the money after they paid their deposit. Do you know how much that was? Micah asked. No, but Damien mentioned 7 figures. She grimaced. I don't think that was the deposit, but more likely the entire amount of the deal? That's a lot of money, Micah agreed. But I would think Damien has made a good salary over the past 7 years they've been in business, too. I know he did. It just doesn't make sense. She buttered the next 2 pieces of toast, then handed him the plates so he could add the eggs. They sat at the table. Micah pushed the laptop out of the way. I'd like to say grace. She cleared her throat. Dear Lord Jesus, we ask you to guide us on the path to the truth. We also ask that you please keep us safe in your care. Amen. Amen. He reached over to touch her arms. Thanks, Bryn. Of course. She managed to smile. I started attending church after Tommy's death. I knew things wouldn't work out with Damien when he refused to attend services with me. His loss. Micah held her gaze for a long moment. When this is over, I'd like to attend services with you. My buddy Mac, Grady, has recently started attending church. He seems to get a lot out of it. Really? She smiled for real now, humbled by his comment. She had a vague memory of Grady coming to Tommy's funeral. She hadn't known her brother's teammates very well. Only Micah, as they'd been friends through school. That would be great. She dug into her meal, suddenly hungry. Prayer had given her the strength she needed to get through this. The worst was over. They were safe now. Once she gave her statement to the police, she was convinced they'd finally believe her. Obviously, it helped that she had Mike as her alibi for the time frame of the fire and Damien's murder. I still have my phone. She finished her eggs and toast, then dug in her purse for the device. I might have access to my work email. You think so? Micah frowned. I'm sure they cut you off when they let you go. Well, there's only one way to find out. She held the phone to her face to unlock it, then checked her work email. Everything was still there. Richard must have forgotten to terminate my access. Interesting. Micah rose and carried their empty plates to the counter. Give me a few minutes to wash the dishes, then we'll review your messages. Setting the phone aside, she stood. I'm not sure we'll learn much. I never had access to Damien's personal email that he used from home, but it's worth a shot. That's surprising that Damien didn't share his personal email. He glanced at her. I'd think he'd want your help with all his correspondence. She shrugged. Gwen didn't have access to Richard's personal email either. We talked about it once. We'll say there's plenty of work to do without adding that to the mix. But you're right. I did manage my boss's personal and professional emails at my last job. Makes me think Damien and Richard had something to hide. Maybe. She wondered if Damien had found a new girlfriend after they'd broken up. Not that it mattered. She would have wished Damien well in his new relationship if he was still alive. It's hard to believe Damien is gone. To be fair, we don't have a positive ID yet on the dead guy, Micah pointed out. It's possible Damien is still alive. She waved that off as she dried the last of the dishes. I know for a fact that Damien was wearing those cufflinks the day he went missing. He always dressed in a nice suit, shirt, and tie. I'm sure he was the one who was killed. I just wish I knew why he'd been murdered. It's related to the money, sure, but was he killed because he stole it? Or did he figure out who did and was killed so he couldn't talk? Maybe your email messages will reveal a clue, Micah said. You might see something that triggers your memory. Okay. She handed him the towel, then returned to the table. She picked up her phone and opened her work email. Micah pulled up a chair and sat close, leaning in to see the screen too. His nearness was distracting, but she did her best to stay focused. Okay, here are some of the messages about the Wild Prairie Data Center. She opened the most recent one, but didn't see anything unusual. The next one was just as innocuous. What about messages between you and Damien? Micah asked. We should look at them since it's likely the police will be going through them. She glanced up at him, then scrolled to the most recent message from Damien. This message string is related to the data center. Mostly setting up meetings, nothing unusual there. Go back in time, Micah suggested. She was hesitant to go too far back, knowing that some of their more personal messages would be revealed. Yet he had a point about the police getting access to them. In fact, she would be surprised if they hadn't already gotten a search warrant for the information. Her cheeks burned as she reviewed some of the messages, especially the ones where Damien had flirted with her. She abruptly thrust her phone at Micah. You can see them for yourself. There's nothing interesting in there. He scanned her email, then looked at her. Sounds like he was very interested in seeing you again. He wasn't. She resisted the urge to cover her flaming cheeks. Even the back of her neck felt hot. I mean, he sounded all flirty and cute over email, but in person, things were different. Especially after I made it clear we weren't going to sleep together. He's an idiot, Micah said. He should have known better than to expect that. Thinking of how Lori had mentioned his staying overnight, she knew that wasn't necessarily true. Somehow, I don't think Damien suffered rejection very often. I guess. But he should know the difference between women who are easy and those who are worth marrying. Micah turned his attention back to her phone. She was caught off guard by his comment about her being the type of woman a man married. Flustered, she tried to remind herself that he wasn't referring to himself in that statement, no matter how much she wished otherwise. I hate knowing the police will see those messages. She wished for the zillionth time that she'd been smart enough to avoid dating her boss. It's embarrassing. You can't change the past, and honestly, I don't see anything else here that raises any concerns. Certainly not to the point of murder. He handed the device back to her. You should keep looking, though. You'd be more inclined to spot something unusual, especially in hindsight. I haven't yet. She sighed and continued going through her emails. She realized there were a series of them related to the end of the first quarter financial statements. She turned the screen so Micah could see them. There's discussion about the statements, but no attachment to show what they are. Do you think this is the prelude to finding the missing money? You can see they originate with Tabitha. Could be. He leaned in to read the message. You really have no idea how much money the company brings in each month. She bit her lip, thinking back. There was one time I caught a glimpse of the financial statement. I don't think it was supposed to come to me, so I just forwarded it on to Damien. That was from 6 months ago, maybe? The bottom line was that they had well over $750,000 in the account. But again, that was a 6-month report. If that's true, then the company brings in $1.5 million each year. He arched a brow. Not bad for a public relations and marketing firm. Not that I'm an expert in that sort of thing. Just because they made that much over 6 months doesn't mean that is their income on an annual basis. They could have just had a particularly good year. If I remember correctly, they brought on several new clients over the past year. When did they land the data center account? Micah asked. That was recently, maybe February? I'd have to look through the emails to say for sure. She turned back to her phone and began forwarding several of her messages to her personal account. It'd be easier to read through them with Micah on a laptop compared to a tiny phone screen. I think, hey, what just happened? What do you mean? Bryn tapped her phone screen to access her work email, but all that came up was a message that read, access denied. She sat back in her chair, stunned. The company just cut my access. Right now? Micah scowled. Do you think they realized you were online and looking at the messages? Maybe Richard does have something to hide, something he's worried you'll realize is important. I don't know. If Richard was worried about that, why wait until today to cut off my access? He could have done that the moment I left the office, or even before that when the police took me in for questioning. She wondered if Richard had been flagged about her being online. Dion was their technical support expert. Dion might have been doing some work when he'd noticed activity on her account. Yet it was a Saturday. The only people who worked weekends were Richard and Damien. They didn't approve overtime for the hourly staff except in extreme cases. Maybe Richard was working and had noticed her email was still active. If so, it made sense that he'd sent Dion a message to remove her from the system effective immediately. She set her phone aside, feeling sick. Being locked out shouldn't have been a surprise. Richard had fired her. There was no going back, even if she wanted to. Yet it felt as if the last connection to her previous life had been severed. For good. It's okay. Micah could tell Bryn was upset. We'll figure this out. I hope so. She stared at the phone as if it were a poisonous snake. It's just weird that they shut me out while I was using it. The timing was odd, but her logging onto the account could have activated something on their end. Didn't matter now. Although he still wondered if the data center account was somehow involved. He glanced at his watch. It was barely 7:30 in the morning, still too early to head into the store to buy clothes and shoes for Bryn. He rose to his feet to pour more coffee. The idea of reviewing her work emails had been a good one.
Now it was time to make a list of the company employees. If by some chance Damien hadn't been the one to steal the money, then someone else inside the company had done the task. Maybe someone with the skills to make it look as if Damien had done it. Or worse, made it look as if Bryn was the culprit. He glanced out the kitchen window to the street running along the front of the property. They'd come in at night. The houses looked different in the light of day. Maybe he should cruise around the neighborhood again, check out the make and model of the cars belonging to those who lived in the area. He glanced at the time again and decided they should head out earlier than he'd originally planned. I was able to send some of the messages to my home email, Bryn said. We can look at those in more detail, although I didn't notice anything strange when I first scrolled through them. That's fine. He tore his gaze from the window. But I'd also like to keep going through the list of employees. I did the initial background search, but we should look at other avenues to gain information. Social media, that kind of thing. I doubt anyone would post anything incriminating on social media, she protested. You never know. And it wouldn't be something obvious, but maybe a connection we could follow up on. He carried his coffee to the table. Do you want more? No, thanks. I'm already past my limit, she grimaced. We'll work for a few more minutes and then head out. He sipped his coffee, then set the cup aside. Show me what you have. I only managed to send a few of them, all related to the data center. She turned the computer so he could see the screen. No other big projects have come in recently? He asked. No, she frowned. The data center was in the works for a while. Damien was thrilled to have landed the deal. He tapped on the mousepad to go through each of the messages. The gist of the emails was that the general public was in an uproar over the data center, and the goal was to come up with a marketing and PR strategy to ease their concern. He frowned when one message caught his eye. The data center is already under construction? Yeah. The construction project was stopped, though, when the people started picketing the property. She eyed him curiously. I don't know why something like a data center would cause something as sinister as murder. There's an environmental impact, sure, but that's not exactly dangerous. The missing money must be the reason Lori and Damien were murdered. He wondered if someone within the city government got into trouble for approving the data center, then decided she was right. It did not make sense that a project like that could be the inciting incident. Unless Damien had taken bribe money? No, that wasn't logical either. Damien's company had been hired by the owner of the data center. With a sigh, he moved on to the next message. He didn't want to spin his wheels on something that might not be important. He wished Bryn had sent herself the financial statement so he could look at it for himself. But that document wouldn't prove anything either. Would the police have more information to share about the investigation? If so, he doubted they'd be willing to share. He finished going through the messages, then rose to his feet again, feeling restless. I can try calling Gwen, Bryn offered, watching him pace. She might be willing to tell me what's going on at the company. You think so? He turned to look at her. She'll confide in you as a friend? Normally, yes. We were good friends. At least I thought so. But when Richard fired me... Her voice trailed off, and she looked away as if embarrassed. He wondered if she'd ever been fired before. He had, but that was when he was a teenager. And in some ways, it didn't count. The only reason he'd been fired was because he'd been beaten by his father and showed up to work with bruises on his face, including a black eye. The grocery store manager had assumed he'd gotten into a fight and sent him home, telling him not to bother coming back. At the time, Mike had been too proud to correct his boss's erroneous assumption. He had been in a fight, but it was only in self-defense. Mike had been a skinny kid at 16. Over that next year, he worked out in the gym at school until he was strong enough to defend himself and his mother. Not that it mattered. His mother had taken off without him anyway. He understood that being fired from a job as an adult was different. It could make you feel worthless, especially if you didn't do anything wrong. After a long moment, she met his gaze. If I'm being honest, she looked at me with suspicion when Richard walked me out the building. But I'm sure that was mostly because Richard accused me of being involved. Now that she's had time to think about it, she must realize I'm innocent. That may be so, but keep in mind we still don't know what evidence they may have against you. He kept his tone gentle to soften the blow. If Damien planned to set you up from the very beginning, he must have implicated you somehow. Otherwise, Richard wouldn't have let you go. Richard can be a hothead. Gwen knows that. And she knows me, Bryn insisted. She knows I'd never steal anything. Bryn. He stopped pacing and crossed over to her. You thought you knew Damien, and look what happened. We think we know the people we work with, even those we're friends with. But the truth is that everyone has secrets. Her brown eyes bored into his. Even you? Yeah, even me. This wasn't the time to go into his troubled past. Even her brother Tommy hadn't known everything. Maybe secret is the wrong word, but there are deeply personal things from our past that we don't readily share with each other. So as much as you think Gwen knows you, how much do you really know about her? Or any of your work colleagues for that matter? He searched her gaze. Did you ever anticipate Damien would disappear? Or be accused of embezzling money from the company? Gwen or one of the other employees may have things in their past they haven't shared with you too. Okay, fine. You're right. I guess we only know what people tell us. She let out a heavy sigh and turned back to the computer screen. It's just hard to accept that someone I considered a friend would think the worst about me without a second thought. Try not to stress about things you can't change. His heart squeezed at the forlorn expression on her face. You have your church friends, right? They'll stand by you. Yeah. She dropped her gaze to her hands. Maybe that's the point. I must admit the entire experience has been humbling.
God must have wanted me to go through this for a reason, right?
He wasn't the expert on faith. I don't know about that. All this time, I thought my life was good. I had friends, or so I thought. A good job. And this. She stared up at him, her gaze troubled. You're my only true friend, Micah. I'd be lost without you. She reached for his hand, clinging to it. Thanks for being here when I needed you the most. Warning sirens shrieked in the back of his mind. Bryn was feeling vulnerable right now, and her attachment to him was understandable. He couldn't afford to read anything into it. I'm here for you, Bryn. He kept his tone light. And I'm sure you have other friends too. He glanced out the window, trying to think of something reassuring to say. Instead, a flash of a familiar steel gray car caught his gaze. He moved closer, realizing it was the same make and model as the SUV that he'd noticed outside Laurie Eastman's house. And it was rolling slowly past the rental property. Too slowly. We have to go, he spun from the window. Now! But my shoes. Run in your socks. I mean it, Bryn. We can't stay. He mentally kicked himself for lowering his guard, even for a moment. He glanced at her phone, wondering if Richard was behind all of this. The owner of the company could have easily used her phone to pinpoint their location. And with Damien gone, it suddenly occurred to him that Richard was now the sole owner of the company. Was that the point of this? Maybe. But he'd have to work through that later. When she reached for her phone, he grabbed her hand. No, leave it. That may be how we were found. He swept the laptop off the table and handed it to her. Hold on to this if you can. If not, drop it. I don't care. We're heading out back, the same way we did at Laurie's house. Understand? Yes, but where are we going? Bryn's voice hitched as she followed him to the back of the house. Too bad they hadn't left earlier for their shopping trip. It was too late now. Away from here. Hurry! He knew they only had a few minutes of a head start, not nearly enough time to get far enough away to escape getting caught. Micah silently prayed as he sprinted across the backyard, hauling Bryn along with him. They'd barely made it halfway across to the property that butted up along theirs when a barrage of gunfire pummeled the rental property behind them. Chapter 7. Not again. Please, Lord Jesus, not again. For the third time in less than 24 hours, Bryn ran from the sound of gunfire. Her breath stalled from her lungs as she dashed across the backyard of the rental property, following Micah's lead. She wanted to clap her hands over her ears to avoid the sound of the shots being fired, but she couldn't, with her hands clasping the computer tightly against her chest. The socks on her feet were no protection from the stones and twigs scattered on the ground. She swallowed hard against the sharp pain as her feet found every single one. Maybe wearing the uncomfortable dress shoes would have been better, but it was too late to go back to change now. The damp grass due to their recent rain and melted snow soaked her feet. How had the gunman found them? Her phone? Had they tracked her device to this location? She hadn't used the phone until today, having kept the phone powered off to preserve the battery. Her only goal was to get information on the company's recent clients and whether they were related to Damien's disappearance, a plan that had backfired in a big way. Micah didn't take a direct path, moving instead from one house to the next, staying off the roads as much as possible. She didn't argue. He was the expert. Yet she was falling farther behind as she stepped on yet another rock. As if sensing her distress, Micah turned and looked at her. Then he spun around to come to her side. "Lean on me," he whispered, "just a little farther." She nodded, her breath coming in pants that made it impossible to speak. She trusted his instincts more than her own, reassured by his solid presence beside her. She found the strength to push herself forward. They continued through one more backyard, then another, until Micah finally stepped near a house that appeared to be empty. He stood watching for a long moment, then pulled her to the ground when the sound of a car engine reached them. She knelt on the wet ground, her heart thundering so fast she was surprised he couldn't hear it. Maybe he could. A steel gray SUV rolled past. She bit her lip to keep from crying out in alarm. When the vehicle was out of sight, she glanced up at Micah. "Are we safe?" "Not yet." His expression was grim. "I got the license plate, though, so that's helpful. We're going to stay put for a few more minutes, okay?" She nodded, shivering a bit as the cold seeped through her wet socks. Not running was nice, but she wondered what they'd do if the steel gray SUV returned. The minutes slipped past slowly. After what seemed like eons, but was likely only 5 minutes or so, Micah straightened. "Okay, we're going to head through a couple more backyards." Again, she didn't see a reason to argue. She straightened, shifted the computer in her grip, then followed him across the street to the next yard. She was surprised, really, that none of the people inside the houses around them seemed to notice them moving through their property. If they did, she knew a call to the police would be the worst thing. They still needed to meet with the lieutenant to provide their statements. After crossing 2 more streets, Micah stopped. She leaned weakly against him, watching as he pulled out his phone. When he pulled up a rideshare app, she sighed in relief to know the running was over. At least for now. "Our ride will be here in a few minutes." His voice was low and husky. "Are you okay?" "Fine." There was no point in complaining. "I can't believe they found us at the rental house." "I know." He slipped his arm around her waist, giving her a brief hug as he scanned the area, every muscle in his body tense, as if on high alert. "I'm sure they tracked your phone. I should have told you to ditch it before now." Since that was what she'd already assumed, she nodded in agreement. "So that means someone at the company is involved. Likely Richard." A chill snaked down her spine. "He must have realized I was on the company system, called Dion to cut off my access, then sent the gunman after me." The more she thought about Richard being involved, the more she was convinced he was responsible. Richard. Or maybe someone else. He nodded toward the silver car headed toward them. "This is our ride." She pushed away from Micah, pulling herself together with an effort. He released her, tucked his weapon back into its holster,
then stepped forward to greet the driver. He opened the back door of the vehicle and gestured for her to get in. "You heading to the airport?" the driver asked as he pulled away from the curb. His gaze met theirs in the rearview mirror. "I didn't see any luggage." "Yes, we're heading to the airport. This is a last-minute trip. We'll buy what we need once we're there," Micah said, as if this was something he did every day. Their destination surprised her, although it made sense. Micah's car was still in the garage of the rental property, the one that had been pelted by gunfire. The rental car she'd used was still at the restaurant down in Beloit. Micah had sent her to the airport to get a rental car, and it seemed as if he was about to do the same thing again now. "Which airline are you flying?" the rideshare driver asked. "Delta," Micah answered without hesitation. Micah seemed a little too comfortable fabricating stories on the fly, although maybe that was part of being a private investigator. She took several deep breaths to calm her racing heart. They were safe now. But for how long? The question nagged at her, although she tried not to dwell on things she couldn't change. The trip to the airport didn't take long. She hoped their driver didn't notice she was wearing nothing but socks on her feet. "Thanks," Micah said, tapping his phone screen to leave a tip. Then he ushered Bryn into the main airport terminal. "The rental cars are this way." She gestured towards the sign. "I hope they don't remember me from yesterday, or they might wonder where my car is." "I'll have you wait for me." The corner of Micah's mouth turned up in a wry grin. "We'll figure out how to return the other rental car later." They found the rental car counter without difficulty. Bryn sat in one of the chairs that lined the wall as Micah stepped forward to obtain a car. She tried to relax. There was no way the driver of the steel gray SUV could know where they were. Unless Richard, or whoever was driving, decided this was the most logical place for them to get another car. Swallowing against a lump of panic, she did her best to remain calm. They were safe. They'd get a new car and be out of there very soon. And then what? She wasn't sure if Micah intended for them to head straight to the police department, or if he wanted to find another place to stay first. They needed a plan. Running around was getting old. "Bryn." She glanced up when Micah called her name. He gestured for her to join him, so she stood and padded over, leaving damp marks on the linoleum in her wake. "We're all set." He smiled encouragingly as he took the laptop from her grip. "Next stop, a store to buy you shoes and clothes." "Thank you." She followed him through the rear door to the parking lot where dozens of cars were parked. He led the way to a black SUV. Clicking the key fob, he unlocked the vehicle. She slid into the passenger seat as he set the laptop on the floor in the back. Then he took a few minutes to connect his phone to the car so he could make calls while driving. Yet she couldn't fully relax until they were out on the highway, putting distance between them and the airport. She twisted in her seat to glance behind them. "It's okay. We're fine." Micah's voice was calm and steady. "There's a store not far from here, although it's nothing fancy." "Sounds good. I'm not picky." She didn't mind shopping at a discount store. Anything there was better than what she was wearing now. "I'll take you shopping for real once this is over." His offer was sweet, but replacing her lost items wasn't his responsibility. Her insurance company would cover the cost. But that thought made her realize she needed to call her agent to report the fire. Was there a time frame for that? She glanced at him. "I'll need to contact my insurance company soon to file a claim. We'll get you a replacement phone at the store too. Do you know the number for your insurance agent?" She shook her head, feeling foolish. "No, but I'll be able to find it using the computer." He pulled into the parking lot and found a place to park. Thankfully, the store wasn't crowded at this hour of the morning. "Grab what you need," Micah said. "Don't worry about the cost. I'm going to find a new phone." "Thanks." Her first stop was the shoe department. Finding running shoes that fit wasn't difficult. She carried them to the women's clothing department. Styles were basic, but again, she couldn't afford to be picky. Besides, looking nice for Micah wasn't as important as comfort. After wearing her dress clothes for more than 24 hours, she was relieved to find a pair of jeans and a sweater that fit. Adding new underwear to the pile, she stopped to buy a hairbrush and basic toiletries. She hoped the cost wasn't too much. Turning, she noticed Micah heading toward her. He nodded in approval at the item she held in her arms. Ready to check out? Yes, please. She followed him to the only register manned by a clerk. 5 minutes later, she carried her bag of new clothes into the restroom to change. When she came out to meet Micah, she smiled gratefully. I can't tell you how nice it is to have warm feet. I'm sorry it took so long. His blue eyes darkened for a moment, but then he gestured toward the door. Ready to get out of here? Yes. She held the bag containing her dress clothes. She'd been tempted to toss them out, but the fact that everything else she owned was likely gone for good had caused her to rethink that plan. The clothes could be cleaned and worn again if she was able to land another job. I left Rex a message. Hopefully he'll call with a new rental property for us. Mike opened the passenger side door for her. I guess that means our next stop is the Madison police station. She knew they needed to get the task done, but she wasn't looking forward to it. May as well get it over with. I think we should wait to hear back from Rex first. He gave her a quick glance and shrugged. I don't know why, but I'm not keen on the idea. She frowned. I thought we talked about this. You and Rex said you don't think they'll arrest me. I don't see how they'll have probable cause to do that. He seemed to choose his words carefully, but I'm also having a hard time knowing how much we can trust them. As Rex pointed out, Damien was your boyfriend, and he was found dead in your house. She swallowed hard, trying not to panic. Rex seemed to think we'd be okay working with Lieutenant Krogan. Yeah, I have his number. Micah's expression turned grim. We'll call him in a bit. It seemed as if Micah was having second thoughts about talking to the police. Would it be better to go in voluntarily, or did he know something she didn't? If I'm in trouble, I don't want to take you down with me. She turned to look at him. Seriously, Micah, this is my problem, not yours. You've been nice enough to help keep me safe, but I don't think avoiding the police is smart. What if they issue a warrant for my arrest? I've thought of that, he admitted. We have the recent shooting at the rental property to validate our story. Yes, that does corroborate our story. She relaxed back against the seat. I still think we need to go straight to the police station. Micah drove in silence for a few minutes. When she noticed he was driving toward the Capitol, she realized he was taking her advice. This time, things would be different. She had to believe that with Micah's support, not to mention his being with her this entire time, that the police wouldn't treat her as a suspect. It was important they ruled her out so that they could focus on those responsible. Micah kept a wary eye on the rearview mirror as he took a roundabout way back to the city. He hadn't noticed a tail on the way to the airport, but he wasn't going to relax his guard either. The last time he'd thought they were safe, they'd barely escaped the rental property before a gunman opened fire. He would not make that mistake again. When his phone rang, he gratefully answered Rex's call. Thanks for calling.
What do you mean a gunman found you at the rental property?
Rex sounded upset.
How did that happen?
My fault, he admitted. Bryn used her phone to check work emails. Someone at the company noticed and cut off her access. A short time later, the steel gray SUV rolled by the house. We're safe now, but that was a close call. Rex was silent for a long moment, and he knew his boss was working hard not to call him an idiot for allowing that to happen.
I guess we know that someone within Bryn's company is responsible.
Yeah, that was our thought, he agreed. The timing is too much of a coincidence for the two events not to be connected. Richard must be the one behind this, Bryn spoke up. After uncovering the embezzlement, he tracked down Damien, killed him, and then tried to pin the whole thing on me. If not for Bryn reaching out to me, his plan may have worked, Micah added. He wouldn't have anticipated she'd have an alibi for the time frame in question.
That sounds like a plausible theory to me,
Rex said.
Have you spoken to Lieutenant Krogan yet?
No, but I'm heading into the city now. He glanced at Bryn, then added, You're sure we can trust him?
I have no reason to distrust him,
Rex said.
but you know how that goes. He may have something to tie Bryn to the murder.
I'm innocent, Bryn protested. That should count for something. It should, yes, Micah said. But he was concerned about what evidence may have been planted at her house. As he grew closer to the North District Police Station, the one governing the neighborhood of Bryn's home, the more he was second-guessing their decision. Rex, have you learned anything more about the homicide investigation?
No, other than, like I said, Lieutenant Krogan is anxious to talk to Bryn.
Another pause. Then Rex continued.
He called me again this morning, asking when you'd be there. I didn't give him your phone number, but assured him you'd be showing up sometime this morning. Don't make a liar out of me, Mick.
We're only a few miles away, he assured his boss. Once that's done, though, we need a place to stay.
Yeah, I have that set up for you. It's located in the southern part of the city. I'm sending you the address and the key code to get in.
As he spoke, Micah's phone dinged with an incoming text.
Try to stay off the radar this time, okay?
Yeah, that's the plan. Thanks, Rex. We'll let you know how it goes.
Good. Talk more later.
His boss ended the call. Micah was anxious to call his contact within the DMV to run the license plate number for the steel gray SUV, but that would have to wait. And really, there's a piece of evidence Lieutenant Krogan needed to have. The driver of that SUV was either Richard Freeman or someone the guy had hired to do his dirty work, most likely the latter. There was a small sign indicating a police station was up ahead. Interesting that they posted that sort of thing for the general public. He hadn't noticed that in Chicago. His eyes narrowed when he spotted a steel gray SUV parked along the side of the road maybe 2 blocks from the building he assumed was the police station. He instinctively slowed and made an abrupt turn to avoid driving past the parked car. What's wrong? Bryn immediately picked up on his unease. You don't think that was the same SUV that fired at the rental house, do you? I don't know. He drove around the block, wondering if he'd overreacted. The car wasn't shut off. The engine was running, which is what made me nervous. I can't believe the gunman would wait near a police station, Bryn said, exasperation creeping into her tone. Taking shots at us there would be a sure way to get caught. She had a point. He couldn't seem to relax his grip on the steering wheel. He pulled over to the side of the road and considered their options. Take the chance of going to the police station, or turn around and get to the rental property. His gut told him to get out of there, but Rex's comment about not making him a liar weighed heavily on his shoulders. He didn't want to create issues for his boss. Stay here. He put the gear shift into park. I'm going to go check out that SUV. You're really that worried about it? She frowned, then shrugged. Okay, I'll stay here, but I think I should get behind the wheel in case we have to leave in a hurry. Good plan. He placed his key fob in the center console, then pushed open his driver's side door. This won't take long. He didn't wait to see her move into the driver's seat before darting through the opening between 2 houses to reach the next street. If the SUV wasn't the one he was concerned about, he'd feel like an idiot. Better that than dead, he thought grimly. He paused near the side of the house where he could clearly hear a TV blaring loudly. Either the occupants were hard of hearing, or the walls of the dwelling were paper thin. He could see the steel gray SUV, but from this angle, he couldn't see the driver or the license plates. He eased away from the side of the house and turned to retrace his steps. Keeping his head down, Micah moved along the front of the house to the next one down. Then he crept up between those properties to see if he could identify the SUV. This angle was better, He hunkered down to avoid being seen, focused his gaze on the vehicle. He still couldn't see the license plate very well, but he could make out a tall person sitting behind the wheel. Why was the guy just sitting there? He was about to move closer when the steel gray SUV moved slowly down the street, coming to a stop a few doors down. That was strange, and Micah felt certain the guy was moving positions so that none of the neighbors would call the police or report a suspicious vehicle. The gunman had to be inside. He slowly rose and quickly made his way toward a large maple tree. From there, he could finally make out the license plate. It was the same number he'd memorized earlier. Satisfied his suspicions were confirmed, he turned to leave. The brake lights flashed, then suddenly, the car was rolling backward, coming toward him. Had the driver seen him? Micah turned and ran back to the opening between the two houses. As much as he wanted to stay and fight, he needed to get back to Bryn. She was alone in the rental without a weapon. When he heard the car getting closer, he kicked into high gear, sacrificing stealth for speed. He bolted toward the idling car, wrenching open the passenger door. "Go! Hurry! Turn right as soon as you can!" To her credit, Bryn didn't ask any questions and simply did as he asked. She shifted into gear and punched the gas. He pulled his weapon, turned in the seat, and looked behind them. The steel gray SUV was rounding the corner. "Go faster!" He lowered his window, getting ready to fire at the car behind them if needed, and keep taking turns to shake them off. "Maybe we should go directly to the police station?" Bryn's voice was tight with fear as she pushed their speed, then abruptly braked to make a turn. Then she sped up again. "Not now. Keep making turns, but try to go a couple blocks first." He had to admit she was doing a decent job of driving. He'd have rather been the one behind the wheel, but this way, he had a better shot of taking the driver of the SUV out of the picture if they got too close. Yet he didn't like the position of firing from the passenger seat. He couldn't afford to miss his target. "Okay." She slowed her speed to make another turn, but then went straight for several blocks. He didn't see the steel gray SUV, but feared it wasn't far behind. Then he saw it come around the corner so that it was behind them again. "Keep going." He glanced at the intersection up ahead, then back at the car that was slowly gaining on them. Enough of this. It was time to take drastic action. "Make a right-hand turn, then stop. Don't take the car out of drive, though, understand? Just stop and wait." "Stop?" Her voice was a squeak. "Are you sure?" Yeah. It was a risky move, but he wasn't sure they'd be able to continue avoiding this car for much longer. He waited for her to make the turn. The moment she stopped, he pushed open the door and hurried to the back of the SUV. 1 second. 2. 3. Then the steel gray SUV came into view. He fired at the front of the car, hearing the satisfying thunk as the bullet penetrated the frame and lodged inside the engine. He ducked back, barely registering the fact that the passenger window was lowering so that the driver could return fire. In a crouch, he hurried back to the passenger seat, sliding in and yanking the door shut. "Go!" Bryn hit the gas and peeled away from the curb as more gunfire rang out. "Keep going," he urged when he sensed her hesitation. "They can't follow us." "They can't?" Her voice rose in agitation. "Trust me." He turned in his seat, relieved to see that the steel gray SUV hadn't moved an inch. The car grew smaller until it was out of sight. For long moments, she drove without saying a word. Then she glanced at him. "Now what?" "Keep going." He wasn't going to turn around to head back to the police station now. Not after that. Micah didn't know how the driver of the SUV knew they were headed to the police station, but that was another coincidence he couldn't afford to ignore. He lowered his window again and tossed his phone out, listening with satisfaction as it shattered on the ground. From this point forward, they were on their own. Chapter 8. Tightening her grip on the steering wheel, Bryn struggled to maintain control. She couldn't believe the steel gray SUV had been waiting for them down the street from the police station, or that Micah had fired at the vehicle to disable it. "Are you sure about not going to the police station?" She darted a glance at him. "It's not like the driver can follow us in the SUV." "I don't like that the guy was waiting there at all." Micah's tone was flat and hard. "What if he knows someone inside the police department? For all we know, Richard is good buddies with someone inside the department who's willing to look the other way." "You don't really believe that?" She frowned as she stopped at a stop sign. That sounds like a conspiracy theory. I don't know what to believe. Micah didn't look upset by her comment. His expression could have been carved from granite. But I'm not going to risk driving to the police station now. You're familiar with this neighborhood, right? When she nodded, he said, "Okay then, head over to the pub. I'll take over driving from there." She wasn't upset about his wanting to drive, because now that the danger was over, her entire body had begun to shake. This was all so far outside her realm of experience. Her boring routine life was anything but, and she was starting to think that things would never go back to normal. They rode in silence for several minutes as she made her way to O'Brien's pub. The parking lot was empty at this early hour. She rolled to a stop and put the gear shift into park. Unclamping her fingers from the steering wheel, she turned to push her door open. "Bryn." He stopped her with a hand on her arm. She glanced over her shoulder at him. "Please, trust me, okay?" Ridiculous tears pricked her eyes. Why now that the danger was over? She wasn't sure. Unable to force words through her tight throat, she nodded and swung out of the car. Micah did the same, coming around to her side. Then he pulled her into his arms. Surprised, she didn't resist and buried her face against his chest. "Why me?" she asked in a choked voice. "Why is this happening to me?" "I don't know." He drew her tighter against him, pressing a kiss to her temple. "I think you're just a convenient scapegoat." He was probably right. Her poor judgment in dating Damien had made her an easy target. Yet she was the most law-abiding person on the planet. She found it unfathomable that the police would believe her capable of killing a man and setting her own house on fire. "You're going to be okay, Bryn." Micah's chest rumbled beneath her ear. Being cradled in his arms helped calm her rioting emotions. She didn't want to leave the shelter of his arms, but she forced herself to step back and lift her head. "Thanks, Micah." She sniffled and tried to smile. His blue eyes held hers for a long moment. He stood with his head tipped down so that their mouths were only a few inches apart. Without thinking it through, she went up on her tiptoes to close the gap, kissing him. She intended it to be an expression of gratitude, but something potent blazed between them. He pulled her in, deepening the kiss. And she reveled in his embrace, dimly realizing that Micah's kiss was far better than anything she'd shared with Damien. Then Micah abruptly lifted his head, an expression of regret darkening his gaze. "I didn't mean to let that get out of control." "You didn't." She licked her lips, then ducked her head. "I'm the one who started it." There was a pause as Micah seemed to search for something to say. He finally cleared his throat. "We'd better get out of here." "Okay." She pulled away and turned around the car. When she reached the passenger side, she realized Micah was still standing there, looking at her intently. Was he trying to read her mind? Good luck with that. She had no idea what had possessed her to kiss him. Yet she didn't regret the kiss. It was something she'd longed for since they first met back in high school. Pushing that thought away, she slid into the rental and buckled her seat. Micah did the same, then drove out of the parking lot to head south. Still rattled by the kiss, she tried not to stare at him. Micah was different from Damien, in every way. But the most important part of all was the attraction that shimmered between them. Well, at least on her part. Probably not on his. She glanced at him from beneath her lashes. He wore his blonde hair short, and the stubble on his cheeks only added to his rugged looks. He was all muscle compared to Damien, and she was fast learning that Micah had more integrity in his pinky finger than Damien had in his whole body. Enough. Micah was off limits. She needed to stay focused on their next steps. One thing was for sure. She wasn't going to stick around in Madison when the nightmare was over. She could head back to St. Louis, maybe see if she could get her old job back, or at least get references for another position. There was no reason to stay here. Yet, that was a problem for later. "Are you sure you're okay?" Mike asked. "You look upset." "I'm fine." She wasn't, but there was no point in complaining. "I was just thinking that we'll want to call Rex to let him know about the change in plans." She glanced at him. "I feel bad. He's stuck in the middle between us and Lieutenant Krogan. Krogan is not going to be happy we decided not to come in to provide our statements." "I know." Micah shrugged. "I ditched my phone, so we'll have to wait until we get to the rental property to power up the new devices." He sighed and added, "I guess it's a good thing I bought 2 disposable phones." She'd forgotten about how he'd tossed his phone out the window. So much had happened. She was stunned to realize only 30 minutes had passed since they'd left the discount store. 30 minutes that seemed like a lifetime. "Do you know where the rental property is?" A horrible thought hit. "Rex texted the information to you, but we don't have your phone anymore. What if we can't figure out where to go?" "I memorized the information. Don't worry." He didn't appear concerned. "We'll find the place and have no trouble getting in." "Good." She let out a long breath, grateful for his foresight, although it suddenly occurred to her that she was depending on Micah a little too much. Lapsing into silence, she gazed at the passing scenery. Tiny buds popped out on the trees, signs of new life after a long winter. The bright sun warmed the interior of the car. Typical April. The weather was cold one day and warm the next. The beautiful day outside her window was the antithesis of the recent attempt to kill her. "Did you see the 2 men back there?" Micah asked, interrupting her troubled thoughts. She frowned, replaying the sequence of events in her mind. "Now that you mention it, yes. There was one man behind the wheel, leaving the other one who got out of the passenger seat to shoot at us." "Yeah, that's what I saw too." He paused, then added, "You didn't recognize either of them?" "No. It happened fast. I think the guy in the passenger seat wore a hoodie." She tried to bring the image in her mind into focus, but it was no use. The face of the man who'd fired at them was nothing more than a blur. "I didn't really pay attention to detail. I was too focused on getting us out of there." "I know. It's fine." His brow furrowed. "I just wondered if they could have been someone who worked at your company." She wished she could have given him a definitive answer, but she couldn't. "I honestly don't know. I'm more familiar with the people I work with every day. Some of the employees I only see at company-wide meetings because they do most of their work from home. Most of those are on video calls. I don't pay attention to their faces other than taking attendance. It's my job to take notes for Damien." "Okay. I'm just asking. As soon as my phone is working, I'll give my contact at the DMV a call. He'll give me the information related to the steel gray SUV's license plate registration." "Really?" She frowned. "Isn't that against the law?" He shrugged. "Yep. But his brother served with us in Afghanistan. Alex knows I'm only using the information to help keep people safe." Another reminder that the only reason Micah was sitting there beside her was because he felt bad about Tommy's death. He'd reacted to her kiss the way any man would. It wasn't personal. She needed to remember that. Micah was a friend, nothing more. The remnants of her life were in ruins. The last thing she needed was to add a broken heart to the list. Micah hoped his turbulent feelings toward Bryn weren't telegraphed over his features. She was Tommy's kid sister. She needed his protection, not to be kissed like there was no tomorrow. He needed to keep his emotions in check,
Keeping Bryn safe was turning out to be the most difficult job he'd ever taken on. The only mission that was more dangerous was the exfil operation that had gone sideways during their troop withdrawal from Afghanistan. Army soldiers had died that day, but civilians had lost their lives here too. The worst thing about this case was that they had no idea who their enemy was. Rex would be upset that he'd called off the police interview, but it couldn't be helped. Not after the near miss mere blocks from the police station. He was surprised the police hadn't responded instantly, considering they'd been so close to the department. Although at mid-morning, most of the officers would have been out on patrol. It didn't matter. He wasn't going back. The more miles he put between them and the incident of gunfire with the steel gray SUV, the better. Maybe he'd arrange for Bryn to speak to someone within the federal government. The feds were tasked with dealing with police corruption. Too bad he didn't have any evidence of that, only his paranoid suspicions. Micah focused on the address of the rental property. Without his phone, he couldn't use the GPS system, but he typed the address into the center console to get an idea of the location. He would have preferred to go around Madison, but with the capital being flanked by lakes, he was forced to go through the heart of the city. It was slow going, but at least they weren't being followed. Even if the steel gray SUV had called for backup, there was no way the bad guys could track them now. Once he reached the south side of the city, he was disappointed to see the homes were even closer together in this neighborhood. He frowned and considered driving straight through the state of Wisconsin until he reached the Illinois border. If they were found again at this rental house, their escape would be hampered by their close neighbors. He remembered how Grady had used log cabin rentals when he'd gone on the run with his wife Lauren and her daughter Lucy. Maybe that was a better plan. He ended the map application on the GPS and turned to get on the freeway to head north. "Where are you going?" Bryn sounded worried. "I thought you knew the address and the access code to the rental house." Another change in plan. He offered her a reassuring smile. "I have a better location in mind." She looked as if she wanted to argue, but didn't. After a few minutes, she asked, "Is this your way of protecting Rex?" That's part of it. This way he can honestly tell Lieutenant Krogan that he has no idea where we are. But the bigger issue is that I don't want to be holed up in another neighborhood with innocent people on all sides. It was nothing short of a miracle that we got away clearly last time. I don't want to take the chance that some nosy neighbor will stop us if we end up in a similar situation. Okay. She still looked concerned. "I'm happy to know that we can protect Rex from aiding and abetting a criminal. Bad enough that you're helping me." "You're not under arrest," he protested. "It's an interview, and maybe we can find a way to provide our statement without showing up at the police station." "Doubt they'll let me do that over the phone." She sighed and tucked a strand of her red hair behind her ear. "I don't think the police are involved. It's more likely the steel gray SUV guessed we'd head to the police station. It's logical to assume we'd report the incidents of gunfire in person." Maybe. He hated to admit she was right. Yet he wasn't turning around to go back to Madison either. "We'll figure something out." She blew out a frustrated breath, but didn't say anything more. He thought back to the conversation he'd had with Mac. The guy had mentioned 2 different cabin rentals they'd used, the second being near a large farm. He continued heading north, wishing he could call Mac to learn more. After a brief internal debate, he decided against pulling over to deal with the new phones now. How many cabin rentals were there around here anyway? Probably not a lot. And if he found one that was different from the one Mac had used, that was fine too. Being off-grid was all that mattered. 12 minutes later, he saw a sign for cabin rentals. These were closer than he'd anticipated, and he guessed they were not the same ones Mac had found. But these would work too, as long as there was a cabin available. And the owner allowed him to use cash. It was Saturday, so he knew they could be booked for the weekend. Exiting the freeway, he followed the sign to the cabin rental. They weren't too far from the city known as Wisconsin Dells. It was a recreational place full of indoor water parks and arcades that drew families from as far away as Chicago. He had no intention of putting young kids in harm's way. But the cabin rentals he found were far enough away that he thought they might work. This looks like a nice place. Bryn leaned forward to get a better view of the cabins. Yeah, there's a vacancy sign, which is good news for us. He stopped at the main cabin and shifted into park. Stay here. I'll see what they have available. Okay. She sat back, looking exhausted as she shook her head. I can't believe it's just past 11 o'clock in the morning. Feels like we've been on the road forever. I hear you. His stomach was rumbling for lunch, but he ignored it. I'll be back soon. He slid out and closed the door behind him. After mounting the stairs, he opened the door, glancing around curiously. As expected, the place sported a rustic cabin motif, very common in this part of the state, or so he assumed. There were a couple of deer heads mounted on the walls, and he wondered if the grizzled-looking guy behind the counter was the hunter who'd shot them. Hi, do you have a cabin available? He smiled at the guy and offered his hand. I'm Mick Newhouse. My wife and I are passing through. Nice to meet you. The old man shook his hand in a strong grip. I have a cabin available. Do you want one night or two? Just one for now, if that's okay. Micah pulled out his wallet. I hope you don't mind if I pay in cash. Credit card was declined at the store, and I haven't had time to call the credit card company to find out what's going on. Credit cards, the old man sneered. Hate those things. The fees are atrocious. I prefer cash. Then he narrowed his gaze. Just don't wreck the place. Understand? No, sir. We won't. Micah tried not to think about the gunfire that had erupted outside their last rental property. Thank you very much. My wife will be thrilled. Anytime. The old man named his price, and Micah gratefully paid. Thanks again. He took the keys to the cabin number 5 back out to the SUV and slid in behind the wheel. We're set. The owner's a nice guy. Most people are. Her brow furrowed. Hard to remember that at times like this, though. He nodded in understanding. The cabins were far enough apart to provide some privacy. When he saw a couple leave with 2 kids tucked into the back seat, he winced. So much for not putting kids in harm's way. He didn't see how the gunman would find them way out here, not while using disposable phones. Yet he remembered how Mac had thought he was safe only to realize he wasn't. We only need one day, he thought grimly, stopping outside cabin number 5. They should be safe there until the morning. Wow, this is nice, Bryn said when he unlocked the door and pushed it open. I like it. It'll do. He dropped the computer and bag of items from the store on the table. Rummaging in the bag, he removed the disposable phones and pushed the rest toward Bryn. This is all yours. I need to get these up and running to call Rex and Alex, my buddy at the DMV, he reminded her. Yeah, okay. She picked up the bag of clothes and toiletries. I'm going to wash up. She disappeared into the bedroom. There were 2 of them, but he figured he'd sleep on the sofa like he had last night. If he slept at all. He called Alex first, but was forced to leave a message. He gave Alex the information on the steel gray SUV and license plate number, asking for a call back as soon as possible. Then he stared at the phone, dreading the call to Rex. His boss would not be happy that he'd left Madison without talking to the police. With a sigh, he made a call. Because the number was unknown, Rex didn't pick up. Micah left a message and ended the call. His new phone rang less than 10 seconds later.
What happened?
Rex demanded.
I'm being hounded by Lieutenant Krogan because you and Bryn haven't shown up to provide your statements.
I know. Sorry about that. He debated about how much to tell his boss. The steel gray SUV I noticed outside the rental property shortly before bullets started flying was parked at the side of the street leading to the police station.
I crept closer to try getting a better look at the driver, but the angle was bad. But I was able to verify that it had the same license plate number.
How is that possible?
Rex sounded confused.
Are you insinuating the local police are in on this?
I didn't say that, he protested. Bryn seems to think the gunman knew we'd have to go to the police station and was there waiting for us.
That's possible.
Rex agreed.
But you could have gone around the block to approach the police station from another angle.
He tamped down a flash of anger. The driver saw me and tried to follow. I didn't have many options other than to get Bryn out of there, especially when the driver of the SUV followed us. I was able to disable the vehicle with gunfire, and we barely escaped without being hurt. There was a long pause as Rex digested that bit of information.
The police really need to talk to you and Bryn.
Yeah? Well, Bryn really needs to be safe, Micah shot back. That doesn't seem like too much to ask.
Okay, but just because the car was nearby doesn't mean you should drop the idea of talking to the police.
Rex's tone was tense.
Where are you now? We'll arrange for Lieutenant Krogan to meet you at the South District.
Not gonna happen. He had the bedroom door, hoping Bryn didn't come in and overhear their argument. We're not at the rental property. We're somewhere else. There was another long pause. Then Rex sighed loudly.
Okay, look. There's some information you need to know.
I'm listening. He stood and walked to the other side of the room. The wooded landscape around them made it look peaceful when he felt anything but. The resigned tone of Rex's voice made him tense. What happened?
I learned the autopsy report on the man we presumed to be Damien Rochester indicates the guy was dead before the fire started.
Yeah, we already knew that, Micah said.
What we didn't know was that it appears that someone shorter in stature killed him. The angle of the bullet piercing the skull went in at the base of his head and exited through the top of his forehead.
He frowned. Maybe the shooter came up on Damien from a crouch?
No. The ME believes the shot was fired at close range.
Rex said grimly.
He's convinced Damien was killed by someone short who pressed the gun against the back of his head, aiming upward.
Short like Bryn, Micah thought. That's what his boss was trying to say. Look, Rex, there's no way Bryn did this. I was with her the entire time.
Micah, you weren't with her until the two of you met up in Beloit.
Rex argued.
Just hear me out. It's possible she killed Damien before running out of the house to call you. That would explain the gunshot the neighbors heard. She even could have started a small fire that took a while to burn out of control before leaving. And if I'm being honest, the local police are going to assume you would lie to protect her. You are her dead brother's best friend.
I'm not lying. He battled the urge to shout the words. Don't you see? The guys in the steel gray SUV are framing her for this crime.
I hear you, and I believe you, but you need to understand why it's important to get her side of the story on record with Lieutenant Krogan.
Rex didn't back down.
The sooner, the better.
That still wasn't happening, but Micah was smart enough not to voice his thoughts. It was bad enough that Rex was pointing out the way Bryn could be considered guilty of this crime. I appreciate the intel.
There's more.
His boss warned.
I shouldn't be sharing this with you, but I will. Several large sums of money were transferred from the company to Bryn's personal bank account, then out to another account that belongs to an offshore bank. They're running down the account numbers now, but they believe the bank is in the Cayman Islands.
Stunned, Micah sank down on the edge of the sofa. No way. He knew there was no way in the world Bryn would take money from the company for her own personal use. You're kidding.
I'm not, And while I'm inclined to believe your theory that Bryn is being set up to take the fall, the evidence is rather compelling.
Rex paused, then added,
If you don't bring her in soon, there likely will be a warrant issued for her arrest.
Warrant for her arrest? The words ricocheted through his mind. All this time, he'd assumed that his being her alibi would keep her safe from being thrown in jail. Yet now he realized the cops would likely toss her behind bars regardless of his statement. And he had no idea how they'd managed to clear her name before that happened. Chapter 9. Hearing Micah's raised voice brought Bryn back to the living area of the cabin. He was on the phone, appearing frustrated and concerned given the deep grooves entrenched in his forehead. When he saw her, he rose to his feet. His expression cleared as he quickly masked his feelings. Is there anything else? He asked. She couldn't hear anything from the other side of the call. She assumed he was speaking with Rex, explaining why they hadn't gone to the police to provide their statements. Rex was probably not happy with their decision. She hoped her actions hadn't driven a wedge between Micah and his boss. She would feel 100 times worse if Micah lost his job too. Okay, thanks. We'll be in touch. Micah lowered the phone. Avoiding her gaze, he said, That was Rex. Sounds like he's upset with you. With us, she amended. We can still go back and arrange to speak with Detective Krogan. I completely understand we put him in a tough position by not following through. It's fine. He waved a hand, still not looking directly at her. She frowned, realizing he was hiding something. What's wrong? She moved toward him, searching his expression. Did Rex give you bad news? He sighed, then reached for her hand. Drawing her toward the sofa, he sat, urging her to drop down beside him. Yes, there is troubling news related to the investigation into Damien's death. Her stomach clenched with fear, and her mouth went dry. She licked her lips and forced herself to remain calm. Okay, what is it? Micah stared down at their joined hands for a long moment before he finally met her gaze. The ME is determined Damien was shot and killed by someone shorter than he was. The bullet apparently went in at the base of his head and exited through the top of his forehead. Someone my height. Is that it? She battled back a wave of panic. I'm sure there are plenty of other people out there who are short who could have done this. I understand. But there's also an electronic money transfer through your personal bank account. He tightened his grip on her hand. You're being set up as being responsible for the embezzlement and as Damien's killer. Stunned, she stared at him. But you've been with me, and you know I didn't do this. Rex pointed out that you didn't call me until after you heard the gunshot and left your house, running through the marsh to the pub. And worse, he thinks the police won't believe me because I was close friends with Tommy. It was difficult to believe what he was saying. Rex thinks I did this? She forced the question through her constricted throat. You think I did this? No, Bryn. I know you're being framed for murder. But my believing in you isn't going to sway the cops. Not with this new evidence coming to light. Fake evidence? A burst of anger hit hard. She yanked her hand from his and shot to her feet, pacing the length of the cabin. Anyone could hold the gun a specific way to make it look as if someone shorter was responsible for shooting. And the same goes with the money transfer. The company pays all employees through direct deposit. That means they have my banking information. Yes, which points the finger right back at Damien's partner, Richard. Micah's blue eyes were full of compassion. I know you're innocent. We just need to figure out a way to prove it. A harsh laugh escaped her throat. Sounds like the Madison police are taking the easy way out by following the blatant trail leading straight to me. Micah winced, but didn't argue. Probably because he knew it was true. She raked her fingers through her hair, trying to hang on to a thin thread of control. The entire situation was surreal.
How is it possible her boring life had morphed into being framed for embezzlement and murder? Yet now that she thought back, she could see what Micah meant. She'd heard the gunshot and assumed she was the target. But maybe she was wrong. Maybe the shooter had killed Damien at that moment. And when she'd run off, the shooter had taken the opportunity to frame her for the crime? No. He must have intended to frame her from the very beginning, before he fired the shot that ended Damien's life. Either way, she played into his hand. The more she thought about it, the more she believed Richard as responsible. As the co-owner of the company, he must have discovered Damien had stolen the money, eliminated him, and then framed her for the crime. Why he couldn't have just had the police arrest Damien, she wasn't sure. It seemed extreme to go as far as killing his former partner and framing her. There seemed to be a piece of the puzzle missing. More than one piece. Blowing out a breath, she turned toward Micah, who was watching her with his intense blue gaze. Okay, so Richard, or someone else from the company is behind this. I think we need to connect with some of the other employees at the company. Maybe one of them knows something that will help us. Micah frowned. I don't know about that. It's hard to know who we can trust. He was right. The truth was that she didn't really trust anyone, except for Micah. Yet hiding out in the cabin wasn't going to clear her name. They needed to do something, figure out what was really going on. The other option was to stop fighting and turn herself in. Her shoulders slumped as she thought about sitting in jail for weeks on end. No, Bryn. Micah seemed to read her mind. We're not going to the police until we know more about what's going on. Despite being grateful for his support, she couldn't deny that she was dragging him down with her. What if you get arrested for helping me? Don't worry about that. He offered a crooked smile. We'll get through this. Would they? She wasn't so sure about that. But she knew she hadn't done this, and there had to be some way to prove it. She turned and eyed the computer. Then she crossed to the kitchen table. As she sat in front of the laptop and entered her personal email password, Micah crossed over to join her. I still don't like this, he muttered as her personal email bloomed on the screen, revealing several unread messages, along with those that she'd kept in her inbox for future reference. It's risky to contact your former work colleagues. They can't all believe I'm guilty. At least she hoped not. She took a moment to scan the work emails she'd forwarded to her account. Several had the recipient's emails and phone numbers listed in their signature line. She was glad to have that information, although she suspected Micah had a way of identifying personal phone numbers as well. After a brief hesitation, she decided to reach out to her closest friends. Gwen first, despite how her friend had eyed her with suspicion when Richard had fired her, then Tabitha, and Sam. She kept the emails brief, asking if they could please talk privately about what was going on. She didn't give out her new disposable cell number, figuring she should wait until she received an affirmative response. After reaching out to Gwen, Tabitha, and Sam, she sat back in her chair. Seconds ticked by slowly. She thought she'd receive a quick response from at least one of them. She was sorely disappointed. Maybe I should call rather than wait for an email response. She glanced at Micah. Or text. It is Saturday. They could be busy doing routine weekend chores or running errands. I'd rather not use our phones in case one of them is involved, Micah said. Let's hold off for a few minutes to see if one of them will respond. She nodded, staring at the screen. No messages popped up. The silence was louder than any scream. In that moment, Bryn had never felt so alone. Obviously, she was persona non grata with everyone at the company. It seemed as if her so-called friends were eager to think the worst about her. She's about to turn away when her gaze landed on one message related to the data center project. Their newest client was the main subject of her recent work messages. Maybe we need to look at this Wild Prairie data center project more closely,
You mentioned it was a big account. Micah looked thoughtful. Aside from the financial aspect of the deal, what makes you think the project is a part of this?
I could be grasping at straws, she admitted. It's just that Damien worked for weeks to get the company on board. Looking back, it just seems odd that things happened so quickly after signing the contract. It was only a week later that Damien disappeared.
She wondered if Damien had disappeared the same day the deposit from the data center had landed in the company's account. Okay, let me do some research on them. Micah reached over to snag the computer. I know they're controversial, but there could be more behind the resistance to having a data center built than we realize.
You mean other than the fear of wasting local resources like water and electricity?
She frowned, wishing she'd paid closer attention to the media hype about the project.
Those were the main sticking points from what I remember. Well, that and the noise issue. Apparently the generator's humming can be heard up to 2 miles away. Honestly, that would drive me bonkers if I lived in the area. Still, it's difficult to imagine any of that would result in murder.
I agree, unless there's more to this than we know. Micah spoke absently, his gaze focused on the computer. And really, embezzling funds from a company is probably the main motive for Damien's murder. Funds that had been tracked through her personal bank account. Bryn turned away, her previous desire to find the person responsible fading beneath a wave of exhaustion. Proving her innocence would be difficult if they didn't find something to go on soon. She forced herself to face facts. They weren't the police, and thinking they could investigate Damien's murder was almost laughable, especially if Richard had planned everything down to the last detail so that they might never figure out the truth. Looking around the cozy cabin, Bryn realized this might be her last weekend of freedom. If they didn't have something tangible to use in her defense by Monday, there probably wouldn't be a way out of this mess. It was only a matter of time until she was found and arrested. Her life would be over as she sat in jail and waited for her trial. Worst of all, there was nothing Micah, Rex, or anyone else could do to save her. Micah could read the despair on Bryn's features and wished there was a way to reassure her that everything would be okay. But he was very much afraid things would get worse before they got better. He tried to focus on researching the data center project, but every cell in his body wanted to pull Bryn into his arms to hold her close. Maybe that is the right answer, he thought grimly. He went back to his earlier idea of liquidizing his assets to buy fake passports for them and disappear forever. The urge to sweep Bryn out of the country was strong. She'd resist, but he was confident she'd soon realize that starting over in some remote location far away from here was a better alternative to sitting in jail. Or worse, being found guilty of first-degree murder.
What's that article?
Bryn's voice pierced his thoughts.
Why are they talking about data centers from foreign countries?
I just did a general search. This is not necessarily related to the Wild Prairie data center. He scanned the article. It mentions data centers from foreign countries pose a risk to national security.
Why is that?
Bryn looked confused.
Aren't data centers basically big buildings housing high-powered computers? I know that computers need to be in climate-controlled spaces, which is why the Midwest tends to be a good place to have them.
That's true. The Midwest also has more open rural spaces to build them. He glanced at her. They like to be close to the city to attract employees, but at the same time, the amount of property needed factors out cities like Chicago or New York.
That makes sense.
Her brow furrowed.
But I still don't see the risk to our national security.
This wasn't necessarily his area of expertise either. He continued scanning the article. I guess there's a concern about data security. Like maybe a foreign country will try to penetrate our system for their own use.
Like information piracy?
She shook her head.
I guess, but can't they do that without data centers? We're always hearing about hackers from overseas who are working hard to scam their way into our personal bank accounts. True. This could be a way to get data from other companies, though. Not just your bank information or mine. That's like picking one apple at a time. I'm sure the goal is to have access to information from several large companies. Companies who would pay to have their data stored in a center like this one. Like the company Bryn worked for? Maybe. Although, despite how well they were doing, they also seemed like small potatoes in the big scheme of things. He had to assume the ultimate goal would be to target even bigger fish like billion-dollar companies. Was that the play here? Was Bryn a sacrificial lamb in a much bigger conspiracy? He wondered if he should float that theory past Rex. Not that his boss was particularly happy with how things were going. As much as Rex felt responsible for Tommy's death, along with several of the other soldiers who died during the exfil that day, he knew Rex wasn't convinced of Bryn's innocence. Maybe it was better to wait until they had something more tangible to go on. Right now, there wasn't any concrete evidence to indicate the Wild Prairie data center was at the heart of Damien's murder. In fact, he was pretty sure the murder was related to the missing money, probably the cash from the data center project. Why would Richard take money from his own company, blame Damien, and frame Bryn for the embezzlement and the murder? It made more sense that Richard would kill Damien in a fit of anger and frame that on Bryn. But that didn't explain the missing money going through her account. Unless Damien had done that. Micah hoped he wasn't going down the wrong path. They could be making more of this than there was. Revenge made more sense in the long run. What did killing Bryn give Richard, though? Did he think that once Bryn was out of the picture, the feds would return the missing money? The money wasn't hers. It was proof of a crime. It was logical that the money could be returned to the rightful owner. But that could happen even without Bryn's death. Killing her would implicate someone else, someone other than Richard. Like one of her colleagues? Maybe. "What are you thinking?" Bryn asked. Nothing really. He didn't want to upset her by outlining the various scenarios whirling through his mind. Just trying to make sense of things. "Good luck with that," she muttered. "If we don't find something soon, you should turn me over to the police. Save yourself, Micah. There's no point in both of us being arrested for crimes we didn't commit. Let's just wait and see how things go." He would rather disappear with her somewhere they couldn't be found than turn her in. But that was a conversation for later, once they'd run out of options. He continued on with his search, frowning when he found another article describing the construction of the data center being halted until further notice. He tapped the screen, turning to look at Bryn. "Did you know any of the details behind this?" "No. I'm sure that was the reason our PR company was hired, though, right?" She shrugged, leaning in to get a better look at the caption. "Sounds like the plans went through, but then there was some glitch that caused the construction to grind to a halt." "Yeah, but it doesn't say much about why that happened. All it says here is that a city government official pulled the building permit until the issues could be resolved." "What issues?" Bryn shook her head. "Like using too many natural resources or something else?" "No idea." There was a picture on the screen of a shell of a building with a large backhoe sitting off to the side as if the operator had literally been dragged off the machine in the middle of his shift. Possibly a paperwork glitch of some sort. "Maybe. Looks like the construction was halted almost 4 weeks ago." She arched a brow. "That was right when Damien started meeting with the guy from the Wild Prairie data center." "Do you remember his name? Maybe we can dig into his background a bit." He figured it was worth a shot. She frowned in concentration, then nodded. "I remember now. He had 2 first names. I remember being confused at first if his name was Philip or Justin. Turns out his first name was Philip." "Okay. Let's see what we can find on Philip Justin." He typed the name into the search engine along with the phrase data center. An image of a smiling man in his mid-40s bloomed on the screen. Beneath the photo was the caption, Philip Justin, spokesperson for the Wild Prairie Data Center, is scheduled to present his case to the Wild Prairie City Council. Does he look familiar? He turned the screen so she could see better. Did he come by the office to meet with Damien? Yes. She glanced at him. But I only met him once. Damien took him out to lunch several times, but they only met in his office for the initial meeting. He's the spokesman, but that doesn't tell us who the owner is. He tried another search to narrow in on the organization behind the development. Another article caught his eye, and he realized there were hundreds of data centers across the U.S., so many that one more being built in Wild Prairie shouldn't have been such a big deal. He worked for the next 15 minutes without finding anything useful. He took a break when his stomach rumbled with hunger. They hadn't stopped for groceries, so there was nothing in the cabin to eat. We should order a pizza or something. He offered a wry grin. I can't think clearly on an empty stomach. Don't you need a credit card to order a pizza? She frowned. I think we're better off going to pick one up. Maybe the town we drove through has a place that serves carry-out pizzas. Yeah, okay. He glanced at his watch. The hour was going on 5 o'clock. They hadn't eaten since breakfast. I'll work for another 20 minutes, then we'll head out. Okay. She sighed. I get the feeling we're spinning our wheels with nothing to show for it. He couldn't deny it. Still, he would feel better if he could at least identify the owner of the data center. If the building was being constructed by one of the big tech gurus, he figured they were less likely to be involved in anything nefarious. After another search, he discovered the name of the company was Global Sun Technology. He frowned, wondering if the global portion of the name was a subtle reference to some other country. He continued searching, finally found yet another reference to Philip Justin and a man by the name of Jin Young Woo. Bryn, what about this guy? Jin Young Woo? Did you meet him? No, I don't remember meeting anyone by that name or arranging any meetings with him. She spread her hands. Does it matter if a person with a Chinese-sounding name is involved in the data center? For one thing, we can't assume he's not an American citizen. For another, even if he is from China, they're heavily invested in technology, right? They are, yeah. He stared at the name for a long moment. My point here is that I don't think anyone would be happy to know that a data center they didn't want in the first place was owned by someone from China. I'm not sure why the nationality matters. Bryn looked confused. Regardless of who owns it, the data center is being opposed because of resource consumption, not because of the origin of the company. Technology is a part of our everyday lives, no matter how much we might not like to admit it. Couldn't really function in a world without our phone, TV, internet, and other computer programs. True. Maybe she was right, and he was heading down the wrong path. Just because cybercrimes were on the rise, there was no reason to suspect a company owned by China would carry a higher risk of causing trouble for the community than any other data center. Hackers were everywhere, here at home and abroad. Maybe we should eat, Bryn said. Yeah, we should. He didn't move, though, as a new theory crept into his mind. Did Damien say anything about the data center to lead you to believe he'd changed his mind on the project? No, why? She searched his gaze. What are you getting at? This could be nothing more than a wild theory, but let's just talk it through for a moment. He gathered his thoughts. What if Damien discovered something about the data center that would put their company at risk? Something criminal that he felt he couldn't afford to ignore. What's criminal about a data center? Bryn asked. I don't know. But let's just assume there's something bad going on there, and Damien raised the alarm with Richard. He may have advised Richard that they should sever ties with the company, going as far as to refund their deposit to avoid getting dragged into whatever is really going on. He could tell by her skeptical glance that Bryn wasn't buying into his theory. Still, he pressed on.
Let's say Richard is not willing to refund the money or give up the big project. So he decides to embezzle the money, making it look like Damien did the deed. Then he goes a step further to eliminate Damien from the equation permanently. Realization finally dawned in her brown eyes. He shoots Damien, then frames me for both the embezzlement and the murder. Exactly, because Richard knows you and Damien were close, and he can't be sure how much Damien confided in you about his concerns. Micah felt an icy chill slide down his spine. Voicing his theory made it sound all too real. And if it was true, they were ill-equipped to find the proof they needed to get anyone in law enforcement to listen. Chapter 10. Bryn's stomach clenched with a sick sense of dread. If Richard Freeman was setting her up to take the fall for embezzlement and murder, then she needed to talk to the police sooner than later. Yet she knew there was a good chance the local police wouldn't believe her over Richard, who was a successful business owner. She abruptly stood and paced the cabin. We should head back to Madison to discuss this further with the police. I need to get my side of the story on record. Not yet. Micah's blue eyes tracked her as she moved restlessly from one end of the room to the other. We need something we can use in your defense. Like what? She lifted her palms in a helpless gesture. I don't have anything other than the truth on my side. He winced and slowly rose to his feet. I'm sorry to say, the truth won't be enough in the face of the evidence Richard has planted against you. Tunneling her fingers through her hair, she resisted the urge to yank on the strands. This was so frustrating. There had to be a way to prove her innocence. Let's grab something to eat, then we can figure out our next steps. He searched her gaze for a moment. Maybe we can dig deeper into the data center. I still think the fact that it's owned by Jin Young Woo might be important. It was hard to imagine a data center would be related to murder, but she couldn't come up with another scenario. And really, the more she thought about it, the more she thought that the data center's down payment may have been the same amount that was removed from the company's account. Had Damien uncovered something nefarious about the data center? Even if he did, that didn't mean they'd be able to do the same. Although she supposed it was worth a try. Her stomach was so tight she wasn't sure if she'd be able to eat. Since Micah was obviously hungry, she reluctantly nodded and tried to smile. Okay, let's go. He smiled encouragingly and led the way to the door, snagging his jacket along the way. She grabbed her coat and shrugged into it as she followed him outside. The air was crisp now that the sun was going down, but she managed to remain out of jail long enough to see the flowers bloom. She doubted it. That was defeatist thinking, but she couldn't seem to help herself. She and Micah weren't police officers. Micah might be a private investigator, but that didn't mean he'd be able to find the evidence they needed to keep her from being tossed into prison for the rest of her life either. Richard was 2 steps ahead of them, and she wasn't sure they'd be able to catch up. I wish Damien had confided in me. She glanced at Micah as he headed back into town. Maybe if we were still seeing each other, he would have. Don't blame yourself. He frowned. This isn't your fault. As I said, Richard may have assumed Damien spoke to you. There are other employees besides me. She thought about the small team that worked for Richard and Damien. You know, our graphic designer Sam is Chinese-American. His last name is Wong. I hate to assume he's involved because of his nationality. That seems unfair. He's really good at his job. We're not casting blame on anyone at this point, but we would be remiss if we didn't list the players who could possibly be involved. He reached over to take her hand. Anyone else come to mind? Actually, now that you say that, Richard's wife Kim is also Chinese-American. I only met her once. She seemed nice enough, but if we're right about Richard's involvement, his wife could be part of this too. Her pulse kicked up at the thought. That makes sense to me, Micah agreed. I can run her through my database when we get back to the cabin.
Great.
The knot in her stomach loosened a bit. Maybe all they needed was to present a viable alternate theory to the police. From there, they could investigate Richard and his wife Kim. Unless, of course, they chose to believe him over her. There was a small pizzeria in town. Micah pulled in and glanced at her. Anything you don't want on your pizza?
Anchovies. Everything else is fine.
Great. Works for me.
He slid out from behind the wheel. She followed him inside, glancing over her shoulder out of habit.
After everything that had happened, she half expected the gunman to pop out and start shooting. Rather than heading back to the cabin, Micah suggested they stay and eat there. She managed to nod, even though she felt exposed out in the community. They sat at a small table in the corner of the dining room. Each table was covered by a red and white checkered tablecloth. She traced the squares with the tip of her index finger, wondering about Richard's wife, Kim, and the possibility of a Chinese connection to the murder. As much as she didn't believe Sam was involved, she wondered if it might help to speak with the employees in person. Maybe one of them knew something that could help. Their pizza didn't take long. The server had delivered their soft drinks first, then the pizza. The golden crust and thick layer of toppings looked amazing, and her stomach rumbled in hunger. She caught Micah's gaze.
If you don't mind, I'd like to say grace.
Sure. He abruptly dropped the small square spatula and flushed. Sorry, I forgot.
It's okay.
She bowed her head.
Dear Lord Jesus, we ask you bless this food. Also, we ask that you guide us to the truth while keeping us safe in your care. Amen.
Amen.
Micah lifted his head and smiled. That was nice. And we need all the help we can get. Right?
She managed a self-deprecating laugh as he picked up the spatula and scooped 2 squares of pizza onto her plate. Then he helped himself. They ate in silence for a few minutes. She noticed that despite Micah's relaxed posture, he often glanced at the front door. She wasn't the only one on edge, fearing the bad guys might show up at any time.
How is everything?
The server asked a few minutes later. Well, very good, thanks, Micah said with a smile.
Great.
The woman set their bill on the table. Micah dug cash from his pocket to pay the tab.
Maybe I should reach out to my coworkers again, she said when they'd finished eating. Especially Gwen. She probably knows Richard the best.
Something to consider. Micah didn't jump on the idea she'd hoped. Let's see what we can find out about Kim Freeman first. She rose and followed him to the door.
I don't know her maiden name,
she said as they headed outside. Micah stood for a moment, raking his gaze over the area before opening the passenger door for her. I can probably find it. He closed the door behind her and went around to get into the driver's seat. The drive back to the cabin was uneventful, and for the first time in a while, Bryn relaxed. It seemed as if they'd finally escaped the gunman. That thought had her wondering if heading back into Madison to talk to her former co-workers would somehow backfire. She wasn't sure how the gunman might find them, but at that point, anything was possible. Yet what else could they do? Sitting in a cabin doing nothing wasn't going to clear her name. Back in the rustic cabin, Micah sat behind the computer and began to dig into Richard and Kim Freeman's backgrounds. She watched in amazement as he managed to identify Richard's date of birth and the date of his marriage to Kim. The couple had been together for 6 years, according to the marriage certificate.
I can't believe you can find this level of detail online.
She frowned as Micah identified Kim's maiden name of Chang. It wasn't the same name as the company owner, which may not mean much. No wonder identity theft is such a big deal. Yeah, it's nerve-wracking to know how easy it is to get access to our personal information. He smiled grimly. Putting safeguards into place, like making sure you have 2-factor identification and complex passwords, are important. She wrinkled her nose. It's probably too late for me to change my passwords, especially for the bank. Can't hurt. He gestured to the screen. Let me work for a while longer, then I'll turn the computer over to you. She nodded and propped her chin in her hand as he dug into Kim Chang Freeman's background. After a minute,
He sighed. She's clean, right?
She wasn't surprised.
Yeah. He gestured to the screen. The only interesting thing I've found is that she has dual citizenship for both the US and China. I don't like thinking the worst about people just because of their nationality. She frowned. It's not fair. I know. He logged out of the system, then turned the computer toward her. Go ahead and change your banking password. She tried to log in, but was unsuccessful. Double-checking to make sure she typed the passwords correctly, she tried again. This time a message popped up that she was locked out of her account and that the issue could only be resolved in person. Too late. She shook her head in disbelief. The bank has frozen my account.
I'm sorry, but I'm sure it's just temporary.
He took her hand, squeezing it gently. She couldn't tear her gaze from the message on the screen. Locked out. She wondered if that meant her bills that were on autopay wouldn't go through. As if having her house burned down wasn't bad enough. Now this. If Richard Freeman had set out to ruin her, he was doing an excellent job. By the time this nightmare was over, she'd have no job, no house, a lousy credit score, and no life outside of a jail cell. She pulled free of Micah's grip and stumbled away from the computer, battling the urge to throw up. What if this was it? What if her life was really over? Bryn, wait. He reached out for her. She avoided him, shaking her head and disappearing into the bathroom. Fighting tears, she sat on the commode and silently prayed. Please, Lord Jesus, save me. Help me uncover the truth before it's too late. Micah stood outside the closed bathroom door, battling helplessness. He felt awful for what Bryn was going through and wished there was something more he could do for her. He listened, but he didn't hear anything that sounded like crying. After a long moment, he turned away and went back to the computer. He was convinced Richard Freeman and his wife Kim were involved in this conspiracy to frame Bryn for Damien's murder. Normally, he'd be out knocking on neighbors' doors to learn more. Sometimes the smallest bit of information could break a case wide open. It was getting too late to do that now. People weren't as likely to answer questions after dark. He made a mental note to head back to Madison in the morning. As much as he wanted to keep Bryn safe, they needed answers. And soon. He glanced over when the bathroom door finally opened. Bryn emerged, avoiding his gaze. I'm going to get some sleep. Sure. He stood and approached. Please, don't lose faith. We'll figure out a way to get through this. I won't. Her smile didn't reach her dark eyes. I want you to promise me something, though. His gut clenched, but he kept his expression impassive. What's that? That if I'm arrested, you'll do everything possible to save yourself. She finally met his gaze head on. I mean it, Micah. It's bad enough that I'm being framed for murder, but I can't bear the thought of taking you down with me. He didn't want to agree, but since this was important to her, he drew in a slow, deep breath. Here's what I'll promise you, Bryn. I promise you that if you get arrested, I'll cooperate fully with the police investigation. But you need to know that I will also never stop digging for the truth to secure your freedom. She sighed. That will only put you in danger. I don't care. He narrowed his gaze. I won't rest until the person who actually murdered Damien is behind bars. They stood facing off for a long moment. Then she sighed again. Micah, sooner or later, you'll need to move on with your life. In that moment, he realized that she was the only one he wanted to move his life on with. And that took him right back to the possibility of moving away from the United States forever. When she started to turn away, he snagged her hand. Wait. There's one more option. We can get fake identities and disappear. I can't let you do that. She shook her head emphatically. I can't let you throw your life away by hiding a fugitive. I prefer that option to watching you get thrown behind bars. She looked away, gnawing on her lower lip in a worried gesture that made him think she was seriously considering a suggestion. Micah didn't have any family he cared to stay in touch with, and he knew Bryn was alone in the world now, too. Why not start over someplace new? The only downside was that he knew the police and the FBI would never rest until they were found. And while they might be able to avoid being located for a while, he wasn't sure they'd be able to evade capture forever. I need to get some sleep. She tugged at her hand. He forced himself to release it. Let's talk more tomorrow. I still think we should head back to Madison to talk to my colleagues. It's Sunday, so they should be home for the most part. Okay, that's a good plan. Sleep well, Bryn. Tucking his hands into the front pockets of his jeans, he watched her go. When he was alone in the kitchen, he used his phone to call Di. She answered on the first ring.
Mick? What's wrong?
Hey, I need a favor. He moved from one window to the next, looking outside as he talked. Do you know who I can talk to about obtaining a couple of fake passports? There was a long pause before she said,
You're not joking.
Nope. Dinah Milbrath was one of the 2 female soldiers who'd survived the exfil that fateful day. She grew up on the streets of Brooklyn and had run with a rough crowd prior to joining the army. Tommy's little sister Bryn Sinclair is being framed for murder. If we can't find the evidence we need to clear her name, we may have no choice but to disappear.
I should be insulted that you called me for something illegal.
Di said with a hint of humor in her tone.
But, as it happens, I do know a guy who used to do fake IDs. If he's not in jail, he may be able to help.
Great. Everything was quiet around the cabin, so we returned to the kitchen table. I appreciate it.
Do you need more backup?
Di asked. He wouldn't have minded, but knew it would take too long for her to get here. No thanks, but I'll let you know if that changes.
Okay. I can hop on a plane if needed. Stay safe, Mick.
You too. He ended the call and then turned to his computer. For the next couple of hours, he searched for every morsel of information he could get from the web. When the screen went blurry, he closed the laptop and stretched out on the sofa to get some sleep. When he jolted awake at the sound of water running, he lifted his head and realized it was morning. He felt bad for sleeping deeper than he'd intended, but it was nice to feel human. The sound of water was coming from the bathroom, so he swung up into a sitting position on the edge of the sofa. He desperately wanted coffee, but knew they'd have to wait to grab something along the way back to Madison. He splashed water on his face in the kitchen and waited for Bryn to emerge from the bathroom. She looked beautiful, even with her red hair still damp from the shower. I feel much better. She glanced at the empty coffee maker. Although I wouldn't mind a jolt of caffeine. Give me a few minutes to wash up and I'll be ready to roll. We'll pick something up on the way to Madison. He was glad she'd gotten some sleep. 15 minutes later, he found her at the computer. When he came to look over her shoulder, he noticed she had a map of Madison up on the screen. I was thinking we should stop and see Gwen first. She lives here. Bryn tapped the screen. From there, we can head to Sam's, then to Dion's, finally to see Tabitha. Fine with me. The hour was still early, not even 7 in the morning, but they were an hour away from Madison. We'll grab breakfast on the way. I hope they'll talk to me. Bryn looked at the map for a moment longer before closing the laptop screen with a click. If this doesn't work, we should go to the Madison South Police Station. That should be safe enough. There's no way the gunman can cover all 4 police stations in town. He had no intention of allowing her to turn herself into the police, but he decided against arguing about it now. After they visited her 4 colleagues, he wanted to check the data center construction site. If none of their trips revealed anything to go on, he'd call Di back to request the fake IDs. He could take Bryn to New York if necessary. Leaving the cabin filled him with a sense of unease. They'd been safe there, and heading into Madison was risky. Yet he knew Bryn wouldn't agree to fly across the country to disappear without at least trying to find some answers. Even then,
He'd have to find a way to convince her this was for the best. Despite his promise to keep searching for a way to clear her name, he refused to visit her behind bars. They picked up coffee and a breakfast sandwich from a fast food restaurant. The coffee helped clear his mind. He brought the map of Madison up on the car's center console screen. I hope Gwen's home. Bryn glanced at him, then back at the map, and that she agrees to talk to me. We'll find out soon enough. There wasn't much traffic on Sunday mornings, which worked in their favor. He didn't notice a steel gray SUV following them, which was reassuring. Then again, he damaged the last one, so for all he knew, the gunmen were behind the wheel of a different colored vehicle. And if so, he wouldn't know about the possible threat until it was too late. It wouldn't help to dwell on that now. He'd been on high alert for any car that appeared to be following them regardless of make and model. The hour was 8:30 by the time they reached Madison. He drove past Gwen's house without stopping, just to check the place out. He took it as a good sign that nobody tried to shoot at them. Looks like Gwen is home, Bryn said. Her car is in the driveway. He nodded. We'll park a block away and go through the backyards the same we did at Laurie Eastman's. She grimaced but nodded. Okay. They approached Gwen's door cautiously. Bryn took the lead again and knocked at the door. He scanned their surroundings as they waited for Gwen to respond. Bryn? Gwen looked shocked to see them. What are you doing here? I was hoping we could talk about what's going on. When Gwen hesitated, Bryn pressed. Please? I swear, I didn't take any money or hurt anyone. Gwen didn't invite them in. Look, Bryn, normally I'd be willing to help you out, but Richard is really upset with you, and I can't risk losing my job. She glanced over her shoulder as if expecting Richard to show up. He believes you're guilty. But you know I'd never steal or hurt anyone, don't you? When Gwen bit her lip, Bryn frowned. Come on, Gwen. You know me. You know that though Damien and I broke up, I never hated him. And why would I steal? Don't you see? Someone else is doing this, not me. I've even wondered if Richard might be the one doing this. Richard? Gwen's eyes rounded. No way. That's completely out of line. And while I never would have expected you to steal from the company or kill Damien, I'm afraid I can't do anything to help you. I'm sorry, but I need my job. Without giving Bryn a chance to say anything more, Gwen stepped back and closed the door. Well, so much for being close friends. Bryn looked dejected. I should have anticipated she'd side with Richard. Yeah. Micah glanced at his watch. If the other employees had a similar mindset as Gwen, they'd be done in an hour. He forced a smile. The good news is that nobody was waiting here with a gun. Let's move on to the next employee. They retraced their steps, ducking through backyards to reach the car. They went to Dion's next, but nobody was home. Maybe he's driving around with Richard in a new SUV, Bryn groused as they headed to Sam's apartment. Innocent until proven guilty, he said lightly. Yeah, except when you're being framed to look guilty, she shot back. He grimaced, wishing he'd kept his mouth shut. For all he knew, Dion was driving around with Richard looking for them. At this point, everyone was a suspect, including Gwen. Her staunch support of Richard could be related to her not wanting to lose her job. Or it could be that she's involved in this too. Next, they swung past Tabitha's home. She didn't answer the door, but she did speak through the intercom.
Go away, Bryn. I can't help you.
Tabitha, please, I'm not a criminal. Bryn pressed the doorbell again.
I'm sorry, but if you don't leave right now, I'm calling the police.
Micah drew Bryn from the doorway. Let's go. She's obviously not going to help. It's horrible to know everyone believes the worst of me. Bryn looked sick as they made their way back to the SUV. Nobody will even give me the benefit of the doubt. Sam lived in a high-rise apartment, and the closest parking was 2 blocks down anyway, so there was no point in hiding. Still, Micah swept his gaze over the area as they waited to be buzzed in.
Bryn, I can't believe you're here. Come on up.
Oddly, Sam seemed happy to hear from her as he released the door lock. They entered the building, found his apartment, number 312 on the 3rd floor, and took the stairs up 3 flights. When they reached the landing, Micah caught Bryn's arm. "Stay behind me," he warned, "and be prepared to run if this is a trap." She paled, but nodded. "I understand." The apartment door was open as they approached. Micah led the way, his hand resting on the butt of his weapon. "Sam, I'm Micah Newton, a friend of Bryn's. Thanks for agreeing to talk to us." "I'm glad Bryn has help." Sam's Chinese heritage was etched into his features with his slanted dark eyes and jet black hair, although he was taller than most Asian men. "Bryn, Richard has it out for you big time. Did you see the press conference?" Sam waved a hand at the television in the living room behind them. "He's begging you to turn yourself in." Micah looked over Sam's shoulder to see a tall man in a suit standing beside the Madison chief of police, saying something to the crowd of reporters surrounding them. Not good. Things were escalating. They needed to get out of town ASAP. Chapter 11. Hearing the news about turning herself in to the police chilled Bryn to the bone. This was it. She was going to jail for the rest of her life. "Let's go." Micah's voice was terse. "We need to get out of here." "Sam, do you know anything about the data center project?" She glanced at her friend. "Anything hinky?" "Hinky? How?" Sam looked genuinely confused. "It's a data center. There are literally hundreds of them across the country." "I know. I just thought I'd check." She tried to smile, but it felt more like a grimace. "Thanks anyway." "Give us a head start before you call the police," Micah said, as he steered her away from the apartment doorway. "I won't call them," Sam said. "I don't care what Richard says. There's no way Bryn is involved in this." The way Sam defended her warmed her heart. It was the exact opposite of the conversation they'd had with Gwen. It was nice to know that at least one person at the company didn't think she was a cold-blooded killer. "Thanks, Sam." She hurried down the hall toward the stairs. By the time they reached the 1st floor lobby area, she expected to see a dozen police cars outside. The area was clear, but she didn't relax. "Stay behind me," Micah said in a low voice. She managed to nod and followed him outside. Traffic was still light, and they were able to cross the street and make it to the SUV without difficulty. Once they were safely inside the rental SUV, she rolled her tense shoulders. "I can't believe Richard had the nerve to stand up there at the podium alongside the police chief, urging me to turn myself in." She glanced at Micah. "He's the one the police should be investigating, not me." "I know." Micah's expression was grim. "He's not stupid." He made sure to cover his tracks. "Yeah, by implicating me." She couldn't hide her bitter tone. The thought of going to jail for something Richard did was terrifying. How bad would prison be? The stories and movies on television made it seem awful. Would she be intimidated by other prisoners? Physically assaulted? She shivered and tried not to think the worst. Micah drove in silence for several minutes. She soon realized he was heading out of the city. "You're not taking me to the police station?" "No." He reached over to touch her knee. "I'm not going to let Richard railroad you into jail." As much as she appreciated his support, she couldn't bear the thought of Micah throwing his life away for her. "We can't just disappear." "Sure we can." He squeezed her knee, then released it. "I have a friend who knows a guy who does fake IDs. Passports are more difficult to fake, but anything is doable with enough money." On some level, it was almost comical to be having this conversation. Fake IDs and passports, leaving the country to what? Hide in some remote place in Europe or somewhere else? No, Micah. I don't think running away is the answer. She had to push the words through her tight throat because the truth was that the idea of leaving the country had a
definite appeal. She truly didn't want to go to jail. She didn't want to pay the steep price for Richard's crimes. But she wasn't convinced that constantly looking over her shoulder, living in fear of being caught, was a better option. She doubted law enforcement would just give up because she dropped off the radar, and going with Micah would only drag him further into her nightmare. He'd go to jail too for aiding and abetting a fugitive. It's our best option. Micah didn't seem to share her concerns. We'll cover our tracks enough that they'll never find us. She shot him a frustrated look. Don't I have a say in this? Or are you planning to kidnap me, to force me to go along with your plan? He glanced at her in surprise. What? No. Of course not. I'm not going to kidnap you. She suddenly felt exhausted. She didn't want to fight with Micah. She turned to look behind them, watching as the Capitol building grew smaller behind them. It was probably the last time she'd see it. The thought was depressing. Trust me, okay? He held out his hand. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her palm against his. We're going to find a place to call Di. Di? For some reason, she was surprised to hear his friend was a woman. He'd said he wasn't seeing anyone, but maybe he secretly cared for Di. Who is she? She's another one of Grayson's guardians. When she frowned in confusion, he added, We both work for Captain Rex Grayson, along with several other former Army soldiers. You met her at Tommy's funeral. Oh, okay. She didn't want to admit she didn't remember most of the people who'd come to Tommy's funeral. Her grief over losing her brother had consumed her. Those who had come to pay their respects were nothing more than a blur in her mind. Except for Tommy's best friend, Micah. He took the ramp leading to the interstate. The sign overhead indicated they were heading south toward Milwaukee. She wondered where he planned to have this conversation with Di. Not that it mattered. Staring blindly out the window, she tried to think about something other than being arrested for murder while Richard went on with his life. Why Milwaukee? She asked, breaking the silence. The Milwaukee airport is bigger than the one in Madison. He shrugged. The city is also well outside of Madison's jurisdiction. She grimaced, thinking that if she didn't turn up soon, the police would ask the FBI for help, which meant jurisdiction wouldn't matter. 15 minutes later, Micah exited the freeway at a rest stop. There were no gas stations from what she could see, just a large bathroom facility. The off-ramp made a gentle curve and led right back onto the interstate for easy access. Micah pulled into one of the diagonal parking spots. There was a box truck parked there, and one other white car. As he turned off the engine, a family of 4 came out of the bathrooms and headed toward the white vehicle. Bryn tugged her hand from his grasp and pushed open her door. As long as we're here, I'm going to use the facilities. Me too. Micah flashed a smile as if this was a nice Sunday outing rather than a hasty attempt to find a place to avoid being seen by the police. That coffee has worked its way through my system. Inside, she found the bathrooms were roomy and clean. She stared at her reflection in the mirror for a minute, wondering again how she'd ended up in this mess. How had she become Richard's scapegoat? Was it simply because she dated Damien? Or would Richard have pinned this on her regardless? She had no way of knowing unless he confessed, which obviously wasn't happening anytime soon. Swallowing a sigh, she turned away. Ruminating over how she'd ended up here wasn't going to help. There was no point in looking backward. Looking forward was scary enough. When she emerged from the ladies' room, she found Micah standing in the lobby area with his phone pressed to his ear. Call me back when you get a chance, he was saying. We're going to need those IDs and passports I mentioned earlier. She shook her head as he lowered the phone. I'm still not convinced that's the best way to handle this. You'd rather go to jail to serve a life sentence for murder? He arched a brow. You're innocent, Bryn. And you said you'd work to prove my innocence. She turned away, dragging a hand through her hair. There must be something we can do that doesn't involve leaving the country illegally and hiding somewhere until the cops catch up to us. Micah was silent for a long moment. Is this your way of saying you don't want to go with me? His wounded tone had her spinning around to face him. No. That's not the problem, Micah. I don't want to see you throw your life away because of me. I'll do anything for you, Bryn. His gentle tone warmed her soul. He took a few steps toward her. She met him more than halfway. And then she was in his arms, being held tightly against his chest. She buried her face in the hollow of his shoulder, breathing in his unique musky scent. There was no denying how much she cared for him, how much she was falling in love with him. Tears pricked her eyes at the unfairness of it all. Not that anyone ever promised that life would be fair. Still, it was wrong to lose her freedom because of someone else's diabolical actions. When she sniffled again, pulling herself together with an effort, he leaned back and tipped her head up with a finger under her chin. Don't cry. It's going to be okay. She didn't see how that was possible, but tried to nod in agreement. He surprised her by leaning in to kiss her. He probably meant it as a friendly kiss, but their lips brushed, clung, then meshed as the kiss deepened. Her heart thumped erratically in her chest. Being kissed by Micah was incredible. So much better than anything she'd shared with Damien. She was instantly lost in their embrace, her heart wishing this could lead to something more. It was only when the door opened and someone walked in that they broke apart. She ducked her head, hoping the red flush in her cheeks wasn't too noticeable. Micah's body tightened as the person who'd come into the building walked past them. When she glanced to the side, her blood congealed in her veins when she saw the state trooper uniform. A cop. Of all the people to walk into the rest stop, it had to be a cop. Easy, Micah murmured as the officer brushed past them to enter the men's room. He didn't pay any attention to us. That was because they'd been kissing. If the officer had seen her face clearly, she knew this interlude would have ended with her in handcuffs. Her hands began to shake, and she couldn't speak as Micah quickly guided her outside. She hurried to keep up with him as they made their way to the car. Her fingers were still trembling as she struggled to latch the seatbelt. Finally, Micah was backing out of the parking spot and getting back on the freeway. Even then, she couldn't relax. The near miss had knocked her off balance, and worse, she grimly realized this was a preview of what their life would be like if they bought fake IDs and left town, flinching and hiding from every single police officer they ran across until someone who was working undercover found and arrested her. Nope. She couldn't do it. No matter how much she abhorred the idea of going to jail, she didn't think hopping on a plane and leaving the country was the answer. She lowered her chin to her chest and spent a moment drawing in deep, cleansing breaths to calm her racing heart. She opened her heart to God, begging for the wisdom to do the right thing. Unfortunately, there was no response from the Almighty Father. Micah couldn't believe a state trooper had come into the rest stop when he and Bryn were there. He was glad their embrace had helped hide their features. Yet he knew the close encounter had worked against him. Bryn had been badly shaken by the near miss, and he was at a loss as to why she was loath to go along with him on this. Micah's phone rang, startling him. A sense of relief when Di's name flashed on the screen. Bryn abruptly reached over to press the end call button. What are you doing? Micah stared at her in confusion. I need to talk to her about our plan. That's your plan, not mine. She sighed. I think we need to check out the data center before we take the irrevocable step of buying fake identities. He recognized the stubborn tilt to her chin. I know we'd hoped to get information from my coworkers, but we also plan to check out the data center, right? He battled back a wave of frustration. It was hard not to take her reluctance to go along with his plan personally. We did mention that, yeah, but things have changed. Please, Micah,
Let's just check the place out before we do anything drastic. He found it difficult to ignore her imploring gaze. And if we don't find anything useful? He searched her gaze. Then what? She's quiet for a long, tense moment. I'm not sure. She looked away. I need some time to think about it. Okay. He realized that continuing to argue wasn't going to help. The next exit was 2 miles away. He took it so that he could turn around and head back to Madison, or more specifically to Wild Prairie, where the partially constructed new data center was located. The city was a few miles west of Madison. It went against his instincts to return to the city where every cop was on high alert for Bryn. But maybe once she realized the data center wasn't going to help them get to the truth, she'd be more amenable to the idea of leaving. The phone rang again, and this time, he quickly answered. Hey, Di, thanks for getting back to me.
Are you sure about the IDs and passports?
She asked.
You need to know they're gonna cost a pretty penny.
Put a hold on that for now, he said, earning a sigh of relief from Bryn. I still think we're going to need them, and I'd be happy to pay the going price. But we have something we need to check out first. Di was silent for a moment.
Okay, that's fine. But the new documents are gonna take time. It's not like they can be turned around in a couple of hours.
He should have anticipated that. I understand. Hold tight until we get in touch with you.
Understood. And Mick? Hope you find another way out of this jam you're in.
With that, Di ended the call. A gnawing uncertainty grated on his nerves. Was he doing the right thing in sweeping Bryn away from all of this? It was certainly a better option than allowing her to go to jail for Richard's crimes. His nerves tightened with every mile that drew them closer to Madison. Maybe he should have tried to alter their license plate. He wouldn't put it past Gwen to have called the police to report Bryn's visit. The only good news is that they'd parked far enough away that Gwen had no way of knowing what vehicle they were driving. He rented the SUV under his own name rather than Grayson's guardian's. It's too late to go back and change that now. Do you know where the data center is located? Bryn's question broke the prolonged silence. I don't have the address memorized off the top of my head. I'll find it. He tapped the map application on the console computer screen. Bringing up search bar, he gestured to her. Type the name in, would you? Sure. She did so, and a moment later, the screen zoomed in on the location of the data center. He was somewhat surprised it showed up, as it was new construction, and that often took a while to make its way onto the various maps. Wow. Looks like it's out in the middle of nowhere. Best place for a data center, right? He tried to smile, but his face felt tight with fear and worry. He tried to tell himself that going to the data center on Sunday was better than trying this during the week. Supposedly, the construction had been halted, but there's no guarantee the place would be deserted. Thank you for doing this, Bryn said. He nodded. I want to do whatever's best for you. I appreciate that. She frowned a little, then glanced back out her window. I feel like we at least need to try to find evidence against Richard. Evidence wasn't likely to be sitting out in plain sight in the middle of a half-built data center, but he didn't voice his dire thoughts. He'd promised to help her. So that's exactly what he'd do, even if it killed him. He took the Wild Prairie exit. Eyeing the map on the screen, he followed the path that was highlighted to reach their destination. When they were within a few miles, he could see the top of the tall crane. Looks like it's to the right. Bryn had her face near the passenger side window. I can see a huge building with mounds of dirt around it. Yeah, looks exactly the way it did in the newspaper article. He recalled the construction had been halted 5 weeks ago. I'm going to drive past it first to make sure there aren't any police nearby. Good idea. She glanced over at him, her expression grateful. Not just the police, but the gunman too. She had a point. The gunman had been sitting and waiting for them outside the Madison North Police Precinct. If the data center was somehow involved, it would make sense they'd be out here too. As he grew closer, He was surprised by how large and expansive the new building was. Seeing it in the photo didn't do it justice. The size of the structure was close to a square mile in length, and was only a single story high. It was easy to imagine rows and rows of computers running throughout the massive structure. There was a large parking lot out front, but he didn't see any vehicle nearby. Still, he continued going all the way past the building until he reached the next intersection. Then he made a U-turn to go back the way they'd come. "Do you think it's locked?" She glanced at him. "It'd be a shame to come all this way without getting inside." "I don't think there are any doors yet to lock." He slowed to make a turn into the parking lot. "I'm surprised there isn't a wire mesh fence and a gate to keep people out. Maybe there isn't much inside to see." "You might be right about that." She frowned. "I was really hoping we'd find something to steer us in the right direction." Nothing was ever that easy. He drove up to the front of the building, but then turned around to head back out. "Wait." Bryn reached over to grasp his arm. "We came all this way. Aren't we going to at least look around inside?" "Yeah, but I don't think it's smart to park out front. Do you?" He grimaced. "If we're going to snoop on private property, we need to hide the SUV behind some of the large equipment and go exploring on foot." "Good idea." Her grip relaxed on his arm. He drove around the large crane, looking for a good place to park. He had to make a wide turn to avoid the large mounds of dirt and gravel that were haphazardly dumped around the building's perimeter. He had to stop and back up to get around a particularly large dump pile. Then, he abruptly stopped. "Are we leaving the car here?" Bryn asked. "No. Look over there." He gestured to a narrow gap between the large dirt pile and the backhoe. "Is that a vehicle back there?" "I don't know. I can't see anything." Bryn straightened in her seat, craning her neck. Why would someone be back there? To stay out of sight the same way we are. He backed up and angled the SUV between the large dirt pile and the crane. Then he killed the engine. "You need to stay here while I go check it out." "I want to come with you." She was already pushing her door open. He grabbed her arm to keep her from bailing out. "Bryn, listen to me. If that vehicle belongs to the gunman, the last thing we need is for them to see you." He tugged her back into the seat. "I'm asking you to trust me. Let me get a little closer to check it out. It could be nothing, like a delivery of some sort." "On a Sunday?" She narrowed her gaze. "Fat chance." "Please." He didn't want her anywhere near the vehicle he'd spotted. Their current location of being crammed between the dirt pile and the crane would hide their car from anyone driving into the parking lot. "Maybe it's a security vehicle." She sat back and closed her passenger side door. "Since there aren't any fences or gates to keep us out, it makes sense that they'd have a roving security guard on the premises." He was impressed she'd come up with that idea. "You're probably right. Sit tight for a few minutes while I check it out." "Fine." She crossed her arms over her chest. "If you're not back in 15 minutes, I'm coming to find you." He paused, considering that. "If I'm not back in 15 minutes, you need to drive out of here and call die." He passed his phone to her, then dug the key fob from his pocket and dropped it into the center console. "She'll help you get in touch with Rex or someone else from the team." He didn't add that none of the Grayson's Guardians' teammates were close by. Rex was the closest, and he was in Chicago. "Okay." She reluctantly took his phone. "Come back soon, okay?" That's the goal. He slid out of the driver's seat and softly closed the door behind him. Then, keeping his head low, he made his way around the dirt pile toward the location of the vehicle he'd spotted. He wasn't sure, but at first glance, he thought it might be a gray SUV. Yet he'd disabled the last steel gray SUV that had come after them. He thought it would be odd if the guys had gotten a replacement of the same make and model. Unless it was a company type of car. Possibilities swirled in his mind as he quickly moved closer toward the back of the building. When he was within 50 feet of the car, a chill snaked down his spine. The vehicle was a light gray SUV, and it was empty. It
Whoever had driven the car here was inside the building. He stared at it for a long moment, realized their theory about the data center was right. Somehow, Damien's murder was connected to this data center. Too bad he had no idea how or why this half-finished building had cost a man his life and Bryn to be framed for his murder. Chapter 12. Bryn kept her gaze on the spot where Micah had disappeared, silently praying he'd be okay and return to the car soon. Sitting there went against the grain, but she tried to be patient. Still, the minutes ticked by with excruciating slowness. She found it impossible to relax, turning in her seat to scan the area behind the car to make sure nobody else had driven around to find her. There was nothing behind her but open land. The problem was that with the crane on one side and the mound of dirt on the other, she wouldn't know if anyone came up behind her until it was too late. After a long 5 minutes, she decided there was no way she was going to drive away from the data center in the 15-minute time frame as agreed upon. She couldn't leave Micah behind. While it was tempting to drive to the closest police station to turn herself in, she wouldn't do that until she knew he was safe. Micah wouldn't like that plan. But if this trip turned out to be a bust, that was the only reasonable alternative. Another 5 minutes passed. She was beginning to fear the worst, that whoever had driven the SUV to the rear of the building had found Micah. The only thing keeping her in the car was knowing that Micah was armed. She knew he wouldn't go down quietly. She listened for the telltale sound of gunfire. Hearing nothing was nerve-wracking. Could they have somehow disarmed him? If so, she really should drive away from here to get help. When a face appeared in the driver's side window, she nearly screamed at the top of her lungs. A nanosecond later, she recognized Micah. Pressing a hand to her thundering heart, she battled back the fear gripping her by the throat. Micah opened the driver's side door and slid inside, offering a sheepish look. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." "You took 10 years off my life." She was so rattled she could barely speak. "Next time, make a noise or something." He reached over to touch her hand. I was quiet on purpose. I didn't want whoever had driven the SUV to this location to know I was out there. The building has no doors or windows, remember? "Yeah, okay. Fill me in on what you found." Now that her heart had settled back down, sort of, she turned in her seat to face him. "Did you see anyone? Or recognize the car?" "No, but I memorized the license plate of the SUV. It's obviously not the same as the one I disabled." He picked up the phone from the center console and typed on the screen. Leaning forward, she realized he was texting Rex Grayson. "How long will it take for him to get back to you?" she asked, feeling impatient. "You never heard from your friend Alex either." "Not on the weekend. He only works during the week, but Rex may be able to pull some strings." Micah slid the phone back into his pocket. Knowing who registered the vehicle would be nice. In the meantime, I planned to sneak inside the construction site to see if I can get a closer look at the occupants. I would have done that right away, but it's a huge facility. I knew it would take longer than our agreed-upon 15 minutes, and I didn't want you to worry. "Thanks for that, because I was already going crazy sitting out here by myself. But if you're going back inside, then I'm coming with you." She narrowed her gaze when he shook his head before she'd even finished speaking. "This is my life, Micah. My freedom at stake. Besides, I'm the one who knows Richard and the other employees from the company by sight, not to mention Philip Justin, the spokesperson for the data center. There's a good chance I'll recognize whoever's inside." "There's no reason for you to risk your life," Micah said with a frown. "I saw their photos, remember? I can probably identify them. I'd rather you drive out of here to safety." "That's not happening." She lifted her chin, locking her gaze on his. "I'm coming too. If we can find something that bolsters my case, then great.
I'll gladly head back here and drive to the nearest police station to tell them what we learned. But until then, I think it's better if we stick together." He raked a frustrated hand over his short hair, glancing out at the dirt pile beside them. She didn't care if he was upset or angry with her. Sitting there wondering what was going on was far worse than sneaking into the building with Micah. "I wish you'd reconsider," he finally said. "I can figure out who the players are and fill you in when I get back. I'm coming with you." She plucked the key fob out of the center console and held it out to him. "If anything goes wrong, we'll run back to the vehicle to escape." She held his gaze for a long moment. "Together. And if that's not possible," he scrubbed his hands over his face, "you must realize there's a chance we'll get caught. Then we'll be in trouble together." She wasn't budging from this. "Please, Micah. We've come this far. Besides, we're wasting time arguing. Let's just get in there already to find out what's going on." He sighed heavily and took the key. His unsmiling face was the only sign of his anger, and she decided to ignore it. She wasn't going to change her mind. Besides, he'd managed to sneak all the way to the SUV without being seen. She was certain they'd find a way to get close enough to learn something without the gunman inside being any the wiser. Her determination to go with him didn't prevent her from lifting her gaze to the overcast sky and murmuring a silent prayer as she slid out of the rental. "Please, Lord Jesus, keep us safe in your care." She cautiously rounded the dirt pile. A tug on her arm stopped her. She glanced back at Micah's grim features. "If we're doing this, you need to stay behind me, and you need to follow orders." "Okay." She swallowed an argument. He was the expert. He pulled his weapon from its holster and stepped in front of her. She frowned, realizing she wouldn't be able to see much while being stuck behind his broad back. Micah moved stealthily around the dirt pile toward the next pile of gravel. She stayed close behind him, wishing she could see the SUV that had drawn his attention. After a few minutes, Micah paused behind the gravel pile, which gave her a chance to see the SUV parked behind the back of the building. He glanced at her, then went on the move. He walked quickly with his upper torso bent over to minimize his height. She didn't have to worry as she was almost 6 inches shorter than he was. This time, there was nothing to hide their approach. The open space between the last of the construction piles to the SUV and the building beyond made her feel incredibly vulnerable. She swallowed her concern. Micah had warned her. Besides, he must have gotten this close before to see the license plate. When Bryn realized she was holding her breath, she forced herself to exhale and to breathe normally. The staccato beat of her heart made it difficult. Not for the first time, she wondered how Micah had done this sort of thing while being stationed in Afghanistan. She'd never have survived. Micah angled away from the SUV toward the side of the building. While there weren't windows or doors, the basic structure was complete. Once they reached the wall, Micah stopped and turned to look at her. "Okay?" he asked in a low whisper. She nodded and thought to herself, "So far, so good." "We're going to head to the wall near the opening where the doorway should be," he said softly. "If the area beyond is clear, we'll go inside." "Sounds good." She tried to whisper as quietly as he did. "I'm with you." He gave a curt nod and proceeded to cross the last bit of open space heading toward the side of the wall. The ground was uneven, littered with rocks and clumps of dirt and the occasional leftover pockets of snow. She focused on not tripping and falling on her face as she followed his lead. The building was so big she was convinced the owner of the SUV could just about be anywhere inside. What if they didn't find anyone? Maybe the SUV had been left there on purpose and the owner had been driven away by someone else. No, that didn't make any sense. Not when the data center was out in the middle of nowhere. Easier to meet up somewhere else to switch cars. She shoved aside her whirling thoughts, focusing on the present. Even if nobody was inside, she thought it was possible they could find something useful. The fact that the SUV was there at all, especially parked in the back where it couldn't be seen from the road, indicated there was something off about the place. Micah stopped so abruptly she nearly walked into him. Placing her hand on his back, she steadied herself. He quickly peeked around the corner and took a longer look at the area behind the opening. A minute later, he glanced back at her. He lifted his hand and pointed at the opening. She guessed he was telling her they were going in. She nodded in understanding and followed him around the corner of the opening. As they crossed the threshold, she was glad to see the floor of the building was concrete. Yet even with the solid footing, the floor was littered with various construction debris, a few bent nails, the occasional length of wood, and a couple of styrofoam cups that had been left by the workers. Not a lot of stuff, but enough they had to step carefully to avoid being heard. The walls themselves were covered with drywall that wasn't quite finished. The space they'd entered was large and mostly empty, but she could tell there were sections walled off on the opposite side. It made sense that there would likely be office areas along the front of the building. Micah's head swiveled from side to side as he swiftly made his way diagonally across the room to the wall along the left side. She quickly joined him, pressing her back against the drywall while realizing that if anyone stepped out from those office areas, they would have easily been seen. With the wide open space they were in, there was nowhere to hide. Swallowing hard, she reminded herself that it was her idea to tag along. So far, there was no sign of anyone else being there. Micah edged along the wall, then stopped. She huddled beside him, wondering what had caught his attention. He lifted his hand and gestured to the area around the corner. They were still several feet away from the presumed office space. She peeked around the corner and caught her breath when she saw there was a sheet of plywood stretched over two sawhorses. Sitting on the plywood was a sheet of paper that appeared to be a blueprint of the building. The curled edges on either side of the blueprint were held in place by a square chunk of wood on one side and a box of nails on the other. She wondered why it wasn't set up in the office area, but figured the construction guys had kept the document out there for easy access. She was interested to see what the blueprints showed, but didn't move from her spot beside Micah. He also eyed the blueprint with interest, then turned his attention to the offices beyond. He waited a beat and took several steps forward for a closer look. She followed, hoping she'd be able to see it too. When he froze, she stopped as well. She frowned, wondering what had caught his attention this time. Then she heard it too, the low rumble of voices. A radio? No. She quickly realized there were two people talking. Straining to listen, she tried to hear what they were saying. Their voices were too muffled to make out the words. She tugged Micah down so she could whisper into his ear. "Two people." He nodded, his expression grim. She could tell he wanted to tell her to go back to the car, but he didn't. Instead, he moved even closer to the opening that led into the office where she felt certain the men were standing and talking. Now the makeshift table with the blueprint was to her right. She tensed as she followed Micah until they reached the wall near the doorway. He flattened himself against it, so she did the same. Her pulse had kicked into high gear as the reality of the danger sank in. What if the men in the office came out to see them standing there? Micah held his gun with the barrel pointed down to the floor, ready to pull it up if needed. Yet she also knew, if those people talking in the office area were the gunmen who tried to kill her, they were armed too. Knowing these guys likely had two weapons against their one wasn't encouraging. She couldn't bear to think of Micah being ruthlessly gunned down simply because he'd agreed to help her. Yet she didn't pull him back either, because now that they were closer to the opening, she could make out the words that were being said. "We need to find her." The deep voice was familiar. She frowned, trying to place it. It didn't sound like Richard's, as his voice had a distinct nasal tone. Besides,
Richard had been in Madison, standing beside the police chief imploring her to turn herself in. Yet she knew she'd heard this voice before. On the phone? Maybe. She wondered if the voice belonged to Philip Justin. She'd only spoken to him a handful of times, so it was hard to be sure. Were these two gunmen hired by Richard? She wanted to get closer, but Micah stood between her and the doorway. Maybe it didn't matter. The only thing she knew for certain was that the two people in the office had not only tried to kill her, but had also murdered Damien, setting her house on fire to destroy the evidence. And they wouldn't stop until she exposed their devious plan, or until they succeeded in silencing her. Permanently. Micah's blood ran cold as the two men in the office discussed the need to find and kill Bryn. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He noticed there was a new text message from Rex, probably providing information on the SUV license plate, yet he didn't take the time to read it now. Instead, he hit the record button, intending to capture the conversation between the two men.
"The cops will find and arrest her,"
a dismissive voice said.
"We need to stay focused on the plan. I still think we need to flush her out into the open,"
the deep voice countered.
"We can't risk anyone in the police department buying her side of the story." "You worry too much,"
the dismissive voice said.
"Nobody will believe her with the evidence that's stacked against her."
Micah glanced at his phone, praying he was getting this clearly enough to be used as evidence of Bryn's innocence. The two men hadn't said anything incriminating yet, but he hoped more information might be forthcoming. He wished they'd refer to Bryn by name, but they didn't. The voices fell silent for a moment. He glanced at Bryn, then lowered his head to whisper, "I need you to go back to the car." She shook her head and pointed to the opening. "I want to see who's in there." He was anxious to see the gunman too, but he didn't want to risk drawing their attention. As it was, they were so far from the opening leading to the outside that they'd never manage to escape in time if either of the two men ventured out of the office. "Please," he breathed a word near her ear. He showed her the phone where he was recording the conversation, and understanding dawned in her eyes. Yet she didn't move.
"You're an idiot,"
the deep voice snapped.
"She's a threat that needs to be eliminated. Without anyone to hear her side of the story, the evidence that's been planted against her will stand without being questioned." "Don't you dare insult me,"
the snide voice said.
"This was my idea, remember? I'm telling you, the police will pick her up before we get the chance." "Not good enough,"
the deep-voiced man insisted.
"Besides, she's not the only threat. The guy with her also needs to die." "Nobody will believe him either,"
the dismissive voice said.
"You don't know that. It's too bad we lost them outside the police station. It's driving me crazy that we have no idea where they are now."
Closer than you can imagine, Micah thought wryly. He glanced at the phone screen, wondering if that was enough to convince the police that Bryn hadn't murdered anyone. They referenced the shooting outside the police station, which added credence to the shooting incident that had taken place there. He glanced out through the open space. This had to be good enough to use against them. He didn't want to stand out there for much longer.
"I think we should get her friend to help draw her out. And the boyfriend, too,"
the deep voice suggested. Micah decided that the man with the deep voice sounded like the smarter of the two men. At least he was attempting to problem solve their dilemma rather than sitting back to let the police handle things. Considering they'd already murdered one man, there was no reason to stop now. In the army, they didn't stop until the mission was accomplished.
"You just won't let it rest, will you?"
The snide voice sounded annoyed now, and Micah wondered if they always argued like this. They weren't teammates the way that Rex, Di, Mac, and the others were.
"If you think that'll work, then go for it. Give her a call along with detailed instructions. She's not too smart. You don't want her to mess this up for us."
Her? Micah glanced at Bryn.
She nodded at the unspoken question in his eyes, confirming they were both thinking the same thing. Gwen or Tabitha. Either one could be involved, but his gut leaned toward Gwen. It made sense that if these two men were hired by Richard, then they'd know Gwen was on their side. His gut clenched at the thought of Gwen telling these two that Bryn and Micah had been there to see her. He had no doubt Gwen would throw Bryn to the wolves to save herself. Whatever. Micah decided they'd heard enough. They'd gotten what they needed, and they'd already been standing there longer than he'd planned. There was no reason to risk being caught. The audio recording would surely be enough to exonerate Bryn. Glancing at her, he silently gestured for her to back away from the opening. She took one step along the wall, then another. Soon, they were several feet from the doorway leading into the office area. After getting that far, he gestured toward the opening leading out the back of the building. The goal was to retrace their earlier steps, going out the same way they'd entered the structure. He thought there was probably additional exits out of the data center located on each of the opposite ends of the structure, but there wasn't enough time to find them now. Better to take the familiar path. Time was of the essence. Now that they'd found something useful, he was on board with the idea of going to the closest police station. The sooner they were able to get this recording heard by those in law enforcement, the better. That thought had him realizing he needed to send it to Rex now. He pulled out his phone and edited the audio recording. Then he sent it to Rex via text message, including the information that there were two men involved, and they were currently at the data center construction site. After he sent the message, he noticed Rex's earlier message had been to inform him that the license plate of the SUV belonged to a rental car. Rex added that he was still trying to get the identity of the person who'd secured the rental. Micah swallowed a groan, knowing he shouldn't have been surprised. Of course the two gunmen had rented a car after he'd disabled their original ride. He glanced at Bryn, then decided to fill her in later. They needed to get out of there. He held her gaze, then gestured toward the opening on the other side of the room. Then he tapped his watch to indicate they were running out of time and needed to move. She frowned, but then reluctantly nodded. He knew how badly she wanted to put a face with the voices they'd heard, but this wasn't the time. He waited, hoping that the two men would start talking again. They would be less likely to hear them sneaking out of there if they were busy discussing the planned execution of him and Bryn.
"She's not picking up the phone,"
the deep voice said.
"Keep trying," the other man replied. "She's probably avoiding you on purpose." "She wouldn't dare,"
the deep voice said. This was exactly what he'd wanted. Hoping they'd stayed engrossed in the task of talking to Gwen about setting a trap for Bryn. Micah stepped forward, taking the lead. He intended to get out of there as swiftly and quietly as possible. They'd barely gone 10 feet when the sound of a nail skittering across the floor had him freezing in place. He turned and glanced back at Bryn, whose face had gone pale.
"Did you hear that?"
Even though they were farther from the office now, the raised voice was clearly audible.
"Someone's out there."
He frantically waved at Bryn to run, even as he turned to face the opening, holding his gun up in two hands. But rather than sprinting across the opening and leaving the building, Bryn darted straight for the opening. "No!" Micah's unspoken cry locked in his throat. He stared in horror as she offered herself up like a lamb to the wolves. "I hear you're looking for me," Bryn said loudly. "Here I am. I think I deserve to understand what's going on here before you kill me." What was she doing? He wanted to scream in frustration. Various scenarios spun through his mind, but none were good. He swiftly moved back to the wall. He wanted to call 911, but didn't want the two men to know he was out there. He texted Rex with one hand, asking him to notify the police while holding his weapon in the other. Their chances of getting out of there alive were slim to none, but he wasn't going down without a fight. Micah grimly acknowledged he might die here today, but if that was the case, he would make sure to take at least one of the other gunmen down with him, and he silently prayed he'd find a way to save Bryn from suffering the same fate. Chapter 13. Bryn stepped into the opening leading into the office with her head held high, trying to ignore the way her knees were shaking.
She hoped Micah took the opportunity to get out of there, or at least figure out a way to buy them some time. Time for what? She wasn't sure. Was rescue even a possibility? The location of the data center was miles from any law enforcement agency. How long would it take for the police to get there? Too long. She swallowed hard against her desert-dry throat. All she knew was that she couldn't allow Micah to suffer because she dragged him into her nightmare. Focusing on the threat, she eyed the two men. She recognized Philip Justin, the point person for the data center project who had met with Damien. The other man was heavier around the waist, not as tall as Philip, and she'd never seen him before in her life. He wasn't of Asian heritage, so she didn't think he was Jin Yong Woo, the owner of the data center. Yet he was clearly involved. Maybe he was even the shorter person who'd killed Damien and come after her and Micah. Facing the two men was the hardest thing she'd ever done. The only good thing was that her arrival seemed to have taken both men by complete surprise. Philip gaped at her as if dumbstruck, while the heavier guy's surprised expression quickly morphed from shock to grim satisfaction. The short guy pulled his weapon and pointed it at her chest. He smirked. "Well, looky here. How nice for us that the mouse walked right into the trap without us needing to bait it with cheese." She almost rolled her eyes at his horrible analogy, but strove not to show any emotion. She projected her voice as loud as she dared, hoping and praying Micah would hear, if he was still back there, which she sincerely hoped he wasn't. "Yeah, I'm here. You caught me before I could get away. Now why don't you fill me in on what's going on? Why are you doing this?" "I think you know why," the short man said with a sneer. She shook her head, straining to listen for any indication that the police might be on their way. Surely Micah had called them. He had a phone. Doing her best to remain calm, she narrowed her gaze and focused on the short guy. "See, that's the thing. I have no idea what's going on. We all know there are hundreds of data centers across the country. I don't see what's so special about this one. If there's something unique going on here, you've been given faulty information about how much I know. Trust me, my relationship with Damien ended months ago. He never confided in me about any of this." She waved her hand at their surroundings. "There's absolutely no reason to kill me." "Maybe you don't know much, but it's too late to change our course now," the short man said. The more he spoke, the more his voice began to sound familiar. Where had she heard it before? Maybe he called Damien at one point. She tried to place the call, but couldn't. "Now where's your boyfriend?" "He's not my boyfriend. He knew my brother, and that's all. And he's not here. I came alone." She didn't dare glance behind her. "I don't believe you," the short man said. "It's true. We argued because he wanted me to get a fake passport to leave the country with him to avoid being arrested, but I refused. He got mad and left. Besides, he doesn't know anything either." "Yeah, sure," the short man chuckled, a harsh sound without an ounce of humor. "If you think I'm buying that story, think again. Phil, go see if he's hiding back there." Philip hadn't pulled his weapon upon her arrival, but he did now. She gripped her hands together to hide their trembling and forced herself to look Philip in the eye. Behind the two men was a square opening that would someday be a window. Beyond that, she could see the open area outside the front of the building that would likely serve as a parking lot, along with the piles of dirt and gravel. To the left, she could see the large crane and backhoe. Thankfully, there was no sign of the SUV she and Micah had hidden. She hoped if Micah used it to escape, that neither of these men would hear the engine or catch a glimpse of him driving away. Better that she kept their attention focused on her so that Micah could do his thing. She waved a hand on the opening behind her. "Go ahead. Look all you like. But I'm not lying. I came alone. I figured there must be something going on here to have caused you to kill Damien. And looky here. It seems I was right." She allowed her voice to take on a mocking tone,
throwing his words back in his face. After all, why else would you two be standing here discussing the best way to get rid of me?
She's lying. Go check the place, the short guy said sharply. The business end of his weapon never wavered from the center of her chest. One wrong move, and Bryn knew he would shoot. At this close range, she doubted he'd miss. Philip nodded and stepped forward. Bryn didn't move from her spot in the center of the opening, hoping Micah was either long gone or had heard enough to know he needed to find a place to hide. Hopefully the former. There was nothing more she could do than pray that he'd be safe. Taking another step toward her, Philip gestured with the tip of his weapon to indicate she needed to move out of the way. He hadn't uttered a single word since she'd walked into the office space, and it was clear that the short, heavy-set man with the deep voice was in charge. Yet Philip held the weapon in a steady grip, so she knew he wasn't completely innocent in all of this either. She stood perfectly still for another long second before finally stepping to the side. Philip brushed past her and stepped into the large open room behind them, and when he didn't immediately raise the alarm about finding Micah, she slowly relaxed. Micah must have taken the opportunity to get away. Praise God. She drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. Her spur-of-the-moment decision to confront these guys had worked. Now all she had to do was find a way to stay alive until help arrived. Richard put you up to this, didn't he? Bryn's only plan consisted of stalling for as long as possible, and the only way to accomplish that was to keep him talking. He's the one who pushed money through my bank account to make it look as if I embezzled the funds. The money was originally the down payment for the project, wasn't it? The short guy didn't respond, so she continued. And once that was done, Richard took things a step further by killing Damien and framing me for his murder. Oh, and let's not forget how he set my house on fire. I'm really not sure why that was necessary. A creepy smile tugged at the short man's mouth. It was disturbing that he found humor in what they'd done to her. You don't know what you're talking about. Besides, it doesn't matter how we got here. The only thing that matters is getting rid of you and your boyfriend. She shrugged, feigning a nonchalance she didn't feel. I told you, he's not my boyfriend. Besides, you'll have to find him first. He was upset after we argued his idea of leaving the country. He took off, and by now, I'm sure he's left the state. He could be anywhere, even on a plane to Switzerland. She was secretly surprised at how easily the lies tumbled from her lips, considering she'd never so much as taken an acting class. She felt she was doing a fairly decent job of convincing him Micah was gone. Oh, I'm sure we'll find Micah Newton. When he uttered Micah's full name, the blood leached from her face. Her previous acting skills vanished in a heartbeat. That this evil man knew Micah's full name was horrifying. She tried to hide her shock as the short guy continued. We have plenty of resources at our disposal. Resources? Like someone within the police department? Maybe even the police chief himself? The image of Richard standing beside the Madison chief of police was seared into her mind. Anything was possible, yet she strove to look and sound unconcerned. Maybe, but since you seem to know so much about him, you must know about how he served in the army. I'm pretty sure he can take care of himself. There was still nothing from Philip, who'd gone to search the building. She prayed that meant Micah was gone. It would have been easier to kill both of you together, the short man said, his expression thoughtful. I've had several scenarios in mind to explain how you both died, which of course would never implicate me. However, we can improvise. His gaze narrowed. You were always the main target. Why? Because I dated Damien for a few weeks? Bryn wasn't sure she'd survive this, but if she did make it out of there alive, she hoped to get as much information about their scheme as possible.
Richard found me an easy scapegoat because of our brief relationship, right? He figured that would explain everything.
Shut up, the shorter guy said, his tone dismissive. The more you babble on, the more stupid you sound. You couldn't be further from the truth. That comment caught her off guard. She thought she was correct. She frowned, then shrugged. Okay, then why not fill me in on what really transpired? She unclenched her fingers and lifted her hands palms upward. You're going to kill me anyway, so what's the harm? I don't have to explain myself to you. Stop fishing for more information. The short guy sneered again, but then he abruptly shifted his gaze to something over her shoulder. Phil, have you found him?
Not yet.
The words were distant, as if Phil was all the way on the other side of the building.
The place is empty.
Keep looking. The short guy scowled, then turned back to her. If he's hiding in there, we'll find him. I told you he's not. I came alone, just wasting time. She was secretly thrilled that Philip hadn't found Micah. She tried to think of a way to distract him. Where's Jin Young Woo in all of this? This is his data center project, isn't it? Annoyed surprise flared in the short man's narrow, beady eyes. Yeah, that's right. I did my homework. She managed a self-satisfied smile. I know Jin Young Woo owns this place, but it's not just a data center, is it? What's his ultimate plan for the company anyway? Does Jin Young Woo intend to use this place to infiltrate networks? Or is this going to be a hub for hackers? Shut up! The short guy's shout had her taking a step back. She may have pushed him too far. Hopefully, he wouldn't simply shoot her right now and be done with it. Okay, sorry. She raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. You don't have to tell me anything. Although, you should know that I documented my suspicions in an email. She tensed, anticipating another flash of anger. Although if hackers are part of the plan, I guess it'll be easy enough for you to hijack the message before it gets read. She risked a glance over her shoulder, but didn't see anyone behind her. Is Philip the data guy? Or did you convince Dion or one of the other employees from Digital Creative Express to help carry out your mission? He took a threatening step toward her. And here you tried to convince us that you didn't know anything. Not that it matters. The creepy smile was back. I won't lose any sleep over killing you. Of course he wouldn't. Men like him had already sold their soul to the devil. As she spoke, she thought she heard something from behind her, but now there was nothing but silence. Philip's prolonged absence seemed to grate on the short guy. Okay, Phil, give it up. If you haven't found him yet, he must have already left. And that means we need to get out of here too. Bryn tensed, wondering how this would go down. Somehow, she didn't think they'd risk spilling blood on the new concrete floor. Would they take her away somewhere to kill her? Would Micah have time to intervene if they did? There was no response from Phil. She kept her gaze on the short guy, anticipating he would grab her and force her out of there at any moment. Phil! Answer me! The short guy let out a string of curses as the silence stretched for a full minute. And then two. Her heart pounded in her chest as realization dawned. She firmly believed that Phil couldn't answer because Micah had grabbed him and disarmed him. Maybe, just maybe, they'd both make it out of this alive after all. After texting Rex to call 911, Micah found a stack of drywall along with 2 stacked pails of drywall mud not far from the 2 sawhorses that held the blueprint. It wasn't an optimal hiding spot. He was too big to hide there for long, but it was better than nothing. He admired how Bryn spoke confidently to the 2 gunmen. He was still annoyed with her decision to serve herself up on a platter, but there was nothing he could do now except go along with her impromptu plan. Yet he wasn't even sure if Rex had gotten the message to call 911 or how long it would take for the police to arrive. In the meantime, he needed a plan B. He thought at first that the gunman had bought into Bryn's story about how she'd come to the data center alone.
He'd been even more impressed when she'd used their very real argument as the reason they decided to go their separate ways. It had been a brilliant ruse, but her act hadn't worked for long. When a tall man holding a weapon stepped out of the office space and began scanning the area, holding his gun in the ready position to shoot at anything that moved, Micah knew they hadn't believed her. There was no time to lose. He absolutely needed to figure out a way to draw the guy toward him without revealing his location. And he also needed to disarm him without alerting the gunman with Bryn. A daunting task. But he didn't have another option. As much as he wanted to check his phone for a reply from Rex, he stayed where he was, watching through a narrow crack between the stacked drywall and the pails as the gunman crossed the spacious room, looking from right to left and back again. How long would it take for him to come this way? Micah didn't know, but all he could do was stay put and wait. He'd waited in worse and more uncomfortable positions than this during his last tour in Afghanistan. But he was more on edge here because of Bryn. Listening to her talking with the other gunman made him realize she was doing her best to buy him time. That she'd sacrifice herself for him was humbling. Incredibly annoying and frustrating beyond reason. But still humbling. His fellow soldiers had put themselves in harm's way for him, just as he had in return without hesitation. But that was different. They were all trained and armed. Doing what Bryn had, purposely putting herself in the lion's den, was not typical. Especially for a woman without any police or military training. His former fiancée couldn't even support his admittedly erratic schedule, much less put herself in harm's way for him. After spending time with Bryn over the past few days, he realized Leah had done him a favor by ditching him. He hadn't loved her the way he should have loved the woman he had planned to spend the rest of his life with. His feelings for Leah were a pale comparison to the way he loved Bryn. And there was no way he was going to let these guys kill her. When the gunman in the office space shouted Phil's name, he realized the guy sweeping the building was Philip Justin. Bryn had mentioned him as the person who'd hired Damien to put a positive spin on this data center project. Phil had responded from someplace far away, maybe all the way outside near the SUV. Good thing he and Bryn had left their vehicle hidden behind the dirt pile and backhoe. He held his breath, waiting for Phil to return to his field of vision. Then he cautiously turned to make sure the guy wasn't someplace behind him. He'd chosen this position because it was the only viable hiding spot, and because of the close proximity to the office. He didn't see anyone behind him, but his muscles remained tense at the thought of Phil stumbling across him. Bryn's voice drifted toward him. He understood she was speaking louder than usual to hide whatever noise he might make. She was also clearly trying to buy some time for the police to get there. Bryn's faith and her ability to pray made him open his heart to the Lord. He realized he couldn't do this alone, so he silently prayed that Rex had gotten his text, made the emergency call, that the Wild Prairie police were on their way. Hearing a nail being kicked across the floor had him going completely still. It was the same thing Bryn had accidentally done, only this time Phil had been the one to disturb the construction debris. He peered through the narrow crack, waiting for the guy to come into view. There! Phil stepped into his line of sight and paused, looking around as if sensing Micah's presence. Phil still held his weapon in hand, but the barrel of the gun was lower now, pointing toward the floor. A lot of people didn't realize how heavy a handgun could be when holding it for a prolonged period. He estimated the distance between his hiding spot and Phil as being 25 feet, too far for him to spring out of hiding. Even though his weapon was down, it wouldn't take long to bring the barrel up to fire. "Come on, walk this way," he silently urged. Phil hadn't come near the drywall pails yet, and if the guy knew anything about clearing a building, he should be walking toward him at any moment to check things out. Micah planned to be ready. Phil paused, glanced both ways, then seemed to notice the drywall containers for the first time. Micah figured he must have gone straight through the building to check the area outside to make sure nobody was out there. Any soldier would have cleared the building first. That's fine. He welcomed the opportunity to get this guy. Phil turned and made his way straight toward Micah's hiding spot.
To his credit, Phil moved slowly as if anticipating a trap. Apparently, his instincts weren't all bad. Micah didn't so much as breathe while Phil approached. Micah kept his gaze steady, watching and waiting while mentally ticking off the series of movements he planned to execute at precisely the right time. Now! Micah sprang up from his hiding spot, reaching Phil in less than 2 steps. He clamped his hand around Phil's right wrist and wrenched the weapon free. Then he yanked Phil's arm down and behind his back and used his body to plaster the guy up against the drywall. "Don't make a sound," he whispered, "or I'll kill you." Phil didn't speak, possibly too surprised and scared by how quickly Micah had managed to disarm him. But Micah doubted the shock would last for long. With his other hand, he reached up and clamped his palm hard over Phil's mouth and nose, just in case the guy changed his mind and screamed out his name. Then he swiftly released the wrist he held behind Phil's back so he could grab his weapon from his waistband. He pressed the muzzle of his gun against Phil's temple. "Don't make a sound," Micah whispered again. For several long moments, Phil didn't move. Micah didn't relax his grip, knowing Phil could still alert the gunman who was holding Bryn. After a long moment, Phil began to struggle in his grip. Micah was bigger and stronger, but he still worried the guy would make enough noise to draw attention. He decided Phil needed to be taken out of the picture. He shifted his stance, using his body to keep him in place, then tucked the gun away so that he could use both hands to encircle Phil's neck. He pressed firmly against the guy's carotid arteries, cutting off the blood supply to Phil's brain. While he didn't necessarily want to kill him, he needed to disable him as a threat. And he was convinced Phil wouldn't have hesitated to kill him. Phil's struggle grew weaker. Micah didn't relax his grip, waiting for the lack of oxygen to Phil's brain to immobilize him. Phil continued to fight, his foot kicking one of the drywall paste buckets. It was full, so the muffled sound didn't go very far. Still, Micah glanced toward the office area, preparing for the worst. When he heard the gunman shout Phil's name again, Micah braced himself, knowing things were about to go sideways. He continued holding pressure until Phil went limp in his arms. Even then, he held pressure for another long minute to make sure the guy wouldn't wake up too soon to interfere with his plan. Finally, he lowered Phil to the concrete ground near the drywall buckets. Obviously, being incapacitated meant Phil didn't respond to the gunman's call.
Phil!
A string of curse words spewed forth as the gunman holding Bryn understood something had gone wrong. He heard Bryn gasp in pain. Then suddenly, the second gunman was in the opening holding Bryn in front of him, his arm around her neck in a choking grip with his gun pressed against her temple. His heart squeezed at the fear blazing from her dark eyes. He would have done anything to spare her from this, but it was too late now. "Don't move, or watch your girlfriend die," the deep voice said, although the guy didn't sound nearly as confident now as he had earlier. It was much easier to browbeat an unarmed woman than to face a former army soldier. "I mean it." The guy holding Bryn didn't look away. "Actually, you saved me some trouble by sticking around, Micah." The emphasis on his name hit hard. He hadn't realized these guys knew his name, yet Micah didn't flinch. "Your being here works right into my plan. Now I can kill you and Bryn in one fell swoop. By the time I'm done here, the police will believe this is nothing more than a murder-suicide." "What about your buddy Phil?" Micah asked. "You won't be able to explain his death." He hadn't killed Phil. At least he didn't think so. But he hoped this gunman hadn't noticed. The guy holding Bryn shrugged as if that possibility simply couldn't be helped. Clearly, he didn't care about Phil's demise. Fear gripping his throat, Micah tried again. He didn't dare reach for his own weapon. Not when this guy held the muzzle of the gun pressed against Bryn's temple. The police won't just buy your murder-suicide setup without a thorough investigation. It's extremely rare for a woman to shoot and kill her partner before turning the gun on herself. Typically, it's the other way around. Yet, she's the one being framed for murder. The gunman's smirk
made Micah wish he could lash out to swipe it off his face. I think we'll be able to sell this story well enough to avoid being caught. Now I'm done playing around. Throw down your weapon and do the same thing with the one you took from Phil, too. Micah knew that no matter what happened here, Rex would make sure to seek justice. Yet Micah was afraid that would be too little, too late. For a long second, he and the gunman holding Bryn stared each other down across the 15 feet of concrete that stretched between them. No matter how many different angles Micah used to examine their situation, there was no easy solution to free Bryn from the gunman's firm grip. He didn't dare risk pulling his weapon to shoot the gunman in the head. The reflex of the perp's finger tightening on the trigger was all that was needed to kill her. They were at a stalemate. Chapter 14. Bitter fear coated Bryn's mouth. The moment she'd heard the muffled thud from beyond the office space, she'd known things were about to go from bad to worse. She tried to resist when the gunman had roughly grabbed her and pressed the muzzle of the gun against her temple, but he was too strong. She was so close to him that she could smell his rank, oniony breath. He was cruel and ruthless, so much so that she'd anticipated he'd pull the trigger to end her life at any moment. She had known Micah wouldn't leave her, but seeing him standing there with his hands palm up and facing forward brought a wave of regret. Not only had Micah been put in the position of killing Phil, but he was going to die there today alongside her. She held Micah's gaze, hoping he could read the unspoken regret and apology in her eyes for the way she'd put him in this situation. If he did note her apology, he didn't let on. Micah's attention was laser-focused on the gunman. Okay, fine. Micah's voice was calm and deliberate. I'm going to toss my gun aside. Okay? He slowly pulled the gun from his holster, then lowered into a crouch to set it down. Kick it toward me. Bryn tried to swallow, but her throat was too dry. This was it. Once Micah was unarmed, the gunman had no reason to keep either of them alive. All she could do was continue to pray. She knew that once she was dead, her soul would live on with Jesus. Her biggest regret was that she hadn't done more to bring Micah closer to the Lord. So she prayed for him far more than she'd prayed for herself. She knew Micah was a good man. If he'd been raised with faith, he'd already have accepted Jesus as his Savior, believing without a doubt that Jesus had died for his sins. She really, really didn't want things to end this way. But God was the one in control here, not her. Here you go. Micah kicked the weapon toward her. For a moment, she was confused, wondering if he thought she might be able to get her hands on it. But then she realized he wanted to make sure the guy holding her couldn't easily grab it. She didn't know why that mattered. He could kill her and turn the weapon on Micah to kill him too within a few seconds. Now Phil's gun, the guy holding her said. And don't try to be a hero. Micah moved slowly, reaching behind him to remove the gun from the small of his back. Again, he crouched to set it down. Kick it to me, the gunman snapped in anger. Bryn winced when he pushed the tip of the gun painfully into her skin. Stop playing around. I'm just following your orders, Micah said mildly. Then he swept out his foot to kick the gun toward them. It slid to a stop right next to the first weapon. Okay now, let's go. The pressure of the gun against her skin eased a bit. Not enough that she dared to attempt escape. But at least he wasn't hurting her anymore. Go where? Micah asked. Outside to the SUV. The snide tone was back in the gunman's voice. We're going for a little ride. Micah didn't move. Look, you got what you wanted. I'm unarmed, and you have the upper hand. But if you're smart, you'll reconsider your plan. The whole murder-suicide scenario isn't going to work because I already told my buddy everything that's happened so far. Trust me, no matter what evidence you've planted to implicate Bryn, the truth will come out. You're better off letting us go. Take your chances with Bryn going through the legal system. Nice try, the guy sneered. You don't have any idea about the magnitude of what's at stake here. This isn't just about the data center. It's about more money than you could dream of. And since you don't know anything about that, there's no way you could have told your buddy anything." The emphasis on buddy reeked of sarcasm. "My buddy knows enough that you'll never get away with this. Not with the evidence I've passed on to him," Micah said, his reasonable tones seeming to irritate the gunman. She felt the guy holding her tense when Micah mentioned evidence, but it was gone so quickly she was forced to admit she may have imagined it. "Shut up already. It's too late for that. We're ending this now. The only reason I'm driving you away from here is that I don't want your desk to postpone the project any longer than necessary." "It's already been delayed," Micah said with a negligible shrug. "Why bother about that now?" She frowned, wondering why Micah was poking at him. If the gunman got antsy and killed them here, it was all over. If the guy was able to get them out to the SUV to drive them to a different location, they might have the opportunity to get away. A slim chance, maybe, but it was better than being gunned down here and now. To her surprise, the gunman responded. "The city council meets first thing tomorrow morning, and I've been assured the project will be approved." From his overly confident tone, Bryn assumed that one or more of the council members had been bribed to go along with the plan. No wonder these attacks had escalated against her so quickly. The guy wanted her and Micah out of the way so their plan could move forward without a hitch. The only saving grace that she could find was the video that Micah had gotten on his phone earlier. It was the evidence that he'd hinted about. She was a little surprised the gunman hadn't pressed for more information. Was that audio conversation enough to derail the project indefinitely? Or would Richard and this guy holding her at gunpoint have a way of overcoming that obstacle too? Knowing Richard, she felt certain he would have a backup plan, especially if there was a significant amount of money at stake. Bryn tried to read Micah's gaze to understand if he'd called the police. She couldn't hear any sirens yet, which was far from reassuring, and Micah hadn't mentioned calling the authorities to the gunman as a warning, although that could be because he wanted to buy more time. If the gunman knew the police had been called, he'd force them to the SUV, or just outright kill them both. Neither scenario was good. She didn't want to know what would happen if this guy was able to get her and Micah out of there before the police had a chance to respond. "I said, move!" The gunman pressed the gun painfully into her temple again. Despite her efforts to remain calm, fresh tears welled in her eyes. "We're leaving now." "Okay." Micah didn't appear concerned. "But don't say I didn't warn you." The gunman snorted and eased up on his grip. Still, Bryn couldn't relax. She blinked the tears away, pulling herself together with an effort. Trembling in fear only played into the gunman's hands. He wanted them to be passive and afraid, two emotions she felt sure Micah would never display. She tried to gather strength from him, from knowing he would do his best to save them. Even if he failed, she was grateful for the time they'd had together. Yet she wished she'd told Micah how much she loved him, how much she'd always admired him, and that she would have gone anywhere with him if they weren't running from the authorities. Maybe she should have taken him up on the offer to leave the country. It was too late now, but in hindsight, she could admit that having even a few more weeks with Micah would have been better than being shot and killed there today. "What about Phil?" Micah asked, lightly kicking the fallen man on the floor. "Are you just leaving him here? Or is he going with us?" "Phil doesn't matter anymore." The gunman's callous tone sent chills down her spine. He really didn't care about anyone but himself, and the massive amounts of money this data center project was supposedly going to bring in. "Fine with me." Micah took a step backward, as if finally complying with the demand to head outside to the SUV. At that moment, Phil let out a low groan. The sound startled the gunman, as if he was shocked that Phil had risen from the dead. She was surprised too, but realized that Micah didn't take killing as lightly as the man holding her hostage. "Phil? Get up, you idiot!" The sharp tone didn't work. Phil didn't get up. He barely moved. Bryn wondered if maybe Micah had killed him, and the groan was nothing more than a death rattle. "Phil, can you hear me?" With his attention focused on Phil, the gunman's grip loosened enough that she could take a deep breath,
She met Micah's gaze, trying to let him know that if he was going to make a move, she was ready, and that he'd better hurry before the gunman realized Phil really was dead. Micah gave an imperceptible nod. Bryn drew a deep, calming breath, mentally gathering herself to break free of the gunman's grip. Better to die trying to escape than standing there like a sacrificial lamb. As if on cue, Phil groaned again. Bryn twisted her head to the side and wrenched free from the gunman's grip. She dropped to the floor and scrabbled for one of the guns. Unfortunately, her jerky movements only pushed the weapon that had been closer to her farther away. Micah sprang forward at the same moment that she'd wrenched free. How he'd covered that distance so quickly, she had no idea, but the brief distraction of Phil's groans had been enough to catch the gunman off guard. He screamed in rage, trying to fight Micah off. The sharp report of the gun was deafening. Bryn's ears rang as she crawled to the gun. Then the two men toppled over, still wrangling for the weapon in the gunman's hand. Micah was younger and stronger, but she was afraid the bad guy's evil determination might be enough to hold him off. Her fingers finally found the gun. She grabbed it and struggled to her feet. Clutching the gun in two hands, she pointed it toward the two men.
Stop or I'll shoot!
She hoped to distract the gunman, but it was as if she were shouting into the wind. She'd never fired a gun in her life, and even though she was so close, she didn't dare risk firing and hitting Micah by mistake. Phil groaned again, and she took a step to the side so she could watch him. That's when she noticed that the second gun lying on the floor must have been kicked by Micah and the gunman because it had skittered close to Phil's prone body. She darted forward and kicked it away. "Don't move, Phil," she said. "I won't hesitate to shoot." The words had barely cleared her throat when a second gunshot rang out. She whirled toward Micah, hoping and praying he hadn't been hit. For a moment, it looked as if Micah was lying perfectly still. Then he pushed himself upright, holding the gun in his hand. He stood pointing it at the gunman lying on the concrete floor. When she didn't see any blood or any other obvious signs of an injury, she let out her breath in a relieved sigh. It was over. Micah had hoped and prayed that he'd figure out how to distract the gunman, but he hadn't anticipated that Phil would help him in that plan. He was glad now that he hadn't killed the guy, since it was his moaning that had done the trick. He didn't take his gaze from the gunman lying on the floor, but asked Bryn, "Are you okay? You're not hurt." "I'm fine." Her voice sounded breathless. "What about you?" "Peachy." He'd expected the police to have arrived by now and was concerned that Rex hadn't gotten his text message. Could be that the concrete building had interfered with the cell reception. "Needed to find something we can use to tie them up." Okay." Bryn sounded uncertain. He didn't blame her. There wasn't much in the mostly empty construction space to use. Thinking about the pails of drywall paste, he said, "There might be drywall tape someplace. Look for a wide roll that looks similar to duct tape, although it may be made of mesh." He heard her moving around as she searched the area.
Micah, I found it.
"Great. I need you to tie this guy up." He kept his gaze centered on the gunman. He was by far the more dangerous of the two men. "When that's done, we'll take care of Phil."
I understand.
Bryn's voice grew louder as she approached. In his peripheral vision, he saw that she held a wide roll of mesh drywall tape. It wasn't as strong as duct tape, but it would be enough to keep the gunman immobile until he could find something stronger. Or until the police arrived. He needed to check his phone, but he couldn't do that until the two thugs were secure. "What happened?" Phil asked, his voice weak. "My head is killing me." That was due to the lack of oxygen, but Micah didn't bother to explain. "Your buddy over there was going to leave you to die." "Nate wouldn't do that." Phil's voice was getting stronger, and that concerned him. He couldn't afford for this guy to become a threat. "Stay down, Phil." He risked a quick glance at the man he'd overpowered. "Don't make me shoot you." Bryn worked at getting the drywall tape unwrapped and pulled out a long piece. Then she reached down for Nate's wrist. "Let me go." Nate jerked away. Micah took a threatening step toward him. "I've killed dozens of people while serving my country. If you believe I won't shoot you, think again."
It'd be easier for me if you and Phil were both dead. Nate glared at him, then offered up his wrists. No, that's not how we're going to do this. I want you to lie on your stomach and put your hands behind your back. When Nate didn't move, he barked. Now! Nate reluctantly complied, rolling onto his stomach and holding his wrist behind his back. Bryn knelt beside him, wrapping the length of drywall tape around his wrists several times. Then she looked over at him. I'm not strong enough to rip the roll off. That's okay. I have a knife. He turned toward Phil, who still looked dazed and confused. It's your turn, Phil. Stretch out on your stomach and put your hands behind your back. Thankfully, Phil didn't argue. Micah assumed that his own near-death experience must have convinced him that prison was a better option. Because prison was exactly where these two men were headed. Micah reached into his pocket and pulled out his pocket knife, handing it to Bryn. She smiled gratefully and used it to cut the roll of tape free. Then she moved over to use another length of tape to bind Phil's wrists. Thanks, Bryn. He finally lowered the weapon. It wasn't his, and he typically didn't like firing guns he'd never used before. He glanced over to see Bryn had taken one of the weapons off the floor, but the other gun, his personal weapon, was halfway across the room. Now what? Bryn asked when she'd finished. Why haven't the police arrived yet? I'm not sure. He dug his phone from his pocket and scowled when he realized there was only one bar of service. When he scrolled through the 2 text messages he'd tried to send to Rex, he grimaced when he saw that neither message had gone through. Swallowing a groan, he tucked the phone back into his pocket. The concrete structure of the building must have been thick enough to interfere with the closest cell tower. He was glad he and Bryn had managed to get the upper hand here, since the police backup he'd been planning on wasn't even aware of what was going down. That meant Rex didn't know either, and that his boss hadn't got the audio file of the 2 men discussing his and Bryn's fate. Okay, we're going to need to drive these guys out of here. He would have rather left them behind, but he was afraid that they'd find a way to get free and disappear before they could notify the police. Do me a favor and grab my gun. Bryn nodded, tossed the roll of drywall tape aside, and crossed over to scoop up his weapon. He gratefully took it and tucked the one he'd grabbed from Nate into the back of his waistband. Keep Phil's gun. We're going to want to turn both of their weapons over to the police so they can match the ballistics. Where are you taking us? Phil asked, his face pale and wan. He sighed, thinking that he should take the time to stretch tape over their mouths. To the closest police station. Now shut up or I'll add more tape to keep you quiet. Phil darted a look at Nate and wisely didn't say anything more. Nate was oddly silent, although he had rolled over onto his side so that he was facing Micah. When he realized Nate was flexing his wrists and arms to get free, he brought his weapon up. Don't even think about it. Stand up, both of you. The 2 men looked at each other, then struggled to obey. Nate managed to use his leg muscles to rise to his feet without a problem. Phil was apparently too weak to get himself up from the floor without using his hands. Bryn crossed over to help Phil up, then she quickly took a few steps back in case he decided to try anything. Micah glanced at Bryn. Thanks. I need you to get the SUV keys from Nate's pocket. I assume he was the driver. Then, take my phone and go outside and see if you can get a signal. The text I sent earlier to Rex didn't go through. They didn't? Bryn paled at that. He understood she was realizing how lucky they were to have gotten these 2 disarmed. That's weird that the text didn't go through. But can't we just take them with us? She waved a hand toward Phil and Nate. I don't like it here. Besides, I'm freezing. He nodded. The outside temperature was only in the mid-50s, and they'd been there longer than he'd anticipated. Okay, but we need those keys. Bryn approached Nate with trepidation. She awkwardly patted his jacket pockets until she found the key fob. Relieved, she stepped back and held it up for him to see. Got it. Good. Let's get out of here. I need both of you to start walking. When neither of them moved, he barked. Now! Phil stumbled forward first, heading across the big empty space toward the back of the building. Nate followed more slowly, clearly not wanting to cooperate. Bryn, stay to the side, he warned as he and Bryn followed the men out. Don't get between us.
Oh, sorry. She flushed and quickly moved out of the way. Then she abruptly stopped and cocked her head. Do you hear that? He frowned. Hear what? He'd been so focused on watching their two prisoners that he hadn't heard anything. I think it's a car engine. Her expression brightened. Maybe the police are on their way. He frowned as the two men kept walking. The police would respond with lights and sirens if they thought there was something criminal going on. But from the way the two men were going much faster now, he realized they may have been expecting someone. Another gunman? He sincerely hoped not. Bryn, stay back. Phil and Nate, stop where you are. He used his command voice, but the two men ignored him. In fact, Nate sped up, almost running as he headed toward the open area. Micah didn't like it one bit. He sprinted after Nate, grabbing the back of his jacket and yanking him off his feet. Without the use of his hands, Nate went down hard with a muffled oomph. Bryn had caught on quickly and did the same with Phil, who didn't put up much of a fight. He stopped where he was and stayed on his feet when Bryn grabbed the back of his jacket. She forced him down to sit beside Nate. Bryn, run back and get that roll of tape, Micah said. We're going to gag them. Bryn turned and sprinted back to the drywall pails. He trained his weapon on both men. I can still shoot you and have time to shoot whoever is driving here to meet with you. It's up to you how quickly you die. Neither man seemed inclined to risk being shot. Bryn returned with the tape and quickly drew out 2 more links that she slapped over their respective mouths. Something he should have done right away. He pulled his phone and glanced at the screen. 2 bars. He resent the text messages to Rex, starting with the one where he'd requested his boss call 911. The video could wait and would take more bandwidth to transmit. But if the car driving up wasn't the police, then he needed backup to get here sooner than later. Now he could hear the car engine more clearly. It was close, so he gestured for Bryn to come with him as he moved toward the side of the opening. The problem with this vehicle approaching from the back was there was a good chance the driver saw their SUV tucked between the crane and dirt pile, which meant he or she would be ready for anything. Micah had the advantage of surprise, though, and he intended to use it. He tucked Bryn behind him, then risked a quick glance around the corner. The vehicle was slowing to a stop not far from the one Nate and Phil had used. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. The 2 gunmen didn't try to talk through their gags. Maybe they were hoping the driver of the car would come in guns blazing. Then he heard a car door open and the slight crunch of gravel between the driver's feet. He imagined Richard was the most likely person to have shown up there. He risked another glance around the corner in time to see the man standing beside the SUV, looking suspiciously at the building while holding a gun in his hand. He was shorter than Richard, but looked strangely familiar. He tried to place the face he knew he'd seen before when he heard Bryn gasp. Damien? She whispered. Shocked, he realized she was right. Clearly, Damien Rochester had faked his own death and planted enough evidence for Bryn to be the primary suspect in his murder. And if that was the case, who was the dead man in Bryn's house? Chapter 15. Damien wasn't dead? Bryn couldn't believe her eyes. Her former boss was alive and well. She blinked, then focused her attention on the details. Damien stood perfectly still, holding a gun in his hand as he stared suspiciously toward the building. She couldn't tear her gaze from him. All this time, she'd assumed Richard was guilty of orchestrating the entire scheme, that Richard had gotten rid of his partner. But she'd gotten it all wrong. And who was the dead man who'd been left in her house as it burned to the ground? Damien must have killed someone else, but she wondered why he'd bothered. It wasn't as if the truth wouldn't come out when the DNA results came back. Maybe Damien planned to be far away by then. It was a bit of a relief to know she wouldn't be thrown in jail for killing a man who wasn't dead. Although there was the minor issue of the embezzlement to consider, especially the way the money had been transferred through her personal bank account. But that was something to worry about later. Right now, they needed to find a way to disarm Damien so they could tie him up along with Nate and Philip. A woman slid out of the passenger seat to stand beside Damien.
Bryn's stomach knotted painfully as she recognized her. Gwen. The moment she saw her colleague, it suddenly clicked in her brain where she'd heard Nate's voice before. She remembered Gwen's husband had called looking for her while Bryn was covering Gwen's phone. Nate was Gwen's husband. And as Gwen stood close to Damien, also staring at the building with a wary gaze, Bryn realized her so-called friend had teamed up with Damien to pull this off without Richard being any the wiser. Worse than that, though, was that Gwen held her gun like she knew how to use it. 2 armed bad guys against her and Micah. Granted, Micah was a trained soldier, but she was pretty much useless as far as backing him up. She gripped Micah's arm tightly, wondering how he planned to get out of this mess. She didn't dare make a sound, holding her breath as Damien and Gwen took cautious steps forward. In the back of her mind, she realized Micah was waiting for them to come close enough that he could see them better.
Nate?
Gwen called her husband's name. A muffled grunt was the only response. Gwen's expression went from wary to concerned. "Stop! Throw down your weapons!" Micah shouted. "I've got you both covered. Don't make me shoot." Damien and Gwen both spun toward their location. Damien lifted his gun higher, clearly intending to shoot, but Micah was faster. He fired off 2 rounds in rapid succession. Damien let out a hoarse cry and fell backward, clutching the upper portion of his chest, blood seeping through his fingers. His weapon dropped uselessly to the ground. Gwen screamed and fired wildly a second before she went down as well. It had all happened so fast that Bryn hadn't been able to discern if Gwen had been hit or not. Knowing Micah, she had. For long moments, Micah didn't move. Bryn realized she shouldn't have been worried. Micah had this under control. "Stay here," Micah said, finally stepping out from behind the edge of the wall. "Get ready to run to the SUV if they try anything." She nodded, although she couldn't imagine running and leaving him behind. She decided to make her presence known. "I have a gun, and I'm not afraid to use it." She hoped the threat alone would be enough to keep Damien and Gwen from going after Micah. Again, she needn't have worried. Micah scooped up both their weapons, then took a few steps back from their supine bodies. "Bryn, call 911 again. Request they send 2 ambulances to this location." "Okay." She used her disposable phone to make the call as the surge of adrenaline that had coursed through her bloodstream slowly faded away, leaving her feel shaky and exhausted. When the dispatcher answered her call, Bryn began to explain what was happening, just as the shrill wail of sirens could be heard in the distance.
"Police officers are en route,"
the dispatcher said calmly. "Thanks. I can hear them now, but 2 people have been shot, so make sure you send another ambulance too."
"Are you safe?"
the dispatcher asked. A wry smile tugged at the corner of her mouth as she eyed Micah. "I am now." Without waiting for the dispatcher to say anything more, she ended the call. Safe. She was finally safe. Bryn sent up a silent prayer, thanking God for watching over her and Micah. Then she moved toward Damien and Gwen. "Should we offer first aid?" She frowned as she noticed both Damien and Gwen had identical gunshot wounds to their upper chest on the same side as their dominant hand. Dazed, she realized Micah had purposely aimed to wound, not kill. Although she had no doubt he would have fired again to finish them off if needed. "They'll survive," Micah said. Her knees threatened to buckle, so she leaned against the SUV for support. Micah must have noticed because he stepped forward and drew her into his arms. "You were amazing," he whispered. "Me?" Her voice came out as a hoarse croak. "I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. In God's grace." I agree about God's grace. We are blessed that He has been watching over us. Micah leaned back to search her gaze. "It's over, Bryn. You're safe. And I'm sure we'll be able to clear your name without difficulty. I know." She stared up into his blue eyes, searching for the right words to say. She wanted to tell him how much she loved him. Then it was too late, as the ear-piercing sounds of the sirens made it impossible for her to be heard.
She leaned up to brush a kiss over his cheek, then stepped back to watch as the two police cruisers came to a sudden stop a few feet beyond the gray SUV.
Put your hands where I can see them, both of you!
One cop barked orders as 3 officers spilled out of the 2 vehicles. When Micah lifted his hands, Bryn did the same. I'm former Army Sergeant Micah Newton, and this is Bryn Sinclair. We have 2 people down with gunshot wounds requiring medical attention. We have 2 other men who are tied up, sitting just inside the building.
Throw down your weapons!
The officer demanded. Okay, don't get trigger happy. Micah tossed his gun down, then pulled the second weapon from behind his back to get rid of that one as well. Bryn threw her confiscated weapon alongside his, then raised her hands again. This man is Damian Rochester. He's not dead despite faking his death and framing me for the crime. He's also responsible for embezzling funds from the company. The officer in charge appeared to ignore her as he surveyed the scene. He gestured for one of the other cops to head inside the building. A moment later, the officer called.
2 men are here, bound with some sort of mesh tape.
It's drywall tape, Micah said helpfully. The lead officer frowned, then stared hard at Micah. I need you to explain what happened here. Bryn Sinclair was framed for embezzling funds and the murder of Damian Rochester, Micah said. As you know, there's a warrant out for her arrest, but the man she was accused of killing is alive, and I was with her during the time frame in question. We set out to prove her innocence. We came here to check the data center and heard Nate and Philip Justin discussing how they'd framed Bryn and mentioned their intent to kill her. I have an audio recording of their conversation if you're interested. The cop's eyebrows hiked up in surprise. Yes, I'm interested. Go on. Nate and Philip were arrested, but we managed to disarm them and tie them up. Micah made it sound as easy as baking a cake. We're about to call your department when Damien and Gwen showed up. They were armed too. Those are their weapons over there. The cop glanced over to where the 2 guns were lying in the dirt. Huh. And how did they get shot? I told them to throw down their weapons. They didn't comply. Micah didn't hesitate. Based on the fact that I was outnumbered and Damien pointed his gun at me with the clear intent to fire, I was forced to protect myself and Bryn. Bryn stepped forward. These men were trying to ruin my life. They were either going to kill me outright, or they were going to see to it that I spent the rest of my life in jail. We only did what was necessary. The cop glanced at his partner, shrugged, and lowered his weapon. And why exactly did they do all this? We don't know for sure, Micah said. But we know this data center is at the heart of the crime. Nate admitted that much. We suspect they're planning to use the data center for illegal activities, like hacking or something along those lines. He glanced over toward Damien. Hopefully, you'll get some answers from them as to what the goal was here. The cop seemed to think the theory was far-fetched, but he didn't pursue the issue. Okay, step over there, he said. I'll need to hear the video, and we'll need to go through all this again down at the station. Bryn tried not to groan as she moved to the side far away from Damien and Gwen. More sirens split the air as the 2 requested ambulances arrived on the scene. The EMTs went to work on Damien and Gwen. You'll need to send officers with them to the hospital, Micah warned. They were both involved in this. Nate is Gwen's husband. Nate and Gwen White, Bryn added. The officer sighed heavily. Fine. Let's hear this tape of yours before I decide whether to arrest you and Sinclair too. Micah pulled out his phone and hit the play button on the video. There was nothing interesting to see on the recording, but the words were loud and clear.
The cops will find and arrest her. We need to stay focused on the plan.
I still think we need to flush her out into the open. We can't risk anyone in the police department buying her side of the story.
You worry too much. Nobody will believe her with the evidence that's stacked against her.
You're an idiot. She's a threat that needs to be eliminated. Without anyone to hear her side of the story, the evidence that's been planted against her will stand without being questioned.
Don't you dare insult me. This was my idea, remember? I'm telling you, the police will pick her up before we get the chance.
Not good enough. Besides, she's not the only threat. The guy with her also needs to die.
Nobody will believe him either.
You don't know that. It's too bad we lost them outside the police station. It's driving me crazy that we have no idea where they are now.
Hearing the snippet of conversation for the second time sent a chill down Bryn's spine. This nightmare could have ended much differently. Which voices belong to which suspects? The officer asked. Nate, who's Gwen's husband, and Philip Justin, Micah confirmed. Those are the two men we bound with drywall tape. The cop sighed, then nodded. Fine. I'll need your phone as evidence, along with all the guns here. The cop scowled at the cache of weapons surrounding them. He shook his head in amazement. I gotta say, it's pretty impressive that you took out 4 bad guys without any backup. Micah shrugged. We had the element of surprise. The officer nodded slowly, clearly assessing Micah for the soldier he was. Okay, I'll still need your formal statements, but for now, I better get this scene preserved until the evidence techs can get here and these knuckleheads processed through the system. The cop glanced at her. I'm sorry to hear you've had to go through this. Thank you. Tears of relief and gratitude pricked her eyes. We'll meet you at the station shortly, Micah added, reaching for her hand. Come on, Bryn. Let's get you warmed up. She nodded and walked with him to the location where they'd hidden their SUV. She wondered if Damien and Gwen had even noticed it as they passed by, but then she decided it didn't matter. Even if they had, Micah had managed to take them down. She shivered as she slid into the passenger seat, waiting for the heat to kick in. Are you okay? Micah asked. That was a rough half hour. Half hour? She glanced at her watch. It seems like we were there forever. I know. He reached over to take her hand again. I wish I could have spared you that. But it's over now. Thanks to you, Micah. She knew she wouldn't be alive if not for him. I just want to go home. The words had no sooner left her mouth than she realized she didn't have a home. The house she owned was nothing but a pile of charred wood. She bent her head to hide the fresh tears. Ridiculous to be upset again over something she couldn't change. She was alive, and more importantly, so was Micah. God had kept them both safe in his care. That was all that mattered. Micah cast a worried glance toward Bryn. Her name would soon be cleared along with any arrest warrants. But the reality of rebuilding her former life had struck deep. There was no going back to what was left of her house or her job. Bryn would need to rebuild from the ground up. And he wanted to be there for her every step of the way. Bryn, would you consider coming to Chicago with me? He drove slowly away from the site of the data center project because he was in no hurry to reach the police station. He knew they'd be stuck there for hours. I have a 2-bedroom apartment, so there's plenty of room for you to rest and relax. He wanted to encourage her to look for jobs in the Chicago area, but decided to take things one step at a time. No pressure. He was surprised and grateful when she nodded. Thanks, Micah. I would like that. It's a little overwhelming to think about my next steps. Contacting my insurance company, notifying the bank. And that doesn't even include buying replacement items like clothes, shoes. Her voice trailed off. I want to help you through that. He gently squeezed her hand. There's no reason to be overwhelmed. We'll take it one step at a time. Yeah. She sighed and rubbed her temple. He hoped she didn't have nightmares after the way Nate had nearly killed her. It's just starting to hit me how much of my previous life is gone, to the point I'll never get it back. I know that won't be easy. He glanced at her, then pulled over to the side of the road. He released her hand long enough to put the car in park, then turned in his seat to face her. Bryn, I can help you through this, personally and financially. She shook her head. I
can't take your money. Bryn, I know this might be too soon for you to hear this, but I love you. He felt her go still, her wide dark eyes clashing with his. The uncertainty in her gaze wasn't exactly reassuring. I've always admired you, even back when we were kids. Tommy was protective of you, and when we both joined the army, I realized it wasn't fair to mention my feelings. And afterward, when Tommy was killed, I figured you'd probably blame me for his death. I didn't blame you, she protested. Well, maybe I blamed myself, he admitted. So I kept my distance until you called needing help. Regret darkened her eyes. I didn't know what else to do. But looking back, I realized I put you in a bad position. Hey, I'm exactly where I want to be. With you, Bryn. I'm grateful you reached out. If you hadn't called me... He couldn't finish. He was convinced that her attempt to navigate this on her own would have ended with her death. I know. You saved my life countless times. She tipped her head to the side, regarding him with a serious gaze. Are you sure? I mean, you could probably find someone without as much baggage as I'm carrying. A hint of a smile tugged at her lips. Metaphorically speaking, because as you know, I don't own anything but the clothes I'm wearing. I'm absolutely sure I love you. He hoped she could hear the truth reverberating in his tone. Watching Nate hold you at gunpoint was the hardest thing I've ever done. Second to the fiasco of pulling out of Afghanistan, he amended. If you're not ready, I understand. Just come back to Chicago with me and we'll take things slow and easy. I love you too, Micah. She smiled at his shocked expression. I've always admired you too, since we were in high school. I must ask you to prom. Did you know that? No, I had no idea. He couldn't imagine the Bryn he knew back then asking him out to a dance. Then Ken Thompson asked me to go to the dance with him, and I figured he was a sure thing. To be honest, I wasn't convinced you'd go with me. Her smile faded. Your support during Tommy's funeral was amazing. I needed you more than I realized. And now this. She waved a hand at their surroundings. I know I wouldn't be sitting here if you hadn't agreed to come rushing to my rescue. It was his turn to hesitate. He hadn't imagined she'd confess her love for him too. And while he was thrilled to hear the words, he understood better than most that she may be experiencing a bit of hero worship. He didn't want her to feel obligated to return his feelings. Are you sure? You've been through a traumatic couple of days, and things may look and feel differently once things go back to normal. I'm sure that I love you. And I'm sure that my life will never go back to the way it was before. And you know what? I'm okay with that. She leaned toward him, because I know there's something better waiting for me in the future. Thanks to you, Micah. Bryn. He framed her face in his palms and leaned in for a kiss. She wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing him closer, which was not easy since they were in the front seat of the car. His elbow hit the computer dashboard. The steering wheel dug into his side, and his knees were wedged painfully against the center console. Under different circumstances, he might have laughed, but his heart was too full of hope and love to care about being uncomfortable. I love you, she said with a heartfelt sigh. I love you too. He looked into her eyes for a long moment. I forgot to add that if, you don't like Chicago, we can move somewhere else. I travel a lot for my job. He briefly thought of Leah, his former fiancée, then doggedly pushed forward. But if you want me to stop working for Grayson's Guardians, I can do that too. I have money socked away from when I was in the army,
and I can operate my private investigator business from anywhere. There's no rush to jump into anything. We can take our time. I'm willing to do whatever makes you happy." "Don't be silly. I would never make you move away from your home for me," she frowned. "Or give up your job. It's fine if you have to travel. You do realize I've lived alone for a long time. I can handle it. I've never visited Chicago, but I'm sure it's a nice place. It's a big city without the open space that you're used to." The more he thought about it, the more he realized it would be better to find somewhere else to live. The marshland that butted up to her house was nice, as were the lakes within driving distance of her home. Sure, Chicago was on the shore of Lake Michigan, but that wasn't the same. It was loud and noisy and jammed with tourists all summer. A police car pulled up alongside them. The officer behind the wheel hit his siren for a moment to draw their attention. Micah jerked back, feeling as if he were 17 and kissing his girlfriend in the front seat of his beat-up Mustang as he released Bryn and rolled down the window. He cleared his throat. "Officer? Are you Micah Newton and Bryn Sinclair?" the cop asked. He swallowed a sigh. "Yes, sir." At least they weren't going to get a lecture about necking on the side of the road. "We're on our way to the Wild Prairie Police Station to provide our statements." Cop hiked a brow and made a circle in the air with his index finger. "Let's go, then. You can follow me." "Yes, sir." Micah raised his window, put the car in gear. He glanced over at Bryn to find her blushing. "Sorry about that. I should have picked a better spot for this conversation." "It's fine," she managed a weak laugh. "Besides, we should get these interviews over with." "Yeah." He made a mental note to call Rex, then reached for her hand again as he followed the cruiser down the highway toward the police station. "We'll be okay. It may take a while to get through our statements, but after that, we'll be free to leave." "I'm looking forward to that," she admitted, lacing her fingers with his. "I have to admit, I'm a little soured on Wisconsin, the Madison area in particular." She was silent for a long moment before adding, "I'm so blessed to have found you, Micah." "We're blessed to be together," he agreed. "Well, I'm honored to hear you wanted to ask me to prom. I don't think things would have worked out for us back in high school. Tommy and I did 2 full tours in Afghanistan. That's a lot of time and distance for any relationship to survive. I thank God brought us together now for a reason." He smiled. "Specifically, so we could save each other." "I couldn't agree more," she said, "although I can't wait until we can get out of here." "Me too." He glanced up at the cloudy sky and silently thanked God for the many blessings he had bestowed upon them. He knew this would be a fresh beginning for both of them. Epilogue. 1 month later. "Did you hear the data center project is on hold indefinitely?" Micah asked as they drove. "Once the FBI got involved, Jin Young Woo disappeared, and the company's now up for sale. The police think that it will eventually be purchased by a legit company, that the project will still move forward." "Did they know who the dead guy was? Or figure out what Damien and the others planned to use it for?" she asked. "The dead guy was another investor in the data center project, a guy by the name of Howard Dahl. They believe he learned about the criminal intent behind the data center, so Damien eliminated him, making sure he left his cufflinks behind to help fake his own death." Micah shook his head. The truth would have come out eventually, but apparently Damien had planned to be long gone by then. "Unbelievable," she murmured. "As far as the data center itself, the feds believe it was going to be used to infiltrate legit companies, to steal personal information that could be used in cyber attacks." He shrugged. "Thanks to you, that won't happen. At least not at the Wild Prairie site." "I wish I knew how Damien got involved. Gwen and Nate White, too." She shook her head. "Greed is a powerful thing." "Yeah, I know. I assume Damien got chummy with Phil and maybe even Jin Young Woo. He's not talking, so there are a few details that are still unknown. Richard is apparently not involved. The good news is that you've been cleared, and the criminals involved will pay for their crimes. She nodded. Richard reached out to her, offering a stilted apology. He then offered her Gwen's job, but she declined his offer. Last she checked, the company's website hadn't been updated with any new clients, and she secretly believed Richard would end up declaring bankruptcy. It was difficult to market yourself as a PR company after your co-owner and employee were arrested for embezzlement and murder. When Micah slowed to a stop in front of a red brick ranch house with a for sale sign in the front yard, she glanced at him in confusion. "What's this?" "A house," he grinned. "The realtor is meeting us here." "I didn't know you had a realtor." She didn't move to open the door. "Is this why you haven't encouraged me to apply for jobs in downtown Chicago?" "Yes." He gestured to the home. "We're in Glenview, which, as you probably noticed, is 30 miles from the apartment. This house has a wooded lot and is located across from the park. Thought it was worth checking out." "You're buying a house?" She was still trying to understand what was going on. Her insurance company had declared her home a total loss. She hadn't yet decided whether she could simply take the money and sell the lot for someone to build upon, or spend the time to rebuild and then sell. If she were honest, she wasn't thrilled about making the trip back and forth from Chicago to Madison to rebuild. Even though only a month had passed, it seemed like her old life was eons ago. "Bryn, please, let's just look at it, okay?" He squeezed her hand, then pushed out of the driver's side door. "I'd like to know what you think." She slid out of the SUV too, inhaling the sweet scent of lilacs blooming nearby. May was a time for rebirth, and while she'd been accustomed to her new life, she hadn't anticipated this. Micah's apartment was fine, but she'd secretly missed living near the marshland. The realtor hadn't arrived yet. Micah punched a code into the keypad and opened the front door as if he owned the place. The house was bigger than the one she'd lost, but not overly so. They stepped into an open-concept living and kitchen area, complete with an amazing brick fireplace that reached all the way to the ceiling. "It's beautiful." She stood, then slowly turned in a circle to take it all in. "I'm afraid to ask how much it's going for." "The home prices here in Glenview are comparable to those in Madison," he grinned. "The closer you get to Chicago, the more the home prices rise exponentially. I thought this was a good compromise." She nodded, took a few steps toward a hallway that she presumed led to the bedrooms. As she poked her head into each of the rooms, her thoughts whirled. Did Micah think that they would live here like roommates? He'd taken her out on several dates, but then had spent a week on some assignment for his boss, Rex Grayson. She used that time to travel back to Madison to meet with the insurance adjuster. In between his work and her job hunt, they'd spent some time getting to know each other again. But this seemed like a radical step. The main bedroom was at the end of the hall. It was huge with a king-sized bed and contained not only a walk-in closet, but a spacious en-suite bathroom that was about the size of a guest bedroom at her old house. The one that was nothing but an empty lot after the construction crews had gotten rid of the fire debris. When she turned, Micah was right behind her. She forced a smile, hiding her doubts. "It's beautiful. If you think the price is reasonable, then you should put in an offer." "Bryn, I love you." He pulled a small velvet box from his pocket, went down on one knee, and held it up for her. "Will you marry me?" Her eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected this, although maybe she should have. "But I don't have a job yet," she said, uttering the first thought that entered her mind. "You'll find something, but that's not important. I love you. I want to marry you and have a family with you." His blue gaze never wavered. "This is a house, but it takes a loving couple
and maybe a kid or two to make it home. His words resonated deep within. She realized this was what she wanted too, more than anything. Yes, Micah. Yes, Micah. She held out her left hand, watching in awe as he slid the diamond ring onto her finger. I love you, and I can't wait to marry you. I'm glad. He stood and hauled her into his arms, spinning in a circle before setting her down and kissing her.
Hello, is anyone here?
The realtor's voice echoed from the main living space. Micah didn't immediately release her, but when he did, he held her gaze. You get to decide where we live, Bryn. Here or some other house. I like it here. She went up on tippy toes to kiss him again. Let's put in an offer right away, but know this. I'm going to contribute to the down payment with some of the money from the insurance settlement. He laughed and hugged her close. Works for me. Just don't make me wait too long to marry you. That made her smile. The sooner, the better, she murmured. She couldn't wait to be Micah's wife and to have a family with him, with God's blessings shining down upon them.
This has been Deadly Reunion, a Christian romantic suspense. Grayson's Guardians Book 2. Written by Laura Scott. Narrated by Jason Kirkover. Copyright 2026 by Laura Eiding. Production copyright by Laura Eiding.